Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers alike, to GLG's Pit of Valor. Pit of Valor is a weekly tournament hosted here with Great Lakes Gaming Lounges, and we get to watch a mount 64 teams go at it, see who's going to take home the crown for the week. We've had a lot of these. This is number 70. Next week will be 71. We're getting really into it, and we're going to continue to have it through the holidays. It's going to be a big stream, big fun event next week, so be sure to tune in for next week's Pit of Valor as well. This is first place, win it all, $50 prize unless sponsored. Otherwise, this week is not sponsored, but next week will be. Other exciting news is if you want the bracket, go ahead and do ! bracket in the chat. And Chamber is in play. Finally, we're potentially going to be able to see some spice in that new champion, and all rounds now are best of one as well. We're no longer doing a best of three finals, trying to wrap this up as quickly as possible. So are our players. Before I can even get to the part where I get through telling you all about Pit of Valor and introduce myself, Becky Bear, joined here by Sparky GD. How you doing, Sparky?
I am doing great. Excited to be here for this first game of the day. For our first one, we are going to have SOSU, which is going to be Southeastern Oklahoma State University versus Initiate. Now, I don't believe Becky and I really know these teams, but it should be a great match regardless. Going to go into Ascent for this one. And you can see on your screen that Agent Select right there. Looking to be some standard picks already. I mean, the Astra, super good on this map, pretty much a staple, as well as that KJ with the lockdowns to clear out the sites. Do you see Kirito hovering? That's KO though, which is a spicy new pick that a lot of people are picking up.
Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting if that is picked up. It will be the only difference is Kirito and Archery on these respective different agents going ahead with potentially the KO, while Archery has locked in this Reina. So it does look like that will be the only difference, as I don't believe Imugi is going to be changing off of this Astra. Gotta have the smokes on a map like this, and Astra is just the best agent at doing that. So I imagine that we'll see that locked in as well, and a little bit of a mirror match, save for that difference in Initiator or duelist here.
Yeah, double duelist versus double initiator should be pretty interesting. The double duelist, I definitely expect to be a little bit more scrappy. Going to see those Reinas, that Jet take those aim duels a little bit more often. But I'm excited to see how the KO plays into this, right? That suppression can be really good at shutting down duelists, especially that Reina and especially that Jet, since they no longer have their get out of escape free tool. They can just go straight up, take the aim duel. Even if they lose it, there is no dismiss, there is no dash. You can get traded out very safely. Into our first round, the pistol round to start it out with Sosu being on the defense, and a little bit of a 3-stack here towards A, reading initiate quite a bit.
Going Astro, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see if they continue to commit to this. You can tell a lot by how a team decides to play a pistol round and how it's going to kind of set up the way that the rest of these games are going to go. And it looks like we will be seeing at least an initial push towards this A. And it'll be interesting to also see how Initiate with this Reina does get to do what you mentioned in being a little bit more scrappy at the start. And if this KO is going to be able to keep that at bay for as long as possible. And the difference in pick could have also been the difference between starting on attacking side and starting on defense side.
Information given over with that initial peek, sees all the players here. The rotations have already come through, so this is essentially a 3 to 4 stack site, but looks like Initiate wants to go through this.
It looks like they do, pushing through that smoke, through the gravity well, and Jitters is the first person to take down Kirito, but Asami getting a little bit of a trade back there, and Jitters getting totally able to run through every single member of the enemy team that he's run into. Now only 2 members of Sosu left in Nitrogen and Mr. Goat trying to just get onto this site, but with both of them being off of this site, it's going to take a smart amount of utility usage to be able to combat the members of Initiate that are already on site.
Oh, and it's just a cleanup there for Initiate. No respect. Jumping into heaven is the Astra to pick the last player of that KJ. Initiate, they walked into a stack site there, Becky, and they come out on top. Even though there are 3 people, even though the crossfires were set up, that double duelist shined through, especially Jitters with that 3K, the frenzy, the running gun potential really came up huge there. Now, with Initiate, they're going to be able to buy up to those Spectres, a couple light armors, but realistically, they'll be at the maximum firepower for this next round. And so they're just looking to save into this one, look to get their economy shored up. Now, it's back to a 5-stack here from Initiate, this time looking at the B side, but there's no stack this time. It's only the Sova to defend against this.
Only the Sova, and hopefully that means for Initiate that they can just run onto site full bore. You see those smokes coming in, and now it should just be a clean run onto site with these Spectres, trying to keep people back out of those smokes for as long as possible.
First pick garnered. Sova goes down. Spike will be planted. The rest of Sosu is here, looking to go split into the site, but they're all hovering, just trying to protect that spike on Initiate. Now, the crossfires are set up. This should be looking good for them, but Sosu could just lock them in the site, play for the economy, and so far they're going pretty slow.
Does look like they're going pretty slow, potentially waiting for some utility to come back up so that they're able to just go on a full commit towards this B site. They are running out of time, though. It looks like the Killjoy is trying to go for a long con, maybe catch some people for some exit frags instead of actually committing to going for this. It looks like that is going to be the attempted plan, but Jitters and Imugi get the jump on Sosu members.
Blue spike goes through, and unfortunately the plan for Sosu to lock everyone into the site, make sure all those guns go down, does not pay out for them. They lose the gunfights on those exits, and Initiate will be able to keep 4 Spectres into the next round. So their economy looking pretty healthy, but now it's the buy round here for Sosu. They have money in order to buy up to those rifles. They have utility in their pockets. Hopefully these 5-man stacks aren't going to be catching them so off guard. They'll have that Astra stuck available in order to try and dose it out, as well as that KO Molly to hopefully make it a little bit easier. Initiate not going with a 5-stack this time, only a 4-1, seeing if maybe there's an extra flank heading their way. But so far, Sosu back to this 3-stack on A, back to seeing whether or not they can defend against this with a little bit better gun power.
Yeah, I like this play with the difference in guns that Initiate is making, having Jitters with this Marshal that was able to buy up that final member who did lose the gun in the previous round by buying this cheaper gun as well. And this split that they're able to do because they have this double duelist strategy does make it a little more viable to have Jitters just try and get a free kill with this longer range gun in the mid.
Spray through the smoke. Not really going to catch a whole lot of damage, but a lot of time burnt off the clock. There's only 50 seconds left. You can already see Initiate rotating back towards Cat. Looks like they actually want to re-hit this A just with another angle.
And so far, so good with that other angle. Flame Lord first to get blood on this 3rd round here for the side of Initiate. And Jitters picking up that Vandal is going to quickly pick up another one for Initiate.
30 seconds left.
It's a 3 versus 5. Spike will be planted completely soon because not a whole lot of resistance against it. Sosu kind of push back towards their spawn, and there's 5 people left on site. Mile, she's going to be the one to hopefully try and catch this lurk, but she's looking the wrong way.
Looking the wrong way, but does get a little bit of extra information from the tip of that gun that we saw from Kirito there, and Mile does get the jump onto her opponent there.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man, it's just looking up for Initiate. I mean, they are just getting these picks left and right on this attacking side. You already saw in mid, right? They were able to get one peeking through the smoke, the second one through the smoke itself, and Jitter is just leading the charge onto each of these sites, getting that spike down. It feels like Sosu just haven't really been able to keep up, not really able to aim duel the enemy team, and even when they try, just not coming out on top.
Ooh. Jitter's getting that nice trade there for Archery's life lost, but it will be nearly a flawless for Initiate, only losing Archery there at the end. Yeah, you can have the Vandal. You can have the Vandal. I'm gonna buy this op, it looks like. Ooh, okay, I mean, we didn't really see a Marshall kill come out from Jitters in the last round, so don't know really what to expect from this sniper, but I mean, you can't really go wrong when you're a Jet and you buy an operator and you also have the Blade Storm ready, so you gotta just respect it from now on if you're the side of Sosu.
Oh, Sosu, they're pushing. They want to get aggressive. That operator, I mean, it'll punish any aggressive peaks for sure, but so far as it's been Jitters kind of leading the charge, can't really do that with an operator itself. Oh, Asami. He's about to peek. He sees his shoulder and he gets the pick, able to get out. That's a nice pick for an eco, and probably gonna put a little bit in the brakes for Initiate there.
Yeah, Mr. Goat retreating to Pizza after hearing those op shots, doesn't even want to try and get caught through the wall. So I think we just saw Initiate throw one of these guns over the wall.
Yeah, they don't want that going into the enemy hands. It's over towards the A site there. Again, there is a stack here. They do have the people, but the gunfire isn't necessarily the best. And last time Initiate headed into this site, well, they were able to clean up regardless of that stack.
And potentially that can be the play once more. Some sheriff shots through the smoke, but not going to be able to find anyone as this dagger is back up for KO. So at least being able to lock down some of the abilities of Initiate as they try to get onto this site. But Mile is going to be the first one to break this ice for the side of Initiate. Archery with a close follow-up. Nitrogen just trying to get some amount of action back into Sosu's favor, but ultimately it's not enough, and Yuka is the only one left for Sosu. Oh,
Only one left. Well, last one into the grave. Jitters just gonna clean it up. A lot slower from Initiate. Not something I don't hate it on an eco, but definitely seeing Jitters when he is on the operator, not really making the space that he was before. You can see how the Initiate dropping numbers a little bit more. Now, granted, they still won the round. It was still pretty easy for them. They were able to get on the sites, trade each other, get the kills for themselves, but definitely a little bit worse than I would say for the first 3 rounds for Initiate. They head into a 0-4 lead, or excuse me, a 4-0 lead, and honestly, at this point, they're just looking to keep it going.
yeah, and it looks like they are thinking the exact same thing. Back on this A side stack, kind of peeking towards mid now that they have bigger guns for themselves as well. Doing a little bit more lurking towards this mid and tree area before committing totally towards this A site, as they also go for this ultimate orb to bait out Kirito, and a little bit of a trade back and forth between Flame Lord, Nitrogen, and Kirito.
Full A site under control, tree room as well, and keeping that jet stash towards mid. This is so much control for Initiate, and it feels like Sosu doesn't really have a way back into this round. Now each of the defenders are split, one towards mid, one towards heaven. I'm thinking this has to be a save here, Becky.
Yeah, I'm also kind of feeling that way. It's gotta feel so rough to know that if you don't go for it, though, you're just falling further and further behind. But with Jitters on this op, and even just like every single moment you try to step through that astral divide, it's just so rough. And now Asami, the only one left for the side of Sosu, is getting a little bit sussed out by Jitters, but with that bomb ticking down, it looks like Initiate is just going to simply back off, and so will this final remaining member of Sosu.
Initiate with their 5th on the board, and we highlighted the comps a little bit before this with the double duelist versus the double initiator. We talked about how those double duelists, they want to play a little bit scrappier. We talk about how, you know, with that double duelist, maybe it's the duelist difference sometimes, and it's definitely a Jitters difference right now with 11-0, but so far the entire team is really stepping up from Initiate. You can see them all kind of fragging out, all kind of taking these aim duels and winning them through. And it's back to that save for Sosu. Asami will still have a rifle going into this. It looks like they want to create some sort of A pressure. It worked for them a little bit before, but now they're sending 3 people.
Yeah, this one way maybe not working the most in Asami's favor there. Potentially a little bit of a calm mishap there, as Miles able to pick one up with that Hunter's Fury. Beautifully done, as Archering also has an aggressive posture with some great positions for some Leers going forward onto this A site.
You know, I don't hate it. We saw the play, we saw an attempt, and it didn't work out. The one way, just a little bit too worse for wear, but either way, Initiate heading onto this site. Last 2 people here going to get cleaned up extremely, extremely fast. Initiate, they are an absolute storm, a tsunami just coming for Sosu. Again, it just feels like Sosu can't keep up. They have all of this utility, right? They have the flashes with the KO. They have the dart as well. So much stuff, but just feels like those gunfights aren't looking their way. Need to try and use some of that utility a little bit better, a little bit more, in a way that you can possibly come back from some of these rounds with some cracked aimers like Jitters on the other team.
Indeed, Jitters is continuing to go without a death in this match. I do appreciate that we saw Asami make a difference in play in that last round, but also, as I'm saying that, Jitters immediately gets taken down. I'm sorry, that's my fault. You can go ahead and say that I cast or cursed a little bit there, did a little bit of a jinx. My bad. Totally my fault, Jitters. My bad.
Unfortunately, Jitters goes down, but the rest of Initiate still alive. 4 versus 5. Lots of ultimates on the board for Sosu as well. You're going to see that lockdown put on the floor by Flame Lord as they try to walk into this site. Mr. Goat goes a little aggressive, even up the numbers.
Goes aggressive and gets punished by Melee there, as Archery also close behind, trying to keep this space as open as possible for the rest of Initiate to be able to join Archery on this B site push.
Oh, it's a bloodbath.
Oh my goodness, indeed it is. Melee trying to trade back for Kirito, but with that KO ultimate just keeping down is going to be able to be resurrected if somebody decides to go for it. That Killjoy lockdown is going to create that space, and now it is just Imugi with this operator, knows that this KO just got rezzed and is just going to decide to hold this angle, and it looks like that is finally going to be the break and Initiate's giant wall on this attacking side.
He's picking back up the op. He heard the footsteps. He wants to take the peek, but misses the shot.
Ooh. I mean, it's always good when you get the trade onto guns, but when you're going for a really up-close fight, I maybe would have just reached down, picked up the Phantom, but that would have been another sort of problem. You know, you gotta just if I make the shot, I make the shot, you know?
I'm with you there, Becky. But I mean, Sosu, they hold well. Maybe seems like if they can kill Jitters off in the first couple seconds of this match, maybe their rounds go their way as Initiate. Got a little bit stuck in the choke without Jitters there to really create the space that you'd expect from that Jet, even though he is on that up. Sosu showing signs of life, ready to go back into it. Sees the Jitters peak. Is Mr. Goat versus Sosu on this one, but Yash just going to give it up, and it's back towards this A site.
And 1-for-1 trade archery, continuing to do what you should be doing as the second duelist and in the form of this Reyna, trying to just be as forward and aggressive as possible, get that information, and make it easier for the rest of your team to follow up with their utility onto the site. As we see the Owl Drone try to do just that, see if we can figure out where any of the members of Sosu are hiding on this map. And with that decision, they tried to make a commit, but Yuka making some nice shots after not getting spotted out by that Owl Drone. And Jitter says, all right, I'm going to try to pick this up 1v4. Watch this.
I got the spike.
Spike in hand. Stack site though.
Ooh, aggressive, no knives to land through the jumps. Jitters maybe feeling a little bit jittery in that round for sure. Gets taken down, but in the 1v4 situation, what are you gonna do? You gotta try to go for it.
Oh, this was so nasty. This is what I wanted to see from Sosu, right? They have a comp that's built around a lot of utility with that double initiator, the KJ, the Astra, so much that can be used to stop these pushes, and they do it so well in that last round with the gravity well to kind of bait everyone into lining up. The spray down off of the Sova, all of it was just beautiful. It is the second round, I believe, that Initiate actually didn't get an initial pick off of Jitters, and you can see them still stagnate just a little bit. Seems to be going faster now. All the smokes are down. They are ready to push into the site, but Nitrogen's here with the mollies to defend this.
Speaking of utility usage, that was everything but the kitchen sink there, coming onto this B site with an onslaught. Nitrogen at least getting able to trade back as Archery uses this dismiss to push back further onto the site, going for an aggressive plan here, but they're on the swamp side of B. 3 members of Initiate still alive, all on this side with the spike. This Owl Drone's going to try and get the information necessary for them to try and retake this B site.
Spimble. Yeah, there goes Archery. He's down. The last 2 people stuck in this back site.
Standing ahead.
Trying to get this recon dart to get that information, figure out where these shots need to go. Melee and Imugi, the last one's left. Just Imugi, but Yuka says, maybe it was Yuka who was sleeping for a lot of those first few rounds against Initiate here, but awake and alive and taking back some names for the side of Sosu.
Yeah, Yuka. I mean, this is the first game of the day, right? Some of these players are probably still warming up. It's pretty early in the day. Maybe they just got off of school, some of their finals, something a little stressful, and they need to get back into this groove. And you can definitely see that in Sosu, right? This is the team from Oklahoma University, or Southeastern Oklahoma. And so they probably still are in their finals right now. They're probably stressed, but they're getting back into this groove, and you love to see it, especially from Yuka. Initiate like that they did something different. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but 3 rounds left in this half for Sosu to tie this up, make it a little bit closer of a game for us. We're going for a little different from Initiate here. We've seen them 5-stack or 4-1 a lot. This time they're going for a much slower default, just waiting for Sosu to get a little bit antsy and give those initial picks over, just like Yuka does, just like that player that's been clutching up these rounds. That's not out of the picture, and Initiate are looking at a really good spot.
Yeah, that's gonna help them a lot. And now with this little bit of a split, two members towards this A site using some of this utility, potentially going to draw out some utility or other members of Sosu towards that A site, while Jitters and Amugi go for this B side push. Ooh.
Killed my boss. Bomb grenade out.
Trying not to get too caught on those swarm grenades there as Amugi sees the top of Killjoy's hat, but is going to simply give that information over to Archery so that they can take Nitrogen down and get this bomb down. Two members of Sosu remain, and they are completely split on either side of this B site to try and come back.
I wonder if this is going to be an exits thing yet again. You saw the swing, so they know that Asami is actually stuck in this corner, but both of these defenders are split. They're just trying to go for econ here.
I mean, sometimes you got to do that. At least they were able to pick up those other 3 rounds previously, but now Initiate saying, okay, we stumbled a little bit, but we're trying to take it back into our power. Jitters, I don't even know what I was trying to make Jitters' name into there. I was trying to like fuse Jitters and C9. Brain's still waking up. Me too. This is my first game of the day, so it's also taken my brain a little bit to wake up. But Jitters and Melee doing a great job of continuing to bring the onslaught for the side of Initiate. Jitters continuing to hold onto this operator, and just when the utility works for the side of Initiate, it works so well, and it's gone well for them every time that they haven't immediately ran into an onslaught of Killjoy utility.
Oh man, Yuka. It's like the second time he's peaked that got an initial pick, and it just puts Sosu in such a great spot in order to take the rest of these rounds. He's a little split. He's going for the Hunter's Fury, and he gets it onto Jitters. Huge coming out from Sosu. Now it's only 2 people left for Initiate, with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. I mean, can they even save this?
It's certainly going to be very difficult, but Melee able to get that quick pick onto Mr. Go is certainly going to be helpful. And now using this Owl Drone to get a little bit of information while Amugi runs to join up with Melee.
Oh, Yuka does get out. Spike recovered for Initiate here. 45 seconds left on the clock, so they do have time to go places, but there's a Killjoy on B with all the utilities set up and kind of a stack towards that A. It looks like B seems to be the answer. Initiate are going to walk right into it. Look how low that Astra is. 1 turret shot kills her.
So low, yeah, and that would be a bad way to go down. Trying to get those shock darts out to get a little bit of information, and now Melee, being the head of this spear, does get some picks back and forth. Last player standing for both Initiate and Sosu. Melee with a triple kill so far. 69 HP, pretty nice, and a dream here. Does not have any idea where Kirito is, though, and that will be Melee's downfall, unfortunately. A beautifully fought back round, but ultimately going the way of Sosu.
Look, Initiate, they don't get the round. It does go over to Sosu, but what was that, like a 5 versus 2, a 4 versus 2? That, yeah, went down to a 1 versus 1. Like, I'd still call that a win considering the circumstances towards the end for Initiate. They almost won out that round, and now they're going into the next. They can still make it 8. They have KJ Ultimate in order to clear out of sight. On the other side, the other KJ has it for the lockdown. I wonder if each of these KJs is going to go a little bit aggressive. We've kind of seen that from Nitrogen a little bit. Tries to peek aggressively towards B-Man, especially when the pushes are coming through. I really want to see Nitrogen just play a little bit safer. Just play for that lockdown and try and secure the round a little bit more.
We will see how it goes, but starting off with an Astral Divide actually for Sosu to keep Initiate from having a very easy path to get onto this A site, and so Initiate choosing just to check all their corners, make sure that this is at least safe for their side. Melee going to continue and watch back of sight, watch for that flank, as now they posture to go for a rotation away from this A site.
Initiate stagnating a little bit yet again, but you can see on the other side of the map, Nitrogen has pushed all the way out. He's going to push into spawn, and I don't think Initiate are ready for this.
Yeah, Mr. Go taking a little bit of damage there in the mid lane, retreating back to that pizza area. Nitrogen also going for a less aggressive push. Almost gets the peek onto Jitters, but Jitters able to do that nice little jet step back there to safety.
Oh, Nitrogen went down. Lockdown's now down, and this is an easy take for Initiate.
Ooh. Through the wall, Yuka gets jitters onto the headshot to Imugi, and Kirito still in a very aggressive place, basically on top of the spike, gets the shot onto Flame Lord.
Versus 4. Did you miss him? Oh. Not the up and down from Asabi. He bangs his head on top of the arch, falls down into the smoke, and still gets the kill onto the last player. And you really see Yuka and Asami there holding down that catwalk and really securing that last round. No matter how bad it seems to have gotten for them, still worked out. 7-5, even though I believe we were 6-0 at a certain point. Sosu have brought it back, and now they're on this attacking half. I am a little bit scared. We saw jitters on that operator, right? Completely proficient on that attacking side. Well, defense-sided operator is just that much better, and he's going to have such a great time with that if he can win this boost round, get that operator into his hands early.
Okay, I really appreciate that slowed down replay of that shot. It was very good. Love being able to see exactly how somebody plays a gunfight like that, peeking around those corners. And if Yuka can do that for the side of Sosu on the attacking side, should be a pleasure to see. But we also got to see this Jet as well as the KO play their role. Normally when you see an initiator like a KO or like the Sky, you see a lot of them kind of spearheading, using those flashes to get onto site, kind of like a lot of the other duelists with flashes would do. But interesting to see it kind of holding on to a lot of their utility so far, maybe just waiting to see if they can get some utility out of the side of Initiate before committing themselves to any direction.
Jitters. Still here. He's not using the dash. He wants to stay and try and fish for a kill. Not end up using it. Looks like A side seems to be on the table. It's completely free too. Only archery is here to defend, and honestly stuck towards Kree. A site. Spike should go down extremely soon.
Hopefully it does for the side of Sosu. Kirito finally starting that initiation, but a lot of damage dealt to members of Sosu as they tried to push through that tree, at least close to half HP or lower for more than half of the players, as the trades now finally start to come out from Initiate collapsing onto Sosu on this A site. Only Mr. Goat remains in with the shots towards the Killjoy turret. They know where Mr. Goat is hiding, but does have a lot of HP. Oh, and the stick from Melee is good. Archery getting to play a little bit of peekaboo there and keep Mr. Goat busy while Melee went for the defuse, and it shows up nicely in that first round win for Initiate on the defensive side.
Yeah, huge there from Initiate, playing that so well on the 2 versus 1. One player sticks, the other one don't give anything, just draw the attention, make it so that Sosu don't have a pretty easy pick and can focus on that spike planner. Great by Initiate. They're going to be able to buy up next. You can already see jitters, only a Marshall and light armor in hand, kind of saving up for that operator. Try and get it as early as possible. With archery here, stuck onto the A site. I mean, A site's pretty free yet again. It's only this duelist. There's a 5 stack on the other side. All the utility can come down, and they can just flood this right now.
They could flood it, but it could end up going a lot like how it went in the last round, where they get the spike down, they're all on the site, but then the collapse that happens from Initiate is just so much stronger. And even just running into a little bit of utility causes Sosu to at least initially back off, but potentially going to change their tune, see if they can catch somebody coming through this A main side while the rest of them push through mid and back through spawn. Ooh, little tagged up there, Sami, but it's all good. 4 HP and a dream.
Oh, no heal on the table either with that KO instead of the Sky. So that's going to be a 4 HP Jet all the way through. Hey, Flash and Dash still available. I've seen Jets at 4 HP get a ton of kills, but heading over towards this B site, turret, KJ mollies, all of it set up, and with 30 seconds on the clock, actually Spike's on the other side. Are they just trying to go up cat?
Ooh, maybe not through Cat exactly, or maybe some members through Cat, but definitely trying to go through this mid-side
down
Nitrogen,
A.
going for the aggressive run and classic click to take down the Marshall, but at least Jitters was able to get that 1-for-1. And now Marshall in hand for a member of Sosu.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it's 10 seconds left. Spike is in the middle of the A site. There's not a whole lot to do if you are Sosu. Honestly, it just needs to die at this point, because if they actually do end up saving into the next round, they don't get enough money in order to buy those rifles. And hey, Initiate, they will gladly comply. Take those eco frags for yourself. Get those ultimates charged up. You're going to see Melee. She's at 4 out of 8. That's a pretty big ultimate to get pretty early into this second half. Buy round here for Sosu. It's a little bit same, a little bit of the similarity that what happened in that last round, right? We saw the first 2 rounds go over towards Initiate, but now it's this buy round, and Sosu, they have to make it work. They have to get this one because you don't have as much breathing room as you did in the first half. Looking towards that B again, it is going to be Jitters in mid, just holding it down. And honestly, Jitters in mid, just peeking every single angle, gives them so much information. Allows the rest of the team got to stack towards these sites and be ready for the pushes.
Yeah, and we've seen Sosu time and time again run into a small bit of utility from the side of Initiate and then back off. And if it goes anything like how it did in that previous round, it's going to result in them running out of time and not being able to even think about planting. So between the two sides of rush onto a site and then get overtaken by Initiate, or play so slowly that you don't even get to plant, Sosu's got to find a happy medium going forward from the rest of these rounds if they want to be coming back and getting even with Initiate.
You can see just how scared they are of Initiate too, right? They're all kind of huddled up towards B main. No one's really making space because everyone's either waiting for a pick, or they're scared to peek into someone like Jitter, someone who is very proficient at taking your head off, getting that pick, and it's a full B site execute.
And right into a ton of Killjoy utility. Hopefully that will at least be able to go slightly in favor of Initiate before this Killjoy goes down, but not too much damage done before Flamelord falls to Yuka.
5 people on the site, and there's already a flank to come through. Initiate, they can do something that Sosu tried to do a couple of times, just lock them in the site, make sure those guns go down, and make sure that you win the economy game.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate to see that they used that Astral Divide to push onto the site so aggressively, and now that Astral Divide wasn't there to stop the rest of them from pushing onto the site, and now Initiate just gets to run in full bore 2v2 situation, but know where the final 2 remaining players are, but the bomb is ticking. They've got to make a commit to get onto these final 2 players and defuse this bomb. Will it be enough time?
I think it is. I think it is.
Oh my goodness.
0.75. Initiate get that 3rd round. They convert their bonus all the way to picking up their rifles, and it's a 10-5 scoreline in favor of Initiate. They are looking so good in order to take this all the way to 13, especially since Sosu losing that round, they don't have money. They're going to be on chairs. They're going to be on a couple light armors, and the most in terms of firepower they're going to have is an SMG. Now, they are playing the closer angles, right? They're going towards A main, B main. If someone decides to gift their gun over by peeking aggressively into 3 people, it could go Sosu's way, but
not like this with Jitters watching mid, and we know that Jitters has that operator.
Oh man, Jitters, he has no fear. Look at it, he peeks both angles right out into the open. It doesn't matter for him. He can take any shot because he just knows that he's better. Mid is locked down. The only place to go really is the B site, but hey, look at all that Killjoy utility right at the choke.
Yeah, and you have to appreciate that Jitters is playing that aggressively, but is playing that aggressively with Melee right to his right side. He's able to do that because if somebody does decide to peek him, Melee has got his back and is going to be able to follow up on that aggressive op peeking. And Asami now trying to get a little bit of aggression back for Sosu, get a little bit of momentum back, is on this B site, but does not have the spike. It is locked down by the remaining 4 members of Initiate.
Yeah, Asami has a rough time heading his way. I mean, it's 30, like there's a lot of time still left on the clock before Archery takes his head off. Either way, I don't think he's saving that gun. It's 5-11. Now it's going to be the buy round for Initiate, arguably the last buy round we see if they, excuse me, for Sosu, it's the last buy round we see if Sosu do end up losing that next round. And so far, I want to see something a little bit different from Sosu. You can see them being a little scared. They're trying to cut noise a lot of the time, but cutting noise only really works if Initiate aren't playing such proactive angles. They're peeking aggressively. They have all the information they need, and they're punishing every single time Sosu go for a play.
And it's gonna feel a little bit scary if you're Sosu. The times that you've tried to play slow, it hasn't worked out. The times that you've tried to play aggressive, it hasn't worked out. And I wish that I would see them turn back to going aggressive. The last time they went aggressive was on a pistol round, and now that they have real guns in hand, I'd love to see them retry an aggressive push somewhere. But Yuka's instead potentially calling to go for a rotate, but instead Owl drones to see if they can get any information on towards this A site.
You could just see how much they're laughing. I mean, rotating and then rotating in place. It's a little cheeky, just fun play in the middle. Jitters gets caught out though. That's the flank. Oh, Sabrosa, the jumping kill gets converted. It's a B site hit so far, and I don't think Flame Lord. Oh, he knows. Oh.
Oh, all right. Able to take at least one. Knows that more are there, trying to isolate these 1v1s around this corner, is at least keeping the members of Sosu busy with this angle. Flash gonna at least keep some amount of Flame Lord at bay as Kirito trying to run back to rejoin the rest of Sosu, but that extra time that was able to be gotten from those little 1v1s and that action towards spawn is going to be huge for Initiate, as they were able to all run towards the correct side of the map.
Hunter's Fury, that's going to take out the Killjoy ultimate. But honestly, the damage has kind of been done. They've already created the space on the site. Initiate are ready for this retake.
Ready for the retake, trying to get all of the information, figure out where everyone is. Yuka and Melee doing a little bit of a trade as Archery takes down Asami. Only Yuka left for Sosa, but also only one member for Initiate left, runs out of bullets and pulls out the Sheriff and gets that final kill onto Yuka, and the defuse will be good. 11th, potentially 12th point for Initiate here. Whew.
Yeah. Both, not only does Archery run out of bullets in the rifle, has to switch to the Sheriff, but so does Yuka. The final bullet actually doesn't land. Oh man, all crazy gunfights in that last round. I mean, look at this one from Mr. Goat, and you can see the clip run dry, and then the head tap. Oh my. Oh, that's gonna be a painful way to get Initiate to match point. Now the buy for Sosu looking pretty rough. They do have that KO ultimate though, and like you said before, I kind of want to see them go fast. It's worked out for them a couple of times.
Yeah, at least it's been a lot closer than the times where they've just kind of waddled around the map without much of a direction. Every single time that that's happened, they've just gotten picked up by, like you mentioned, the aggressive angles. But Yuka getting 2 aggressive kills, pushing back onto Jitters, as well as a nice shock dart to take down 2 members of Initiate. They may be on match point, but Yuka is trying to hold them at bay for as long as possible, but Melee getting that trade back.
Bike will go down. We do have a lurking KO, which is something you don't see every day, but nothing really going to be got. Oh, ran right into it. Nitrogen did, and now it's gonna be a fast retake here. Only 2 people left on the site. This is a pretty even gunfight so far.
So far, pretty even. If Melee and Flame Lord can commit to this as soon as possible before this KO rejoins, they could be put into a great position, but trying to make that drop on to that hell side of A is not exactly where you want to be a lot of the time, and Asami cleans up the final 2 members of Initiate to bring them to 6-12, but still on match point going forward for Initiate.
Huge that they're able to convert that round, obviously, to keep themselves in the game, but the fact that they kept 3 players alive means that their economy is in a decent spot. They'll still be able to buy up to rifles in the next round. It's not that they're going to be stuck onto some sort of awkward, like, half buy with some SMGs or maybe a Bulldog instead of a full Phantom or Vandal. But again, very big mountain to climb. 6 rounds just to make it to OT, and after that you're going to have to win out. You only see Jitters popping the knives. He's saving for the op. He doesn't care about this round. Even if they lose, he's going to be on that op later.
and some aggressive jump and dashes pushing into the mid lane. This is the kind of aggressive play that I've wanted to see from Sosu since they've just been waffling around the map. Loving being able to see them make this aggressive stance towards this mid side, deciding if they want to go towards B or simply push further into the spawn and then go towards A.
Stagnating just a little bit. They're all still stuck towards market. The Astra's made her way on site, and you can already see the stack, all the spam also peppering the players of Sosu. Still kind of stuck towards here. 50 seconds left, and again, they can go wherever they want, but looking towards this B site.
Looking towards it, but still being a little bit stuck. Finally making this commit, but is gonna run into Amugi, and Amugi is gonna get rewarded for that dash towards Boathouse on B site.
A little bit of an awkward push onto the site. I mean, they had the spike go through, but the rest go through main. Didn't wait for this lockdown. Another lockdown is out. 20 seconds left, and I mean, this is looking pretty good for Initiate.
Oh, pretty good indeed, as Archery gets that head shot onto Kirito. Only one player remaining for Sosu, and it is Nitrogen and 25 HP. The bomb is not even down, and there's 6 seconds remaining. Does get the shot onto Archery, but Melee is going to continue to shore the game up in Initiate's favor as they take it down 13-6.
Yeah, Initiate, I mean, even the rounds that they felt like they lost, they were in control for a lot of this game. They were able to find the answers for a lot of things Sosu was throwing at them, and fortunately for Sosu, they had signs of life. We did see Yuka especially come up big in a couple rounds, but fortunately wasn't able to close out enough to get that win. Initiate will go forward in this tournament here today, and unfortunately Sosu, they play to fight another day.
Another day, another week, and as you know, Pit of Valor is a weekly tournament, so if Sosu decides, they can simply come back, try their luck and their skill again next week in the next Pit of Valor. Ooh, I love getting to see the replays.
There were some crazy shots throughout this entire game, so especially not just with some really clean ones, but with some really messy ones that especially just screams Valorant to me, you know?
Yeah, I especially love the messy plays that eventually like go working out when both people run out of bullets and then going ahead and pulling out the lower guns. It makes for such fun clips, and it's one of those things where, especially Archery for that one shot, it looks a little messy, but it's also one of the things that if you see it, you're impressed that somebody has the like reaction time to be able to like quickly on their feet make that decision, switch that gun, and keep their cool and still win a gunfight in a situation that maybe isn't super going into their favor. So beautifully done by the members of Initiate throughout that whole game. Beautiful done, and also some great clips for the side of Sosu as well, but ultimately is in fact going the way of Initiate, who will continue in our tournament. Thank you everyone for joining us for another week of Pit of Valor, and next week will actually mark 52 weeks of straight Pit of Valor every week after week, and it's been a pleasure to have you all here week in, week out. We're happy that you're here to support us, and we're happy to support you. Anything you want to highlight from that match before we go to a break, Sparky?
Oh, good. I mean, Initiate, they're looking good. I'm excited to see them play in the rest of the games today, but we still have a lot of games to cover for the rest of today. This was only round one, so we're going to throw it to a quick break. Got a lot of Valorant to play, so don't go anywhere.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Well, nicely dodged.
Drops him quite low, and Madley gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2, making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Do it again! Down.
The Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And oh no!
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5 as Lunar? He takes out 3! Give it to Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back in trading with these assault rifles, Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
That's not what you want right now.
Real pull cannon generator. Pull cannon generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it? He does. Wait more. Pull can. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Pull can. Amazing job.
Whatever.
Yeah, we're just gonna go to desk then. I hear myself, which sucks, but whatever. It's okay, I'll deal with it. Okay, cool, I'm turning down music. Becky, go up to voice and I'll join you up there. Golden, I'll ping you in this chat, alright? Alright, this is weird for me, but whatever. Alright, I'm turning down music. You can please do intro for me, so I don't embarrass myself. Alright, cool. Turning down music. Going to desk in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh,
Haven.
Okay. I mean, I'm not a Haven fan. I'm also with Mick on this one. Don't like Haven, but do I think it's the worst designed map? Probably not. I actually. It's kind of hard because I also don't think that I have a full opinion on Fracture yet. I still find Fracture to be like a pretty new map, but I think that Breeze is actually my least favorite overall. And I think it's just because like the long range difference between that map and a lot of the other maps is just so different. Whereas like Fracture at least feels like it's interesting because it's trying to make like finally an attacking sided map because you can attack from so many angles. And I like that. But okay, not talking about how maps are certain ones are better than other ones. We're talking about this map. We're talking about Haven going for a pretty standard setup for the side of Aspire, just trying to see what Omni Performance Gaming's Ryan decides to lock in. I imagine we'll be seeing something very similar from the other side. Smiley probably just taking in that little bit of a difference from that Sky that was traded for the Reyna on the other side. We're going back to not Agent Select because our players did not get locked in. Give us just a sec. We have a lot of things that are happening. Our bad, everybody. We're happy that you're hanging out with us and bearing with us. It's a little bit all over the place. What's happening, Rose?
I screwed up a lot of things attempting to put myself in as a caster. I'm hearing like triple versions of you in my ear. So
I'm so sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's
hearing me once is bad enough.
To fix things and hopefully cast at the same time. We're going right back into Agent Select, so we'll see how teams decide to go. We saw the Sky locked in. We're not going to see the Yoru locked in. Yoru is a meme.
He is a meme, but is something that I hope for every single day. I know the changes are coming. Do I think they're going to make a difference? Overall, probably not. Just the set of utility that they gave to Yoru is not super applicable to a lot of the maps currently. They're getting close, and every single time they change Yoru, I can feel it getting a little bit closer, but do I think that Yoru is going to be a completely different agent from the one that they released once he's totally viable? Yes. All right. So still, once again, waiting on Ryan to be the one to lock in for Omni Performance Gaming. But talking about the differences right now, we do have the Reyna as opposed to the Sky. Kind of those, again, interchangeable differences between Sky being like a baby duelist and the real duelist in the form of Reyna and the differences that they provide.
So I haven't seen a
Choose your agent.
Phoenix in a
Phoenix?
long no. Yes? No. See, I don't know my caster knowledge. I know how to press buttons behind the scenes. The last duelist on the side of Aspire. Who's
Yeah,
it?
it's Phoenix.
It's Phoenix. Okay, I'm not wrong.
It's
Fantastic. I thought I was wrong. But you can see
No,
how well
it
this is going to go,
Phoenix.
right?
I have seen Aspire play a few times, and they do specifically every once in a while pick up something like the Phoenix on Haven. It's just a map where maybe like something like a Jet isn't able to get as many angles. The op isn't as important if you're not on something like a Heaven or C Long. So going for something that is maybe just a little more scrappy in some of these tight corners can sometimes have a big impact. So we see Aspire going for that pickup here. I'd like the difference between the Cypher and Killjoy. I talk about it a lot on Haven. I like that Cypher's utility is more omnipresent. It can be he can be as far away from it as possible and it's still active, unlike the Killjoy, where if she has to pick up all of her utility and move to a different site, it can be a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah. What I'm looking at between the team comps right now is, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Remember, I'm the back end on the front end for like the second time in like 2 years. So I'm seeing the Cypher picked up on the side of Aspire versus the Killjoy. Okay, there's your Sentinel. I'm seeing a Jet on the side of OPG, and then the Phoenix to counter that. And then we see the Sky, who is technically an initiator. Same thing that Sova is, but we also see the Sova picked up for Aspire as well. So there's the utility and the information coming out, and then you have this Astra on both sides just to round out the comp, sort of like it's the better Omen from what I want to say. It's you got the smokes,
Yeah,
you got the concussion
it's
nades, you
way
got the
better than
huge
Omen.
wall that's coming in. Like, yeah, before Astra, Omen was doing everything, and you got the smokes, you got the paranoia, but now Astra's sort of there like, I can do everything Omen can do, but better. And especially on a map like Haven, that is large, it's 3 different sites, many different sight lines and attack points you can get, you're going to want those smokes. You're going to want those concussion spheres? They concuss, that's all I know.
Yep, exactly. And Astra being able to place them all across the map, regardless of how far she is away from those stars, is a huge pickup and kind of why she is the reigning smoker supreme. So it's so hard as someone who's an Omen main to see Astra just forever and always just be a better agent. And I understand why, but Astra is also very difficult to play. So for a lot of us smooth brain people who are not Radiant Plus, Astra's kind of a difficult agent to really just like pick up and play. It's one of those agents where if I randomly get assigned it or every time I try to pick her up, it just doesn't go as smoothly as I would like for it to, literally just based on the inputs are simply more difficult and less intuitive than a lot of the other agents in the game. But starting us off strong, taking some damage, Demon doing what this Phoenix is going to do and do best, making those aggressive runs, using those mollies to get that damage across, and 2 headshots will be 2 kills for Demon before going down as Smiley tries to get that 2 double trade back right that direction. And Jinx, now the sole remaining member of Omni Performance.
That was a fantastic lurk going into the garage, catching out 2 people before they even knew that they had to rotate to a different site. And now, a double kill with the Sheriff from Jinx, I believe their name was, just clears out the site entirely. And now it's a 1v1. Not a lot of health to play with. Ares does have the information to land this recon art. The plant does come through. Not going to push it just yet. Just hiding out of the recon art. He pushes it. Stops the defuse. Oh, and there it is. Beautifully played.
Beautifully played indeed. Leading and playing it slow despite that defuse happening also makes it out safely for Ares, and taking that first round for the side of Aspire Gaming. Smiley and Demon beautifully handling that attacking side through garage, just making those aggressive plays, opening up a ton of space, getting that damage across, and getting the trades necessary for Aspire to take that round down, and doing kind of what you would expect them to be doing as duelists. And it's always just so beautiful when you go from playing solo queue and having these insta-lock duelists who don't do anything, and then getting to see how Smiley and Demon are playing this right now and really just opening up space for the side of Aspire's team.
And from what we saw in round 1, oh, never mind. There was an aggressive swing. Aspire just immediately said, I am the better duelist. Wins that fight. Get control of the site.
Ooh, and better gun also making a huge difference there for Smiley. The headshot into the just body shots to take down 2 more members of Omni Performance. Stars trying to get some trades back, takes down Ares, but Icy grabbing 2 more, and Demon finishes it up. 2 kills for each of those duelists on Aspire once more, and a blazing start, 2-0 for Aspire Gaming.
Yeah, now, bear in mind, they did have the gun advantage on that one, so we'll see what Omni Performance Gaming can pull out on this. I just realized that Omni Performance name is so long that it literally could not fit on the screen. I just noticed the gaming had gotten cut out, unfortunately. So
we are, you know, we're all gamers here, so you don't need the gaming. And Aspire doesn't have entertainment at the end of their name, so it's all fine. It's all fine. And a Dandy Demon making an aggressive run does get caught out there by Jinx, and Jinx makes a little bit of a dash back to safety. Gonna use that firewall to go for the ultimate orb that allows for Demon to run it back onto site, and that run it back is gonna go back to that Phoenix body very quickly as Jinx gets that head tap, not getting a ton of space, but Ichigo also now going to be able to find a member of Aspire and open up this defense side to feel a little bit better for the side of Omni Performance. And Aspire going for a heavy rotation back onto this A side now that Demon has let them know, hey, nobody's here. You can just come on over. Nobody's home.
Wait.
Oh!
Nice. Beautifully. That's a replay.
Jinx. That. Yeah, are you having to do that while also talking?
I'm doing all the scores, the replays, while attempting to cast with you. But you got the play-by-play, so you're doing the most work. And you're doing fantastically.
I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best to talk more for you because I know you're trying to do more as well. The sprays are good for both Icy and Jinx. Trades back and forth, but ultimately it's going to be Enna as the one to take down with 2 headshots, bringing a point onto the board for Omni Performance here against Aspire. Finally, some momentum back into their favor with those bigger guns, but now the double buys for both of these teams will make this a 4th round a sweet one indeed, as it looks like Ares and Ichigo the only ones who maybe don't have a ton of credits to be able to full buy themselves.
And after 2 rounds, this is where the teams should be relatively equal. They should be equal in economy, they should be equal in guns at the moment. So we'll see what Aspire can throw into the defense of Omni and see if they can get in there and plant. See if they can get another point on the board and continue rolling with that economy they managed.
Scout destroyed.
Using those hot hands and that trailblazer to try and get a little bit of information before pushing into this garage side. It's a great way to also try to get rid of some killjoy utility. That double push from Smiley and Demon. Nobody knows who to start shooting at, and that just allows for Aspire to just take names and tap heads here. At Stars getting a little bit of a trade back, but is the sole remaining player of Omni Performance here as the bomb is down, and it would be a long haul to be able to take down all the members, but at least with ladder moves not looking in the correct spot there for where Stars was hiding, does get that kill, but it's not going to be enough as Icy shores it up.
Just a series of quick, well-executed and well-timed movements across the map immediately take, 3 or 4 members of the team of Omni away from the entire map, and they just essentially waltz onto the site. Sure, they lose a few members on a pick here and there, but all together, this team knows, they're showing that they know how to work as a unit. And against Omni right now, who doesn't seem to really have an answer going into this eco, that seems to be working.
Yep, and gonna try and hold an aggressive angle that they've pushed previously, but knowing that they're on this eco round and not wanting to take those trades, it does look like Aspire is gonna use these ultimates, this utility towards this A site, towards these longer angles to try and just aggressively get this bomb down before a minute is put onto the clock. And there it is. Ryan gets a little bit of a trade back there onto ladder moves, making it a 4v4 as Inna also gets Smiley. These aggressive pushes are starting to not go the way of Aspire. We see health low for multiple members of Omni Performance. Shots through the smoke, but Icy is... I mean, that was hot. I'm not calling him Icy for a while now.
Oh,
woo!
My God.
All right, clip it.
Yeah, no, I'm
producer,
definitely replaying that one because they, what looks like just lined up for it. Which is what?
Yeah, it does, and all of a sudden, just woo! I mean, like the final shot is a body shot, but it's a body shot.
Doesn't matter. He killed him anyway.
I mean, but you can tell
Sure,
that it's a
not
body
as
shot
clean.
because Icy is like pulling mouse down as you should be doing with the Vandals, so just playing it beautifully, and the extra damage that was put onto some of those players working wonderfully in Icy's favor there as well. The Owl Drone gonna get a little bit surprised there. Jinx also able to get a kill with that operator, showing off reasons why you would maybe pick up a jet, but Aspire continuing to hold strong and make sure that this aggression goes their way. As Stars with an aggressive push through mid is going to find the two duelists, and Icy there as now only one member of Aspire remains, but slowly falls to Stars as well. That might be what Stars needs to continue to do for the side of Omni Performance to pull this game back into their favor. We're still early on, but if we can see Stars make some more flashy plays like that and really learn from what Aspire has done in previous rounds, it's surely going to start to swing into Omni Performance's favor.
It wasn't just one person deciding to be aggressive there, I believe. The entire team chose to say, screw it, and firstly, an aggressive pick on a long, and then two aggressive picks in mid, just sort of Omni deciding they weren't going to play into Aspire's attack plan, they were going to play into theirs. And Aspire answering right back, 1 kill, 2 kill, immediately securing the fight for themselves, and he's hungry. Had the ultimate going off, going right back to himself, and that's two members of Omni immediately down. Aspire even peeking out into mid and taking a third, and now it's just two members of OPG left to retake. One secured, 4 members left,
Nice.
2v4.
2v4, but one of the members is Stars, and Stars has been the star player for the side of Omni Performance. So if there's anyone who can make it work in this 1v3 situation, it would be Stars, and knows that somebody has been playing aggressively here and gets that peek there onto Icy. Low HP for the Cypher on the side of Aspire, but Ares has a lot of HP and will make that aggressive peek to save ladder moves there. Gets the shots through that corner and the headshot to bring Aspire further ahead, 5-2, continuing to just like blaze. It's insane to me that we're seeing Demon like in the middle of this scoreboard for the side of Aspire, because I feel like every single time the first like 20 seconds is just like the Smiley and Demon show, and they're just using all of their utility, trying to just aggressively make these shoves onto a site. And I guess that's just resulting in like maybe dying kind of early, so that like not all the kills are going on to one member, and so there's just like a bigger spread for the side of Aspire. But I mean, it must be working because they're ahead in this game right now. So if they can continue to make these aggressive switches work out for them, I think that this game is going to continue to go in their favor. But the times that Omni Performance has been able to swap it back, it's gone great for them.
Both teams finding success when they choose to go aggressive, whether they're on attack or defense, and Aspire not choosing to play too aggressive. They should get a Hunter's Call called out, finding a pick, and they're just continuing to do it, pushing into B. There's one person left, doesn't really matter, securing themselves another round. Take that off the board. That's 5,000 credits, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that are just immediately taken off from Omni, picking up for themselves. So an opportunity cost of 10,000? It's almost 5,000, right? 4,000?
Almost.
This goes here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 4,700, I believe now. They made it a little bit cheaper. It's not 5,000 anymore. It is a little bit cheaper, but it's still quite a bit of credits.
Yeah, and again, the teams that choose to be aggressive are finding their successes. Aspire now setting up for what seems to be sort of just a scouting, throwing out smokes, trying to see where people are. The wolf coming out of the garage, or into the garage. Just
I've got your trail.
never mind. Immediately finds a kill. Immediately traded though on the other side, or immediately in the same place.
And at least that trade is something that is slightly, at this point, going in Omni Performance's favor, considering when you're behind, if you're going 1-for-1, that's something that you have to take as a little bit of a victory and try to keep that mental up as a result. But Demon and Smiley just do not want to stop this onslaught, using all of the utility, getting that shot out to the Owl Drone, and then somehow finding that kill onto Jinx at the same time is just insane to me that they're allowed to just run into Omni Performance's spawn to try and take these kills. And Stars, once again, the only member of Omni Performance remaining. Oh, okay. I was a little worried Stars was not going to be able to get that, but does in fact make the crouches, is able to find that kill locked up. But Smiley, vengeance for the fallen demon, takes down the final remaining member of Omni Performance, bringing us 7-2. Aspire leading and just blazing through this game. Smiley. I haven't heard that line from Astra ever, actually. That was kind of a fun line. Astra's got so many fun lines. Yeah.
Really? I swear I hear that all the time.
Again, I'm an Omen player, so I'm definitely never playing Astra.
Yeah,
well, not never. I'm certainly trying, but every time I try, it doesn't go very well.
For all intents and purposes, I do not have Valor installed. So everything I know is from watching casters. And like there, that aggressive push into mid, that's him a kill, but it's immediately traded back. That Odin is going for, picks up 2 kills, 3v4 for the defense.
Yeah, and Jinx has an aggressive spot, and yeah, not where you want to be, and that immediately gives away that unique position as Demon kills Ares. Rest in peace, Ares.
Friendly fire?
Feels a little bit bad, you know. Sometimes you gotta make sure that
they're holding a ceremony.
That you're not standing on the mount. Yeah, I appreciate this. You gotta respect the fallen. Yeah. That was more than a second. They took a long time to respect Ares' death there. I appreciate it. But now, time for mourning is over.
Yes, that
the
Odin,
time for domination continues.
That Odin just watching the moment he's gonna get planted. The smoke is gonna secure the plant. They're gonna retreat. Never mind, they're gonna go aggressively. Odin unable to connect, and it is left to a 1v1 with
Ladder moves
op
has a classic
and a
and
pistol.
an op.
Yeah, but he finds.
Oh, but he gets it with the classic. Oh my gosh.
Okay, never underestimate the right click.
I'm gonna throw it out there. Aspire's being a little bit BM right now. I can respect it, but it is you're smoking a little much. But that being said, Aspire recently had a very insane victory against T1, so it's not like Aspire is being BM for any in particular reason other than they're just kind of maybe showing off a little bit. And especially when you're getting to play something like the Phoenix agent that you mentioned, even does not get a ton of play because it's not considered to be the most viable. Most people don't even consider a duelist that isn't Reyna or Jett to be viable on any map at all. So potentially just trying to have some fun with this game, and that's the result of this extreme aggression that's coming out.
Aspire knows what fights they can take, and seemingly where all of Omni Performance is, they know they have the gun advantage, and they're not afraid to show it. Look at this, just the Stinger left. Now the Stinger got a little buff a while ago from what I'm aware, and it is, according to Riot, a medium to long range weapon. So
that's laughable, but Sheriff, it can be seen.
Wait,
yes,
the knife?
go for the knife. Yes.
No, he missed.
No! how excited for us to see Enna with the knife, but it just...
I don't know if I'm allowed to
no.
replay that.
Why not? Go for it. Do it!
Alright, I'm gonna go find it. Be right back.
Alright. Alright, we do have all of the ultimates ready for the side of Omni Performance. It would be great to see if they can throw some amount of these big utility spells on to this battlefield and be able to take some amount of power back as Enna and Nichigo start off strong, taking down the two extremely aggressive players of Aspire. That should open up a ton of breathing room for the side of Omni Performance. Jinx and Stars with some aggressive posturing now as a result of 3 members of Aspire being dead. Some shots through the smoke does find that headshot onto Ares, and we are left with only Icy in play. Does get the nice headshot, nice tracking there onto Stars. Hunter's Fury comes out. The aggressive push does lead to Ryan's downfall, but the Hunter's Fury knocks Icy into a corner, and Jinx gets that final kill onto that last Aspire member. And that does bring us, I believe it's 3-2. 9. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Which I know. I asked you to make a little a replay, and then all of a sudden the numbers aren't getting updated. And
so, wait. Okay. It just takes a while for the API to be read. Okay. Chill, girl.
I know. I'm just being antsy. Normally, you're focusing on one thing. You don't have to also do this with us.
Yeah. Okay. So hopefully, Ravishing is now here. Okay. He just has to join the Phoenix call,
if you can hear us. Oh.
We'll be fine.
Okay. All right, but this first round of defensive side for Aspire, we watched Aspire be extremely aggressive on that attacking side, but now on the defensive side, it looks like they're taking that same play style and simply applying it to the defensive side, as they're basically encroaching onto Omni Performance's side of the board, aggressively pushing through this doorway, a 1-for-1 trade between Ryan and Ares there, as they decide to go back, find this other kill onto a lurker through that mid side. It does go into their favor, as now Ryan is the sole remaining member of Omni Performance, gets that double headshot onto Icy, and ladder moves Ares and Demon, the final 2 remaining players for Aspire, but are full HP, and the recon dart is going to be good for Ares to lock up that 3-piece and the round for the side of Aspire. Welcome, Ravish. Are you here? Woo!
They coming through age short, they saw they kind of pinged out everything, but which along with that, the Silver Dart too, contributing beautifully for them to take them down one by one, dissecting, if you will, as they just tear apart the entire site. That's why they're 9-3 at this point. I don't like what I sing, but what's popping with you, Becky? I'm here now, don't you worry.
It's popping. We are actually 10-3. You've been... there's been just a complete run from Aspire. We've been seeing Smiley and Demon. I mean, you don't ever see a Phoenix, right? Phoenix is not a character that you see all too often, but Demon has been so aggressive with this Phoenix, and it's been a beautiful thing to see, and I'm just so looking forward to the aggression that we've been seeing from Aspire, and it's made for some entertaining games to watch.
Dude, Phoenix is absolutely amazing. I'm definitely a big fan of it, considering we're going all the way back to season 1 compositions, especially on Haven. Plus, it makes sense. But you know, you with Phoenix, we show over a Cypher, put in a Sage and maybe a Jet, that you got season 1 Overlord again, as we see all these people just get taken back to season 1 as they just get annihilated.
Once more, the aggressive pushes, even on the defensive side. You can see the red X's on the map, often showing Omni Performance dead on their side of the map. Honestly, usually towards these places where the gates don't even fall from, and it's just crazy how aggressive Aspire is able to use their utility to get into these situations where they're just putting Omni Performance into these corners, and that's why they're so far ahead in this game right now. But finally, maybe we will not kind of waffle around in our spawn for a while, and Omni Performance will use this time to be able to get an aggressive push onto one site and have that go finally in their favor. Utility coming out, not able to find anyone just yet, as they're deciding on this A long side if they want to commit towards this A side or go for a little bit of a rotate, as Demon getting these interesting wallbang angles with this Odin.
Yeah, that was really like kind of disgusting by the VC with all these Odins. You see, trying to like put them down right into short, but a lot of going down. We already with 3 falling. Aspire. Fortune takes a really bad trade so far, but as the side is given over, they still have 2 Odins on their end. So might be able to get some cheeky off angles, although with those given over, I see with the Spectre, I can't imagine manages to get any sort of even trades if they find out exactly where they is.
Yeah, this will be really interesting, trying to get these 1v1 angles around these corners. Goes for the flash, and it does work out in Demon's favor. We've been seeing Demon use some great utility in this game for some amazing aggression, and it seems we're just kind of seeing Omni Performance have to respect it here, because every single time that Demon has come onto the board, the name says it all, is a Demon. That last remaining player is on along, is awaiting for Demon, but you know, 3-piece in a 1v4/2v4 situation is nothing to snuff at, and we've just been seeing this game in and game out, not at the top of the board for Demon, but is every single time I've seen Demon go for these flashing plays, it has been insane.
By the way, yo, my man is wrong for this. We're jumping out with the Odin, getting a kill twice, bro. What's wrong with you? You can't be doing that to people. They have lives, families, mentals that they have to take care of, and you're doing all this to them? Not okay. But either way, I'll digress from that too, because like, although besides the Odin jump shot, the economy is now in shambles. So Aspire can't do a ton besides just try to get at least maybe 2 to 3 picks, which is the best you can hope for, or you get a kill with a frenzy on Stars. That should not be happening.
That's a huge pickup for the side of Aspire as well. Stars has been one of the main players for the side of Omni Performance. So Stars going down first is going to be huge for the side of Aspire, and getting that gun also going to be huge. Though Ryan at least able to get a little bit of that favor back on the side of Omni Performance.
They've already got 2 picks so far. If they manage to get 3, that means they've done enough economical damage to make things count. Considering the way they're positioned, Aspire should know where they're at, though. Nice peek. That's 2 really solid, just a little short swings that we see from Omni Performance that have effectively cemented the round in their favor. But now with the slow play looking towards C, with no real opposition up against them, Aspire now has to think what they want to aggress or they want to dive.
Oh my,
why not both?
Hip Marshall shots to pick up this Vandal. Does have the run it back ready, and it will be the decision. Gonna use that to get as much information as possible on towards this C site. Going back to the body there, making sure that it was safe. A beautiful heads up play there with 2 remaining members. One could have gone for that respawn point, but Demon making sure that that is not something that is allowed to be made a jump. This position of the spike plant does reveal exactly where Jinx is trying to, has the instincts are correct, they're there. Demon was looking in the right place, but Jinx is being so patient, does get it to halfway and is found. Jinx is low-key just Demon's crutch. I feel like Jinx is usually the person in the course of this game that has been in the 1v1 situations, the only person who's been able to take down Demon.
And it's twice now that they found them, and the biggest thing is that there's not enough information, right? They have no idea where they're kind of post-planting it. And considering where the spike is at, you can kind of assume that they'll likely be off spawn, considering if they want to make sure that they have enough cover and be able to peek them. At a certain point, the molly was solid. I would have liked it that maybe if he, perhaps put it a little bit farther or tries to wait for the peek and try to go with the defuse there. If he gets to the half, then it might have put in their favor. But an eco like that, definitely does a lot for them as Demon gets another to start it off.
Ooh, another one to start it off, and a good one at that. Ladder moves, gets a nice headshot there onto Jinx, but immediately is traded out, and that does mean that the Neural Theft is down. Aspire did have 2 ultimates ready. We saw the Hunter's Fury come out, but now with the Cypher down, Neural Theft no longer on the board as Icy makes an aggressive push up, and the shots towards the shoulders is not going to be good for Ryan as Icy finds the head.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, Demon with the lurk, and it just, oh boy.
It's just free. It's just so free from there, man. Because on the back end, you were thinking, okay, we got a couple of picks, but as you see right now, for Omni Performance, their economy is not going to be performing at all, considering it'll be a bit of a potluck. Because what they're able to get scraps are realistically as what's set up, a couple of shares. Water to hero rifles. More than likely, not full util either for most of them, but they have almost all the ultimates up. Sad fact is, Demon does as well almost with one more pick.
Yeah, actually insane. Hopefully the ultimates are able to at least give some legs to the side of Omni Performance. Facing down Aspire's match point, they'll need to use it to the best of their ability. And Ryan trying to get a good angle does get caught out there by Smiley. Aggressive on this guy, finally getting a little bit punished there as Ichigo and Jinx take down the 2 main top fragging members of Aspire, but still remaining in a 2v2 situation for Ares. And ladder moves here against Enna and Stars as Stars goes back to pick up this spike and potentially go for a push towards this B site as Enna has made it known that it is free, but instead booking it. Jay's on towards that C site, but that's exactly where Aspire is walking to.
They know, they've read this push, they see it's coming, but they're not going to check their corners. They look what's behind them. As just slow playing this fine as one Stars has got, she has to be the savior. Sorry, they got to be the savior. Guys, they got them now.
Oh my gosh.
They didn't know.
Ooh, I mean, if you got 2 players remaining, maybe don't line up. Anna able to keep Omni Performance in this game. Still 3 ultimates ready. Oh my goodness. And with the Spectre of all guns too, okay, so the Spectre is one of those guns where I feel like the skin really matters. Some of the skins do more damage than the other ones, and I'm 100% convinced of this. I know that is tinfoil hat theory, but that is one of the highest damage dealing Spectre skins you can have, and it's showing off there nicely for Enna.
I'm convinced the Spectre is a cheat code. It's the only gun I know that you can both run gun and stand a gun and just like you can shoot the opposite direction and you still might actually get the cut. Yeah, it's so disgusting. Like I'm tired of it. I'm not there for it. But y'all can go on and just be Spectre scoundrels, like to call y'all.
Oh,
as I'm a chill.
I'm stealing that one.
Valor is all yours.
Jinx,
sadly,
Stars, aggressive push there. Do take down ladder move. Smiley trying to get some trades back there.
I mean, shout out to him. Well done. The Flash doesn't catch anybody, but the bullet just cornered the back end. Demon has to go for the defuse. They don't have no time though. They might. Never mind. They do. It's fine. This is it. It's over. Aspire gets it. It might not die to the fire, but they managed to take the round 12-6.
Smiley still had 42 HP, not even close to dying to the Phoenix Fire there at the end. Not even close. It was going to be so assured for the side of Aspire, and now we get to watch the highlight reel. Now you get to see what you missed out on a little bit, and you get to see some of these flashy plays from Demon and Smiley that I've talked so highly about that happened in the first half.
I mean, I get it. Demon's great. Like, he has some really highlight plays, and one of my favorite duelist players just, oh my god, that was sick.
Yeah, right.
That was actually so clean. Dude, one of my favorite duelist players ever in
did you see this
in
play?
Valorant is Food. Okay, no, don't do it. He deserves that. That's well deserved. Yeah, dude. Yeah, but Food was a Phoenix player, and back when he was on Envy, so any Phoenix that can pop off, I'm here for it.
Oh yeah, Phoenix is one of those characters that I think like so much Jet just gets a little stale after a while, and every time I see a Phoenix that like really is using all of that utility and just like kind of throwing mollies, throwing flashes, throwing up these walls, and just like pushing onto site. It's just one of the most fun agents to watch. I don't think that there's any agent that you could like watch from their POV for the entire game and have like the most entertainment for the most of the game. So absolutely amazing from my point of view, at least, to watch Demon go absolutely off with this Phoenix in this game. Absolutely a pleasure to watch. Very good from the side of Omni Performance Gaming as well. Beautifully done from both of our teams. Stars had some great plays there as well, and just beautifully done from both sides. But the side of Aspire, getting to see Demon, Icy, and Smiley just completely go nuts in that game, and then just the added utility as backup from the side of Ares and ladder moves does lead them to victory on Haven here.
Solid job coming out from their end. All right, so if you're looking at it, you can see why these guys are doing pretty gosh darn good. But will they continue to do so? Will some other team come in and take over? I don't know. Maybe. These are all questions that I personally have. I'm sure you do too. I can't answer them. I can't see the future. Maybe Becky can. I don't know. But
no, third eye's not open right now. The banks are in the way.
That's crazy. Well, I don't even know about all that. But like we said, our race museum will cut it to a short break, and when we come back, we got some Malorente for y'all right here on GLG.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Well, nicely dodged.
Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2, making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remember. Do it again! Down.
The Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And, oh no!
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5? It's Lunar. He takes out 3! Give it to Odin. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back in trading with these assault rifles, Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
That's not what you want right now.
Real pole cannon generator. Pole cannon generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it? He does. Wait for pole cannon. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Pole cannon. Amazing job.
Whatever.
Hey yo, welcome back. We're live. I'm joined by the lovely Becky. Ravish has stepped out. Welcome to Pit of Valor number 70, guys. And we are proceeding ahead down the bracket. Becky, how are you? And nice to see you.
I'm so good. Great to see you too. Thanks for doing this little bit of an intro for me. It's been a hectic day all over the place, but we're here. We are in the now. We are going to Ascent. We are going to be watching Just Happy to Be Here play against Vanquish. Vanquish is a name that we know pretty well from the Pit of Valor and previous weeks. So very cool to be seeing them step up to the plate once more playing in this week's Pit of Valor.
Ready to go, getting down to the nitty gritty, but per the norm, I think it's good to, you know what, usually we do this towards the end of the matches, but let's give our beautiful viewers the update now so we get into the nitty gritty later and we can give you some post-game analysis at the desk once we're at the finish line. So a reminder to our beautiful viewers, this is POV 70. Number 71 is next week, and it's an amazing $1,052 to be exact prize pot, and that's to celebrate 52 weeks of Pit of Valors in a row. A journey and a half, and one that we are hoping you guys can join us for. After that one, we're going to be taking a bit of a hiatus, some downtime to recoup and rejuvenate, and we're going to come back to you guys yet again in the new year into 2022. The thought that we're done 2021, Becky, just kind of blows my mind a bit. Felt like it went by way too quickly.
Yeah, I thought we were still in 2020, so I don't know.
It's not cool, but actually it's kind of cool.
It is.
Because, you know, we get to reflect on the beauty of what we've accomplished. Again, guys, take this time to hop on the socials for Becky and I and GL Gaming Lounge to stay up to date with the goodies coming up. As we hop into Agent Select, a friendly reminder also, the GLG Country Club membership is a thing, and it's very much alive. So !GLGCC in chat. You guys can get signed up for all that good stuff. Basically, it's 3 months for the price of one. Your whole team gets how can I say? Under the same umbrella. So when you hold it, your whole team gets priority entrance into events, paid events as well too, priority seating for Pit of Valors, and basically guaranteed spots. So ain't nobody too upset about it. Be sure to hop on that and support us. And I just came to the realization that we have Chamber in play, but so far I haven't seen too much of it, Becky. So as we hop into the Agent Selection, I don't really know what's coming down the pipe.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing a lot of Chamber. I think like with most new agents, it kind of takes people a little while to play with them, understand exactly what are the best compositions that they fit into, what maps they work the best on. And Chamber, I think, potentially could be a very good agent for something like Ascent. But in the meantime, while people just are not super used to Chamber, I kind of respect the decision to just go ahead and go with what people know. And it seems like that's what our players are doing a lot of today.
Totally. I mean, Chambers, I've been playing a bunch of Chamber just because it's nice to learn the ins and outs of the agent so you can better understand the mechanics and how it's used, where it's used, and where it fits in. But today, not much of it happening in this agent selection. We're locked and ready to go on the good old fancy, well, not so fancy, but vanilla Ascent, as I like to say. Big names up in here to this one, names that you guys are probably used to and seeing. I can see a Polkan, I can see a Dadston, a Ripper, some Axie action here. So names that definitely ring a bell. On the opposing end of the spectrum, I'm looking forward to seeing what this defensive squad has in store for us, as they're just happy to be here, as you and I are as well, Becky.
It's very true. I like this difference also that we're going to be seeing between Style on the Sky and Money V on the KO. That's the only like big difference between these two teams. They're both initiators. They both have flashes. The difference a little bit is that we're getting the suppression from the KO, and we're getting the little bit of extra information gathering from Trailblazer and the healing that Sky provides. So it'll be interesting to see if that utility difference between those two initiators is something that makes it or breaks it for one of these teams. I've been very impressed the more that I've seen people go extremely aggressive with Sky. I haven't really been as impressed as I thought I would be with a lot of KO play that I've seen, but it is an agent that I think fits into the same spot of Baby Duelist that Sky has picked up, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how it shakes out.
Indeed. Ooh, Daggerus, up close, personal. Look at the Nebula blocking for the one, and Boda is there to back it up. Stunning stuff to get that B main control under lock. Money V tapping for the Victoire onto Style. Ripper has a response. Meanwhile, tapping long the dash away, but all is good here. Still jousting, and Panda and deleted with that headshot on the Ghost, and Daggerus gets another one on the board. It's just down to one member of Vanquish here.
Oh, and it is just a Ripper pulling out this Nebula. It feels weird to call it a knife. Baton. There we go. That's the word I'll use. Ripper trying to see if he can isolate some 1v1 situations here to get this spike. Knows that somebody should be watching it, but unfortunately it is Daggerus with that Sheriff. Finds the head, taking it home instead of just happy to be here.
I try and have self-control when it comes to reactions on shots, but just love a good one sheriff to the head there on that replay.
Yeah.
Dagris, just mint. That's his 3K combination too, looking good. He's going to buy up the Guardian half armor on this one here, Becky. And the poor old attackers are just going to keep on hodling their funds to the best of their ability, proceeding ahead. Let's see what they got in store. A cheeky round 2 would be great to see here, though.
It certainly would be. How do you feel about the Guardian? I know a lot of people kind of talk smack about the Guardian, but it is a one-shot headshot. So do you think it's something that more people should be picking up? Do you think that it's only good in certain players' hands?
I love it. I think it's a great gun when used correctly. It's very unforgiving at range, I think. If you're not as sharp, you're basically, I'd say, almost as good as a sheriff in some ways. So it's got value. Meanwhile, value, talk about the two-piece combo for N-Panda. The guiding light goes in deep. Dagris, yeah, there's your Guardian there, Becky. You love it.
Woo!
You know what? You said it. The one-shot headshot. It's definitely a vibe in that round.
I mean, we watched the headshots come out for Dagris in the round before with the sheriff, and you mentioned that in a lot of ways it is kind of like the sheriff and Dagris kind of showing that off. Just there saying, I can get headshots with the sheriff, I can get headshots with the Guardian. Yeah. If it's a one-shot headshot kill, maybe Dagris should just be saving some money and picking up something like a Marshall.
That should win.
I mean, I dig it. I'm not opposed to this, and it seems like Dagris is definitely feeling pretty darn toasty there with that right hand, assuming he's a right hand individual on that mouse, looking really good and frosty with the 5-0. But the question remains here: where is the gun round going to take us, Becky, on this Vanquish side? They're looking pretty good and healthy. Thoughts and opinions so far with this? A lot of mid presence coming out of the gate, actually.
A lot of mid presence, and one Ripper is like weirdly at the back, but died for it. It was an interesting way to attack it, but Dagris ultimately had the jump on Ripper there. Is a little bit hurt, but overall, health bars looking pretty similar across both of these teams, which I guess, considering that Vanquish is behind, being even should be considered a godsend.
Now, with the B intent in mind, they're looking to go for it. Dagris here, ready to come out. Style is lit, and as is opposing Dagris, but Polkan makes the better of that one. Easy come, easy go with the Phantom. And it's right back to a 3 versus 2. Just happy to be here as present and accounted for as they get Polkan and they continue to grind away at this defensive side.
Ooh, and the recon dart is good for reveal, but does bait out Boda to go at that angle of Style, getting the jump there, as now Kenny, being the only one left alive, does mean that it is now a 1v2 situation. Health bars do be looking pretty red for the side of Vanquish, but getting this information from this owl drone should give them a little bit of a leg up here.
Kenny, good patience there, hiding behind the pillar of that canopy area as to not get spammed through, having been pinged up by the owl drone and now prowling by the button. Doesn't have a lot of time, so at this point, Becky, if you and I are thinking alike, a save would be a good opportunity, an exit pick or two, but see what comes of it here.
It does seem like we're going for these exit picks. Is good for 1, is good for 2, loses the round, but taking the money away from the side of Vanquish should bode well for the side of Just. Happy to be here going into this 4th round.
Good stuff all around the board. I mean, I'm not kind of upset about that. You know, would you have rather gone for the double pick on the exit there along with the death? I personally would have, but I don't know. You think dying or rather just going for the clutch would have been the better choice given the situation? I'd
probably go for the clutch because I am a simple-minded individual, and game says that you should go for those things, so I go for those things. I don't have much of a thought past the certain round that I'm in. That's just me as an individual and not a extremely high-level player like the ones that we're watching here.
Fair enough. I mean, simplicity sometimes is the recipe to success, but meanwhile, it looks like Vanquish are going to have to whip out the good old strap book and keep at it. Simplicity might not be the recipe here in a sense. Such a, vanilla, simple map, I kind of feel, to be quite frank with you, but it's intricate. It can get pretty tricky when you're trying to manage different parts of this map, and so far, it's been a pretty loosey-goosey game. Nothing too major to bark about, as we're playing a very slow and steady default on round number 4.
Slow and steady indeed. Polkan going for some interesting long-range peeks with the Bulldog, which wouldn't be my first choice of a gun for long-range fights, but is the call here as Style goes for the Trailblazer to try and pull out some information about where Just Happy to Be Here might be lurking towards this A side. Doesn't find anyone, doesn't really pick up on the location of the Killjoy utility, and so following up with those jellyfish to try and get onto site, and knowing that they're coming on, Kenny pops those swim grenades and is good for 1 kill there.
Now, intent, watching. Here we go on the retake. It's Vanquish coming out. Spammeroni flex. Doesn't do much of anything there from Hell. Meanwhile, the defensive side is trying to come out of that rafter area, making some sort of contact. Coming around the bend. A lot of overwhelming activity happening on the site. For more, Money V absolutely clapping daggers there. Daggers abroad, aplenty, as we retake that site. Look amazing. They're just happy to be here. This name is so flexible. They're just happy to retake at this point. Really good job as they pick up a third to their names.
A third and a flawless at that, really showing how that, I mean, the position that they were put in where they had more credits, were able to fully buy up. There were a lot of credit situations on the side of Vanquish where they could full buy, but then wouldn't be able to buy utility. And it's hard on, especially a map like Ascent, to go into a round with less utility. It just is not, it doesn't allow you to really get onto these chokeholds to get onto these sites, and it really showed and bite them. Ooh, words are hard. Bit them there.
Yeah, I'm with you. And here comes a question as we sit on a lovely timeout. So Kenny's called this, which begs the question, having been in the lead, what is the exact motive for calling the timeout? Perhaps they want a chance to, further the gap and, I guess, corroborate between themselves and see what's good. But Vanquish is the one who really needs to figure out what's going on at this point. They're not getting much traction. Back on a save now, so consider this one a wash. That'll push them to 4-1. Coming back on a bye the following, depending on how it goes. Yeah, there's hope, but you start to peel away and approach that second half. That teeter-totter activity kind of kicks in, and it's very difficult to knock a big old elephant off that heavy side of the teeter-totter. And to come back on Ascent, it's not a fun time. And momentum definitely kicks heavy on this map more than others, I'd say. Damn, that's a nice piece of bread. I ain't gonna lie. Observer is. I think Observer's definitely feeling a little bit hungry right now. Just look how it's steaming. That's beautiful.
It is. It's the pizza. The pizza in the middle also steams.
Hot pizza sounds good right now.
Oh, it sounds so good. But starting off, Boda getting some extra information with this owl drone, not finding anyone out towards that mid side, maybe getting a little bit of a peek at some of the rears as they go towards the mid section, but the rest of Vanquish going towards that A site, which is open once more, but that wasn't much of a problem on the previous round as Kenny was able to pop some of that Killjoy utility and pick up some damage and kills as a result of that decision anyway. And we're seeing that damage come back out, doing a lot there to Vanquish's Jet as Dadston picks off Dagris, which is going to be huge as that is the top frag for the side of Just Happy to Be Here.
Keep in mind now, this is the successful retake site that Just Happy to Be Here succeeded on just a bit ago, and now the defender lockdown is active and present. It's going to do its job and push them away to the usual wine corner where things are safe, and that's kind of predictable. It's a nice ultimate to get onto site here as Money V is going to drop right down, knowing that Gen should be good. Meanwhile, nothing detained. All Frosty, Nebula blocking, and Panda for the one on the Phantom with a 2. Axie gets it, but now they have full intel pushing through, and Boda says, yeah, full can. Got you figured out, my guy. No hiding from me. Not today. And poor old Dadston's like, I'm here, but not really, as yet again, Just Happy to Be Here on that retake. These guys are solid on that A. They're doing a really good job. Mind you, it was a light buy, so let's not jump too far up and down here, Becky. But off we go. This is the gun round that we really want to see the attacker side pick up.
Especially when they have 4 ultimates ready, Ripper, Pulkin, Axie, and Dadston already. The only one not available looks to be those flying lettuce jellyfish for the side of Sky. So everything else going to be ready to go here. Likely not going to see Ripper come out with the Blade Storm unless we run out of a full clip. But until then, probably just going to stick to using some of these other ultimates to create some space and get onto a site. And it looks like if they're able to take down this Astra, they could go for a full push onto A, but they don't exactly know what the setup is. Previously, the Killjoy has been all over on this A site, so potentially being a little bit scared. But now with NPanda dead, they could go for this push, and it looks like we might be going back to grab the spike and do just that.
These types of one-on-one jousts that you kind of eat dust on, like that one you just saw at Long A, is not the play. Like, you don't pick those when you're in the lead. You're better off hodling, kind of chilling on site, working as a team and retaking. Solo peeking on a push like that, knowing the verticality could be a problem, not my cup of tea. And so, Just Happy to Be Here. I get it. You got some gap, but again, sticking to some, I guess, better discipline is kind of where my mind is at, working together here. But, talk about working together. Dagris, the operator, Frosty on A. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is like, yeah, we're just going to go to this B site, but be careful here, Becky. There is a whole lot of utility. Lockdown goes. Cosmic Divide, but KJ here is going to try and help this at least early on.
Yeah, I love this combination of the Killjoy lockdown along with the Astral Divide. Makes a ton of space, should make it really easy for Vanquish to get onto the site, get this bomb down, and position themselves for the retake situation. And in a 4v4, that's got to be feeling pretty good, or at least better than some previous rounds have felt for Vanquish.
I'm with it, as I am with this pop flash. Dagris coming out with Money V. Beautiful job. It's just down to 1 or 2. Sorry, bad math, Becky, as they're getting on the site. 4v2 retake. Just happy to be here. This is what I love to see. In a 4v2 retake, the numbers speak volumes. Coming out for the 1. Dagris on the 3-piece. Jousting away, and Datsing cannot connect. That's a 4-piece combination on that late flank rotate. And guess what? The guy gets to keep the op 2. So, stunning job all across the board. These guys are definitely retake demons, to say the least.
A lot of money, and it's showing with that 4-piece combination. As you mentioned, Dagris kind of going nuts in this game, especially now since picking up that operator. You know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Once a Jet picks up an operator, something just clicks in their brains. A little bit of extra support from that very large gun. Gotta be feel, especially with this very large sword. It's something I keep hoping will show up in my shop, because I waffled on buying it the first time and didn't commit to it, and now I wish that I did. If I see it again, I'm buying it. I'm not thinking about it. It's just
major key is just to go and spend like $1,000 on points and just keep it in your account and just press buy on everything. Like, that's the solution. You just gotta, it's like ripping the band-aid, right? You just go into debt for 3 months and just, you know what, it's worth. I'm kidding. Don't. It's bad financial advice. Don't do that. Be disciplined with your gun purchases, everybody, unless you just have a lot of expendable cash to burn. But talking about expendable cash, I think we're kind of leaning out on this one. 5-1 now your score, and Vanquish, again, Money V, ooh, big push, up top, vertical one more time, but this time not falling to the mercy and getting punished early on here. These defensive folk are pretty darn aggressive, actually. Holding steady, oh!
Okay, this push from Catwalk actually kind of huge, or would have been huge if Panda wasn't able to take down literally everyone as they try to push onto this side. Knows where the last one is. Oh, not quite able to get that ace at the loss of the clip, and Dagris gets that final kill with the shorty to lock it up for a 6th round on the side of Just Happy to Be Here. Just happy to be here and dominating doing so. I mean, there's something to be said for having a positive mental, just really helping you roll through these games and it showing up nicely for just, it's so hard to say Just Happy to Be Here every single time. It doesn't sound like a team name, but it's their team name. They're just happy to be here. They're doing a great job so far, holding this advantage and keeping strong.
And Panda going 29 shades of berserk on that run. Really good job there, maneuvering the gravity well, hopping out and get a nice 4-piece combo off of it. Cheeky peek Dagris!
Oh, through the box!
Yo! Can we get a little bit of love to this man going berserk here?
Yo.
Hey, yo! Ma, where that op at? No, but on the real, like, that is some sauce. And as they proceed ahead with the opening pick, Vanquish, down a member. See what they choose to do. Mid control. KJ Util. But, I mean, Becky, this is a troubling matchup so far for the side of Vanquish.
So far it is, and Vanquish are known names here, so if Just Happy to Be Here are giving Vanquish this much of a run for their money, that's something to be said for the players that we know and the players that we don't know in this match right now. Ripper and Style making another kind of similar push to how we saw last time, where they were getting a little bit self-blinded there. But now making this aggressive push towards Money V, who is not stuck in between a rock and a hard place like in the previous round, but Panda cleaning up beautifully as we saw the round before, just completely fragging out as Vanquish tries to push onto that A site. And now's about the point where if I was on one of these teams, I'd be like, oh, maybe we stop going towards that A site. Maybe we try B now.
Don't really know what to say at this point. I'm a little bit lost for words. It feels like everything that Vanquish does, they get shut down on. They play passive, they get spanked. They play aggressive, they get spanked. They get on a site and plan, they get retook and spanked. So, like, at this point, question is, what is it going to take for them to at least get, I'd say, a comfortable 3 rounds? Now, this is Ascent. Things can go topsy-turvy once the half switch comes out. So I'm not going to, jump the gun too quickly here, Becky, but something's got to give for Vanquish, and it's got to happen sooner than later. Maybe a 5-man push, just Hail Mary. But again, when they do that, they get picked. Yeah, see, here you go. Opening pick one more time, uncontested. and now they're going to fall back, and that's it. All good for the side of just happy to be here. Is this, rinse and repeat maneuver of aggressive pick and fall back is just working so well.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate when it feels like every time Vanquish just try to commit to a fight, they're just ultimately it's losing gunfights. It does feel like they're using their utility. They're just not getting the same amount of information. Maybe the lineups just like are not allowing them to get their utility into some of those crevices. They're not using their utility to push people into certain corners, and it's just continuously not going Vanquish's way. But in a 3v3 situation right now, again, if you're behind and all of a sudden you find yourself in an even situation, you got to use that as a way to push forward a positive mental, because even is better than behind. And if you've been behind previously, at least even is a step closer to catching up.
Becky, that was like one of the most profound things I've ever heard you say. Even is better.
Even is better than behind, and now you're behind very quickly as Daggerus takes down. Again, this is that clip is just what is happening to Vanquish in every single round. Okay, we finally committed to a site. All right, totally deciding we're just gonna go for it. 1, 2, 3, all just immediately get taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the 8-1 score now definitely starts to hurt a bit, It's not like putting salt in a wound. It's like straight up putting acid in a wound. It doesn't feel too nice when you're so far down in a matchup like this. What I'm most shook about, Polcan there on the 1 and 9. That's not the Polcan and Axie that I know. Having seen them show up here week in, week out, those boys know how to flex, and they do a lot of work. Just seems like they're getting, finessed a bit here. I'm not too upset though, Becky. Let's give it time. The second half, like I said, can bring a lot of opportunity for these two teams.
A lot of opportunity indeed. Vanquish, not scrubs by any means, have been around the Pit of Valor time and time again. And Panda now going for what was going to be an aggressive flank, but now with the Seekers coming out is going to take a moment to decide if the flank is something that they want to commit to or decide to go back on, and it looks like we will be waiting for this flank to come out.
With the lockdown now from the attacker side going in, they got to play this correctly because the defensive team doesn't look like they're backing away. Money V is tagged. He falls away to safety. Daggerus, you got to make up your mind. What is your situation? He's good to fall back to mid. Money V is like, wait a minute, I got the flash, and he gets domed by Polcan, and now Daggerus looking for it. Polcan is awake and alive. Kenny coming up from above. Falls for the one onto Style. 3v2, but the spike is taken away here. This could very well be the much needed round for Vanquish, and I think so.
And it will be with Axie getting that shock dart. Dadston holding down the 4 as well to let the lineups shine through. All right, this is the round we're going to from right before, immediately swapping to those daggers, getting that nice shot. Wow, absolutely beautiful from Daggerus there.
Yeah, I love that. That was worth the replay, and then some. Love the hold, and Daggerus has been showing up on aggro picks, on post retakes. Everything's been really coming through for him, and at this point, we got 2 more in the half here. Becky, thoughts and predictions? Where is your mind at? And you think Vanquish has got it in the tank, considering how this first half has been going for him?
Based on the fact that I don't even know what I would tell them to try, and I've been watching from like an omnipotent point of view where I've been able to also watch all of Just Happy to Be Here's plays, I don't even know what I would say, and so I don't think that bodes super well for Vanquish. Like, Just Happy to Be Here is not doing a lot of patterns that are easy to pick up on, so there's not a ton that you can think of to exploit. And so you just gotta also work on being equally as unpredictable, and it's just not going their way.
Not so much. And again, Daggerus now in a position holding. They're coming out, and Boda gets the one onto Style. There's no response from these attackers. They're kind of soloing it. Axie now has support at mid, and fellow Polcan is right on behind him, and they're going to go ahead and try get towards its A, but you can see Kenny is hot on the rotate. Recon goes in deep, and that's going to be a bit of a ping unless Kenny makes it to safety, and he does indeed. And now in a 1v1 joust, can Polcan win? No, sir. Kenny, the better duelist, succeeds on that matchup.
You know, okay, I take it back. There is something I would like to see them do, and I think it's something that you've also mentioned, which is maybe why I didn't like immediately want to spit it out. But we do continuously see them run into a ton of situations 1 by 1, and it was especially prevalent there where we saw Axie and Polcan kind of super far away while the rest of them were extremely pushed up through the mid. And I would love to maybe just see them try to just super monkey ball it. Just all 5 all together, just go. But it sucks because now it feels like it's too little too late. Just happy to be here, have 4 out of 5 ultimates ready to go. Your guns are worse in this round, so if there was a round to do it, this probably isn't it. And it just is a shame to see Vanquish members fall time and time again as a result.
This is it again. It's that rinse and repeat type of scenario. They're just going onto the site, no problems whatsoever, as the whole team is very well situated. But again, the retake coming in, Money V, big pop flash to the Nebula, comes around looking away. He's okay for the most part now. Some footing, nice connection onto Dadston. And that's it, man. They're falling away because of that situation. And my goodness, I was going to say that Detain was strong, gets the one. And Polkan, I mean, tough scenarios. He cannot joust 5 members. And that ends it off here, Becky. 9-3 is your half.
Switching sides.
Oh, I mean, but it's 10-2. Okay. Yeah, okay. It is in fact 10-2. And it's a little bit rough. Vanquish is gonna... This is hard because even if Vanquish somehow decides to find their stride and pull forward, there's not a ton of wiggle room that you have when Just Happy to Be Here is only 2 away from match point. If they're going to find their stride, they're gonna have to find their stride and go from 0 to 60 faster than a Ferrari.
Word. I mean, yeah, it's got to be pedal to the metal right out of the rip here. Come out swinging, close the gap, get a pistol, maybe round 2, and then from in settle to try and defend on that 3rd round. And that's going to build a lot of momentum. It's going to close the gap to basically a 50% deficit. But again, let's see what they got. Optimism is key. Always be looking on the bright side, especially in competitive matches like this. But again, the reality sometimes can be a bit more tricky as now they're dashing and tapping away towards this long A. A lot of activity and rotates are already hot through CT, Becky.
Yeah, so far I'm already liking Vanquish's use of utility on this defensive side a lot more, but Money V, as I'm praising them for good utility usage, is saying, but I can still pick them off regardless. They're peeking themselves out maybe in places where they shouldn't be, and Money V is just taking advantage of it. 3 kills before falling to Dadston with that long-range classic shot.
Tough, more tough. I mean, my heart's breaking. I ain't gonna lie. This is not the way that I want to see Vanquish go out here. 4 versus 1 scenario now as Polkan is yet again the lonesome wolf. Hopping away. Mask his jump, but they know he's there. Coming out swinging, bursting. And it's Kenny and Boda posted up. So it's going to take them to that 1-1, the 11th round here. Just 2 away. And given the current, how can I say, state of events, with the bye round coming out, I'm expecting a pretty big attack round coming out.
Yeah, considering the weather outside, I don't feel too strongly, and I respect this decision that Vanquish is making right now to go ahead and also buy up on this round, because it would be massively unfortunate to just fall right into the next one and not have a ton of advantage to work with. So I think it's a little bit rough to make this decision right now, but I like making the decision to instead go for the we'd rather have wiggle room on this round and not on the next round that is leading into match point as a result. So it's a tough decision to make, but I think overall the correct one, and hopefully it is able to go their way. Otherwise, their credits will be in the dirt for match point next round. Somehow that wasn't a headshot also. I think that's the first time in this game where a shot like that has not just taken somebody to the dirt.
Close, but no cigar, and it's a good bit of opening damage. Meanwhile, Vanquish did take a tickle right back, so we'll see there. What comes of this situation is we're really running the clock down further than I'm used to, at least, but up close, personal style does have Polkan to support. Pop flash, and World Polkan actually got a bit of blend off that.
Yeah, a little bit rough when you end up throwing some, I was going to say shade, but in fact, throwing some Lightyear teammates away. Polkan postured with this Bucky right on top. Could go for it, but going to continue to hold that angle as Just Happy to Be Here, committing towards this A site. So far going the way of Just Happy to Be Here, with Daggers getting a 2-piece before falling to Dadston, but ultimately now just left with Dadston trying to find some heads. 2 members of Just Happy to Be Here left, a long flank from this Sova, but Kenny up close and personal. Oh my goodness. That's not how you want to see that round end at all. The nice try spray coming out from Boda. That shock dart was nice.
Yeah, I mean, nothing but butter for Boda. I had to do it. I had to do it, but things are getting a little bit uncomfortable at this point for Vanquish. Having a really tough time, Becky. My heart's broken, but I'm going to stay optimistic here. 12-2 your scoreline, just one more to close it out, and I really hope that there's something here. We got to see a fight, and it's got to be now, and it is on a full gun round for the most part, minus Money V, who should have been able to buy if my eye caught that money correctly, but again, aggressive B presence, and they're looking for the early pick. How does he get away with that?
All right, Dadston and Ripper starting us out strong. Kenny at least getting a little bit of a trade back there for Dadston's aggressive push and also taking out Polkin. All of a sudden, 2 members only remain for Vanquish, and they're just kind of waffling in, trying to decide where they're going, where the enemy is going to be styled, at least evening it up there for the side of Vanquish and bringing them ahead. The bomb not down, as Kenny is the only one remaining that was on kind of a weird flank, not quite with the team, but now hopefully with this Vandal is able to lock it up for the side of Just Happy to Be Here, but Vanquish is hoping to get themselves a 3rd point and stay in this match.
2v1 style, and Axie up top in heaven now. Kenny, radar off, clean connection there. Oh, whoa!
Kidding me.
Give me a break, Becky. What a round there, and that's a closeout as well. Darn, that was spicy. As we go through the replay, some of the highlights of tonight's matchup, or at least this matchup, and Panda on that short. I mean, Becky, talk to me. Where was your head at with this match? It seemed like Vanquish really just struggled all across the board.
Yeah, this is not the Vanquish that I'm used to seeing at all. Again, Vanquish is a name that we've seen time and time again on the Pit of Valor. We know you're better than this, Vanquish. Sometimes you just don't have a good day, and we hope to see you more around the bend. But this just, today was not it. Oh, and the highlights are showing it really nicely, too, as the final ace to end the game once more. Wow. And this final end screen with the leaderboard shows it, too. Again, this is not what I would... If you told me that Vanquish was playing against any team, I just would have expected more, knowing how I've seen Vanquish play previously.
Yeah, I'm with you. And it's just a rough matchup, and unfortunately for the side of Vanquish, this is best of ones right till the end, so they're gonna have to be stepping aside, but just happy to be here. We're just happy to cast you guys. An amazing job and an amazing performance all across the board. So with that, Becky, I don't have much else to say. Rough game, but we'll see you again. This usual crew doesn't go too far away from the Pit of Valor weekly, so I'm sure we're gonna catch them again next week even. On that note, reminders again, I kind of gave you guys the rundown early in the beginning, and of course, I want to take this time to thank you all for being here 52 weeks in a row, keeping it spicy and lovely. To our new faces that are here with us tonight, thank you. And to our lovely, ever so growing community of casters, new faces that have come, producers, observers, from our side, welcome. And I hope you guys are enjoying their presence as much as I am. So on that note, let's send these guys off to a quick break, get resettled back in. Becky, I believe that is it for you tonight.
Yep, for tonight, but I will be back for next week, the big week number 71. We'll be doing a big production as well as a big prize pool of $1,052. If you don't have a ton of time to watch for the rest of tonight, you should definitely be here next week because it is going to be intense as far as players, production, and prize pool, and we definitely look forward to seeing you and sending you off into your holiday.
With that, off we go to a break. Come back to you guys momentarily. We proceed in the bracket. Don't go too far. Talk soon.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Well, nicely dodged. But
drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Quickly good for 2. Making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abused Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remembers. Do it again! On the other side.
The Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And, oh no!
You can't claim it.
Here comes a fourth kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all five? It's Lunar. He takes out 3! Give it to Code. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back in trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
That's not what you want right now.
Real pole cannon generator. Pole cannon generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it? He does. Wait more. Pole can. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Pole can. Amazing job.
Whatever.
Hello and welcome back, all you beautiful people, to the Pit of Valor, number 70. Myself, Vincent, alongside the wonderful, the amazing Strive. How you doing?
Doing good, Vincent. It's been a hot minute since you and I have been on the desk, but I am looking forward to this matchup and looking forward to being along with you for 2 more matches, I believe, actually.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a couple, and it should be good. We got Infamous 5 coming up against Aspire Entertainment. 2 names, at least, I don't know. Though going over the rosters, I think there's a couple of players that we've seen a couple times. Cabot's kind of rings a bell in my mind for Infamous 5. On the other side, both Ares and Icy, I feel like I might have seen before. I don't know about you, Strive, but I'm just, that's my initial take, especially considering, Aspire Entertainment. That's a fantastic name.
It's spicy, and on top of that, you know what, Vincent? 52 weeks consecutive of Pit of Valors. We're bound to see some names come and go, and at least familiar ones. So not only does it speak volumes to the community that we have and the people that are here week in and week out supporting us, not only teams but our lovely viewers, but again, the community we built, it speaks a lot for itself. And for those that watch and keep in tune with the goodness, yeah, thank you so much. It means the world to us.
Yeah, we're gonna get dings just about ready and going here. By the way, I think it's been so long since I've seen you. I haven't seen with the full goatee. It's looking good, my friend. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. It's a labor of love.
You know,
thank you.
Very distinguished with it. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I gotta say, it also does a great job of keeping you warm in the Canadian winter. So that's the plus, really. It just keeps your face nice and toasty.
I bet it does. See, I live in Georgia, so I don't have that problem. Though I don't know what exactly the weather's like on Ascent, but I do know what we're looking at from the agent selection pool here. We got the KJ, as we would expect for both sides. Other things, barring the Astra, are a little bit, out there, though. We potentially could see the KO from Comeover. I would be interested to see that. I think of all the maps KO is usable on, this is the best. So I would be down to see that, along with the Sovas, as we would tend to expect.
Indeed, it's a bit of a rundown these days when it comes to Ascent. I mean, it's been played so much, beaten to a pulp, not necessarily, but the agents are very much solidified, and the KO, like you said, is a great pick. Love the selection, though. We saw Demon. I ain't gonna lie. So before I came on for my first match, I believe it was Becky and Ravish casting, and Aspire was playing. And if I counted the number of times I heard the word demon, I think I would have been a millionaire. And I got a buck for it, I'd be a millionaire by now. So I have my eyes peeled exclusively on demon just because of all the hype that came with it in the matchup there. But let's see, man. End of the day, the reality is we're deep in the bracket, and Infamous 5 are here for a reason, and I'm sure they're going to give them a nice run for their money. Or so we hope, Vincent.
150%. We definitely want to be there. And, let's get things underway. The only big difference I'm looking at here is obviously the Sky versus the KO. And I don't know about you, but I think, unfortunately for Comeover, as much as I love watching KO, unless he comes up with something magical, that Sky is really good, just meta-wise at this point. And, from a pick perspective, I gotta say Aspire probably with the slight edge.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love this guy. Great initiator. Offers a lot of utility both on the attack and defense, regardless of the side that you're on. So as we're locked and loaded, ready to get into this matchup, let's boogie. See what comes out of the gate on this pistol round as we're looking for a bit of a slow and steady default. Kind of spread out across the board, trying to get some mid-control. Cabot's landed. Dashing away is Demon. Back to safety. Nice connection there with the classic to open it up.
Certainly is, but he's going to be punished and demolished. Speaking of which, tag and bag there. Ladder moves with help, and even the follow-up. This is God's Entity falling down. It's now on to Napaki, who was alive, now dead, courtesy of Ladder moves, who's making some moves here on the pistol round for Aspire.
That indeed, amazing job. And as we get into round number 2, yeah, that aggressive push and the way they got that mid-control was beautiful. I saw a nice connection and dink there from Demon. Ladder moves cleaned up the one on the deep shot. All things said and done, worked out great, and they're going to progress ahead with the Bulldog and the Spectre Bite as well to boot.
Classic is exactly what I would, expect to see here from Aspire, or rather, excuse me, from Infamous 5, who are on the defense. They, lose the first round. You could obviously go for the force, but I like to see the classics. I think that, it makes for a strong third round buy-in. That's what Infamous 5 are looking at doing. Here's an Owl Drone. Ares finding some information, and well, speaking of which, they've really taken a fast look at that trade though by Rui, who found some success, but that's been limited by Smiley, who put down pretty much everyone with some help.
I mean, that's the thing. Previous matchup you saw, we saw the likes of Polkan and crew. I say Polkan because I'm used to seeing him show up, and they struggled. And the way Aspire played that round was just collapsing right onto site. Don't give him any room to breathe. You got the bigger guns. Throw a smoke down with that Astra. Get on site and worry about the less Raider and overwhelm them. I mean, Cabot's had an opportunity having picked up the Spectre in the way back end of site, but again, the overwhelming powers of Aspire Entertainment didn't work out too well. But Vincent, you know how it goes on round 3. This is the bye, and we'll see what the defense has in store.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what. They got an Odin, and that's in store right now, obviously over towards me. A few players there. Well, that spam goes a bit wide this time. Definitely is a dangerous tool that you're going to want to look out for if you're Aspire.
Let's see, as we're just waiting for a bit of an opening pick across the board. Cabot is the one to get a Demon, though. Yet again, has found a comfortable position in market. Good response, and it's back to a 4 versus 4. Comb over. Doesn't get anything off that, but still, whoa, deep. Oh, excuse-moi. Flex in there. Amazing shot with the dash to back it up.
That's a champion's rifle as well. Ugh. Dirty work, unfortunately, it's not good enough. Got Sanity gonna trade out. There's Rui, who had that Odin dispatch through these on the site. Nabaki is set up for the 1v3. He's already found one. Now looking for both these players on the side is Smiley.
One enemy remaining.
Connection. Get a 1v1 now. Smiley. Or 3/4 hit points in a dream in the back of sight. Nabaki's probably heard that. Catches the pop. Now prowling. Smiley knows he's got to be careful. Does he peek, though, is the question before that tap goes off, or the attempt on the defuse. That is TBD. Nabaki drops. Contest! And a better swing and the better connection from Smiley. Hot on that mouse one with that frag. And good job, all things said and done. Going to take them right up ahead here, Vincent. 3rd round to their name. And the fun's looking mighty good, pushing the defense right back to the drawing board.
Yeah, real tough task to overcome right there. And unfortunately, for Infamous 5, as close as that one was, 1v3, that's a tough ask for anyone. Nabaki doing the very best they could. So what do you do here on a round like this if you're the defense?
I mean, at this point, I think it's a slow and steady does it. I would love a cheeky pick to open it up and get some number gaps, get a gun if anything, and yeah, here it is. This is a nice grouping and push towards long A. They're going to swing on the 1, on the 2, and that's a good trade nonetheless for Comb Over. They grab the orb and should be able to recuperate a gun. Not if Icy has a thing or two to say, but Comb Over is hot there with the Sharif to deny, and it's right back to a 3v3. So, yeah.
Spike. That's nasty. Love to see that. Oh, it's a good damage. Undo the wall, though. Fragment to hold things back for now. Nanoswarm would have been there, but it's been dispatched here by Demon. Swing by Nabaki, another connection. Now it's a 1v2. And it's looking like it might be all but impossible. The setup here from the defense is very strong and a 0 point as well. Though the 1v1's been given over, the spike regained, and the swing is there. Ladder moves with the clutch on the 1v2.
Don't know how I feel about that one. All things said and done, Infamous 5 went for the one-on-one joust, and they failed, and that's where troubling decisions lead to troubling results, Vincent. If they swung together, I think we would have had a much better result, all things said and done, but hindsight 2020, we can't dwell on the past, only look forward here, as now we're on to a buy round with Cabot's on that big op purchase as well. So let's see if these guys can show up and get a great opening pick, as we saw in the previous matchup there. Fingers crossed here for the defense, because again, a landslide early on definitely doesn't lend itself well to this map.
Certainly not. It's a best of 1, not a best of 3. So you got to keep that in mind as well. Though I will say the economic damage done is pretty significant. You can see the Blade Storm being popped out here without any gun to back it up. Speaking of guns, Cabot's putting down range some shots. Another one here. Oh, just not quite quick enough on the reaction time. It's going to mean everyone stays healthy, or stays alive at the very least.
And Demon is prowling this market area. Looking to do some shopping, some oranges and apples, in this case, some heads and bodies, as he's now migrating towards CT. Nabaki, in the meanwhile, has gotten a good opening pick. Easy come, easy go. Blade Storm denied as Cabot gets the up. Smiley's there, though. And at this point, don't think he's really too keen on contesting here, as they're kind of spread all over the map with that spike, just trying to find a, a trajectory. Smiley though, decision made. Seeker's going in. Rui's gonna pop it, and that's gonna reveal his position as well.
Very much so, but there's lots of positions to get in with here. The no command is utilized. I don't know where exactly that is, but it's over towards B in some case. He's going to deny the entry for just a moment. Now the push comes through. There's the Hunter's Fury on the back end, trying to deny the Boathouse player. Only gets a tag, not a frag, as the flash drive comes around the corner. The flash is good. Come over with that kill and more, but not going to be good for that follow-up. Triple for Smiley, as the retake is coming in, but Ares is ready to go. Gonna maybe deny, not quite there on the lockdown. Trying to get the shock dart over the edge, but it's just not good enough, which means that everyone here for the defense of the site gonna have to come back and play a little bit more passively. As no, Nabaki been taken out. This is devastating.
I got trouble now as God Sanity has to retake against 2, posted up in CT deep. He knows where the intel is at. Gonna have to hop on it, get a half. Maybe they're pinging for the spammer. Smiley coming down the staircase. All should be okay here as they pinch around, and they do make the magic happen as the lovely Aspire Entertainment pull ahead. 5 rounds consecutive here, Vincent. They are slapping their way through this matchup so far.
That's another bit unlucky moment, right? I mean, obviously it's fantastic work from Ares, but if the last player alive there for Infamous 5 would have just run to the spike and started defusing, man, Aspire were so tentative. I think they would have just gotten the defuse. Like, obviously, it's hard to know. Hindsight 2020, all of those caveats that you were talking about just a moment ago, but it just feels like, some indecision there.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is indecision and doubt, and can really send you for a whirlwind, right? I mean, like that round you saw in the 2v1 scenario, where I believe Ladder Moves was jousting away with 2 members of the defense kind of posted up on the spike. The unified swing would have meant so much more, and we didn't get that happening in this matchup. And I'm seeing that same kind of vibe. Infamous 5 gotta get together and work together. Coming off this timeout, I'm really hoping that they get their mojo in the right place. At the end of the day, confidence is king, right?
Yeah, what I will say about the timing of this timeout, though, it is somewhat questionable taking it into a save round like this. Now, granted, I have seen strategies, come to fruition where you're like, well, we just kind of use the save round as an addition to our timeout. We just keep talking about it. And, that's fair enough. That may be what they're doing. But if not, it can sometimes be a little bit difficult because you get a plan, you get going, and then you get mentally wrecked because you just get absolutely wrecked on a save round like this. Either way, all of those mental questions and games are afoot as we get underway here with this round. There's a Blade Storm out, but Ladder Moose certainly don't care about nothing, and it's Rui who's fallen.
With that opening pick now, yet again, it's Aspire in the driving seat, spike in hand. Comb over getting a little bit aggro here towards short area, going to be interested in the flank. Meanwhile, the lockdown is here. Nabaki setting up what can be set up in the form of a nano swarm to stop him, but at this point, I think it's just one big show, as they're not really making much of this so far, Vincent.
There seems to be somewhat aware of the potential of that flank, but ultimately the timing actually doesn't really work out very well for them. Ladder Moves is going to be on the lookout. Here we go. He's going to get smacked in the face there with the fragment, with the shots fired here by Cabot. He's going to find Ladder Moves now. Comb over, good for a frag. It's got Sanity 1 as well, leaving it into a 2-on-2 with the HP. Man, it is so in favor here of Aspire. 1v2 now. Got Sanity trying to connect these shots, and it's just not going to happen. Surely, Smiley with another triple kill to deny it. And Aspire Entertainment, man, they sure as hell are entertaining me.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is it for me. Like, it's odd, Vincent. Watching Infamous 5, I see sparks, right? I don't see a full-blown bonfire just yet, but I do see these embers coming to life, and Comb over getting a couple cheeky picks, and it's something there. It's just not coming together to make that full-blown, like I said, fire that we want to see. That energy coming out from Infamous 5. So from the defensive side, I want to see them get a little bit more aggressive early on as a squad, right? Double up and maybe get a cheeky push like they did on that pistol, but it's going to start slipping if they don't change something sooner than later. They're just getting walked all over at this point.
Here's the crazy part. Strategically, they're very sound. And I mean, like that. Like, this is a great push. I think this is really solid. But
I'm with you.
When when you just get pre-fired like that through a box, it's very difficult to contend. And I gotta keep it real. I think that Aspire are just outgunning this team right now, because Infamous 5 from a strategic and from just a a logical standpoint, they're playing some great Valorant. This is good ideas Valorant. They've missed out on some of those basic moments like playing the double swing like you were talking about, but those are small things that can be fixed. As a squad, I mean, despite being down 6-0, I've been pretty impressed.
I'm with you. You actually point out. Yeah, I'm 100% aligned with what you said there, Vincent. Like, completely agree. And yeah, you can see there. It's just like their shots are just on point. The crosshair placement is on a whole different planet, and they're just landing great picks all across the board. So now with that spike going down, but this is that 2v1 opportunity. We'll see what happens. Ladder moves. Nice maneuver to safety away from the recon. This is big though. We got to see a unified retake here. Nice.
It is. Two things, again, that I want to point out that kind of told me why, if you're a viewer, you're thinking, what is this guy on about? Why is he talking about a team, in such positive light that's down by 5 at this point? Well, the reason is, I mean, we saw a phenomenal lineup right there by that Sova on top of a good sonar dart placement that allows for Nabaki to come and take the individual duel. You had that Sova right there ready to go back in for more should it be needed to be traded. So, like, the fundamentals are there, just the shots, they just don't always hit. And that's a great example there with Kabats, who just, was lined up in the right place, misses the shot, and gets found out.
Totally, and like, you got to think that recon dart not only was a bit of a reveal tactic, but it forced a reposition, and it's a process of elimination from there. Now, like you said, Nabaki connected well on that. So you round it off, and you look at the fundamentals. Yeah, it's there. But again, 6-1, nothing to be too upset about. 7 rounds in, we got a bit of a room to breathe, but aggressive as Cabot's here. This is a big pick. If we can land it, ladder moves jiggling, and that's a beautiful opener. Love it. And with that, they can fall away and recuperate some opportunity for a follow-up, but big aggression from Demon here on mid.
Yeah, he's going to get out with his life, and we've been talking a lot of positive about Infamous 5, and whilst I love that aggression, you gotta say, off the back of that aggression, knowing there's some places open there in mid, and Demon walks all the way forward, nearly finds an equalizer. What phenomenal game sense that is. Here comes the gravity well. God Sanity probably could have found 3 kills if they were to spam at the correct time. Unfortunately, that time has passed. These shots are connecting. God Sanity with the frag on towards Demon. Give him another as Rui with the Hunter's Fury finds the success in towards Catwalk. Smiley left all alone, now suppressed up with a 0 point.
Big one here. We got to see a unified swing. Rui kind of in a one-on-one situation. The back end is covered. Bravo, Cabot's great positioning with that op to make sure nothing slips away out of their hands on that short push. Mind you, there was 3 bodies there, so nothing too alarming. Infamous 5 waking up here, Vincent, and are looking pretty good as finally the tides have changed. Aspire is back to the drawing board financially as well. I was gonna say, some of those peaks earlier on, I'm like, wow, they're just getting really outplayed. I was like, look at the ping difference, and now I don't see much of it. So yeah, it just further fortifies your point that Aspire are just really sharp on those guns today.
Absolutely, man. They're hitting some good shots. But we were seeing some wake-up moments there as well for the defense, particularly God's Sanity with that double kill, really connecting, finding some success. So, like you said, back to the drawing board with regard to the weaponry. This one should be relatively easy, unless Aspire can put together some magical work.
Dream work right here is what we want. Peeking for the one is Rui, and Ares is the one on top, or rather below, sorry. Sova on Sova action. Nabaki cleaning it up, like you said, Vincent. Easy come, easy go on a gun round when you're jousting against a very light buy, but ladder moves the sharpshooter on the Guardian. Nothing but one for him as Comb Over wipes him up. So proceed ahead, 6-3, and this is the kind of the momentum shift you want to see early on. At least getting the 4 or 5 rounds. Not expecting miracle 6-6 by any means. It's a tough road to climb back, but again, there is definitely some traction here on this muddy hill.
Certainly is, and you gotta look at the the frags on the other side of things here. 14-4 for Smiley, really kind of out there playing a phenomenal game. Now with the weaponry back out in their hands, along with the rest of the team, you would expect things to be a little bit different. You also have a cosmic divide on both sides, so it's a lockdown to work with. So realistically, we could be seeing one of these kind of default A executions that you tend to get with those two with those 2 ultimates. Could be interesting, to say the least.
What has Ares got in store here? That's a stunning bit of a recon dart to get on a site. Ladder moves falling back. Are we going to get that lockdown? Potentially now. Demon posted up. Got a clear top left. Got Sanity ready. Swinging now. Got to do it unified. Demon is a monster when it comes to these close proximity fights. Clearing it. And they do capitalize indeed with the 1 and the 2. Amazing job. That gives them the advantage on this retake.
Certainly does. We're going to see the defensive lockdown come through, but the attacker lockdown as well. And oh, very nice stuff. There's Ares, there's Smiley, everybody getting good looks on these shots. But as I say that, unfortunately, Ares is the only one left alive. One player is detained by the attacker side of that lockdown, meaning it's technically a 1v2 for the moment. Now everybody has their guns in hand, but Cabins is hitting the defuse. It's for free. Missing its mark. Ares, the spam just doesn't work out. Oh, that's devastating. You have to hit those shots. And that is going to be Infamous 5 continuing to find success.
Don't know how I feel about going for the shock darts, knowing when he had gotten on that defuse. Maybe a spam and then a shock dart to follow would have been better. Mind you, it was not necessarily a standard plan. All things said and done, though, looking good. 4 rounds consecutive, like you said. And I'm seeing Comb Over kind of go back to a bit of a repetitive type nature on these flanks. So he's got to be careful. Doing the same thing day in, day out is going to lend to them. You know, obviously Aspire is picking up because they got Comb Over on that rotate on the flank. So again, keep it cool and frosty, mix it up every round, and that should usually yield better results than, I guess, rinse and repeating the same type of plays over and over.
Well, this is certainly a bit of a mix-up here. Comb Over the one leading the way on the aggressive push. That is a bit of interesting timing right there.
I've got your trail.
God, Sanity really locking down in mid. Fortunately for the offense, those Seekers going to give it all up, but Cabins is hitting shot after shot. The double kill for Cabins. Unfortunately, God, Sanity misses everything. Can't quite find the connection with Pricey, who's now gone and out. Comb Over's flank comes to fruition, though. And it means that Infamous 5, well, you said it might not happen, Strive, but that's 6-6, ain't out of the realm of possibility.
No, without a doubt. I mean, this is amazing. That timeout, something clicked. I mean, we said, yeah, it could have been at a better time, potentially, but you round off the numbers, and at the end of the day, it could be even on both ends as we proceed ahead. A bit of an interesting buy scenario for Aspire 2, which only furthers the point that we're trying to make that Infamous 5 might end on a 6-6. They have a good amount of ults as well, too. Looking forward to seeing how those get dumped here on the defensive side before they switch it up. But again, they are feeling good. Going aggressive. Pop flash. Do we get one at least? Cabins. Oh, I think he's blind. Suffering. Comb Over, though, has him covered.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Comb Over does get that one trade like you were discussing. It's actually Smiley on the double kill for the entry, meeting the Odin, and oh, Smiley, show him how it's done. That is easy pickings, as it's now a 2 versus 5 for the retake. There is the Cosmic Divide for God's Sanity, but unfortunately limited on the utility here for his teammate Basky. And in addition to that, down by 2 players is just not an ideal scenario. Not one you want to be walking into. And look at all this util. It's just going out. Not going to be a lot of time on that clock left either.
Oh, the Nebula isn't helping here as Smiley comes out. That's his 4th kill. Almost got the 5th, but Ladder Move says, not today, good sir. I got your back, and I'll shank that from you. So we, as quick as we blinked in the beginning of this match, here we are now at half, 7-5. Infamous 5 definitely putting 1-1 together and walking away with a good number of rounds. Let's see what Pistols got for us. Now that they're attacking, I'm looking forward to seeing how their playstyle kind of transfers over to here. Are we going to see that heavy aggression on the Pistol that Aspire brought? Or are they more of a, you know, pick and roll type of team, just trying to open up opportunity and kind of make their moves thereafter? Again, this is the beauty of Ascent. As simple and vanilla as it is, Vincent, it is definitely a unique monster to tame.
Certainly is, and yeah, I mean, you know, having the likes of the KO certainly opens up additional possibilities. Let's talk KO for a second. You know, what's doing better, that KO or the Sky? Well, obviously the frags tell a very interesting one-sided affair, but that's not everything. But those guiding lights, man, they are very, very strong. And I haven't seen as much from that KO as I would have loved to just yet. So I'm on the lookout. Looking to me like it's going to be an A split.
Spike down A.
That's nasty work there. Demon already dispatching one. Give him the follow-up as well.
Demon on these pistols, even the last matchup was totally berserk, tapping away. Cap is now eating dust down to 7 hit points as he's getting spammed through. And this is tough now. You're down members. You're lit. Call it 2.2 members total, considering the HP of Jet there. They're just posting up on mid short. Kind of looking for something, but it's not going to be an easy hill climb here, Vincent, as soon as they cross that wall there. There's a lot of presence on the opposing end.
Yeah, as soon as that threshold is crossed, they're going to be in a bit of a spot of crossfire. In fact, here we go. Yeah, but well, third one's
enemy remaining.
Demon was the third. He's traded, but see what else these players can find now. Just singular Rui.
Die. 30 seconds left.
You know, that's the classic for you. That distance, right click, not going to be good, and it's actually going to be the spam there of the smiley frenzy.
Here.
You love to see it. I mean, the opening picks do speak volumes. Smiley, amazing. I want to touch back on a conversation point we were having about that Sky, right? I will say Sky versus KO, yeah, definitely an interesting combination and or a matchup, all things said and done. But there's just something different about that guiding light that the KO can't bring, right? When that flash comes in a pop, unless you're really nailing the way that it pops and where it actually explodes, it's kind of, I don't want to say easy to avoid, but it's definitely easier than when, you know, a bird comes around the corner and you're just completely Ray Charles in 2 seconds. So from an entry perspective, Smiley is, in my opinion, the better agent. Let's talk about the better aggression so far. It looks like Infamous 5 gonna go heavy onto A here. Demon is tapping away, having a reload, overwhelmed, and Smiley actually gets it. Icy gets 2! And this is just completely shattering to pieces for Infamous 5.
Yeah, it's a tough lot. Yes, it's an eco. You would have liked to see something a little bit better, though.
Spike planted.
So, honestly, a plant, I guess that's pretty good. A couple hundred extra credits in the bank accounts here for Infamous 5.
Was that important?
Aspire certainly are looking good. It's going to be 9-5. And with that, Bladestorm, in addition, fully available here for Teeman on the first gun round. That could get very interesting. Strive, I would love to see that.
Tell me your thoughts and opinions here, Vincent. I mean, I'll share mine for Infamous 5. I'm just not seeing that spark again. These guys did pick up momentum when things got hairy, so again, don't dismiss them out. They just might need some time to warm up to this attack side, but at this point, Aspire is just picking them apart really easily. Mind you, the guns are looking pretty good on their side at this point, so I'm rooting for them here. They desperately need this one, and I don't want to let them get Aspire double digits before they kind of wake up and smell the roses.
Yeah, Strive, I want to put in the brakes there. We hadn't seen the gun round yet. Let's let it play
Sure.
out. You know, this is the first real round of the half, you know, so to speak, and it's underway. We got a nice take. This is a really good. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is that spark you were kind of getting at and alluding to. It's a really quality, just execution here, courtesy of the nebulas and everything like that. You get on towards the site. 5v5. Exactly what you're looking for. Nabaki on towards the flank. Unfortunately, the flanker is flanked by Demon, who's going to be taken out there by the Bladestorm. Nonetheless, the 4-on-4 here. That Bladestorm might come to be the key portion of this retake. The shock darts come out along with the rest of utility. Scott Sanity, though, who's found the first successful frag there of the retake, but Ares on the follow-up, and Demon as well. Rui and Comb over, though, have a fantastic little crossfire. One on the site, one on the flank, and it's going to shut things down. And this is what I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to pump those brakes and wait just a second. That was magic.
Yeah, it was amazing, and yeah, you definitely nailed it there, Vincent. No need to jump the gun per se, and pumping the brakes did yield positivity. In most cases, when you're pumping the brakes, you're about to hit a brick wall at going 60. But all things said and done, we wrap it up and we push ahead. Yeah, happy to see Infamous 5 looking good. The gun round now is much alive, very well alive for Aspire Entertainment here. So hopefully with a bit more firepower, they got something to see. And Demon does have that big op too, and we know Demon knows how to open up these rounds. So let's see how it unfolds. Spike drop really far back in spawn. Playing a slow and steady default at this point. What Demon's got. Whoa! Excuse me?
Demon's dead. He ain't got nothing.
That was a shot and a half. I think he must have side dinked him and then closed it off. You can see the bullet shots there through the edge of that wall. Cabbits, that's a berserk one. Put that one in the playbook.
Yeah, that one's going in the real. He's loving it. That's nasty. I can't believe he's gotten away with that. That's 1 in a million type of shots type, you know? Either way. And now it's got to be Aspire who fight back. They just got to mentally reset. They, you know, you got to realize, hey, that shot isn't something he's going to be able to do every round. Just need to work it with what we got. We're down a player. That's okay. We can come back, and they certainly have before. Here we go. Trailblazer going to get some information, and as I say that, Smiley and Astra here are unfortunately being pushed back. That's a fantastic use of that KO utility.
Spike planted.
Yeah, big job there. Actually segmenting the push right through. And now Rui, Hunter's Fury, prowling. As God Sanity and Astral Form dropping a star or two, activating one of those, and Smiley now clearing out everything on that short end of the spectrum. Icy playing some cheeky start positioning, getting ready for the retake. Again, 5 versus 4, Infamous 5 looking pretty good. They got sight and they have A long under lock coming out. Icy denied by Rui, God Sanity getting Smiley as well. And on that note, 5v2, and rightfully so, Aspire. Ares is like, you know what, I'm not interested. I'm just going to go run for the hills and save what I can. And he does recoup an op. But can he live, Vincent, is the question.
Yeah, he hears them. They're coming. And oh, Cabins. That is certainly one way to bookend a round. You kill someone in the exact same position, beginning and end. Dirty stuff here. 9-7. And yeah, this is that shot once again.
I mean,
Demon couldn't
hot
do a
dang.
darn thing. Like, that
No.
is not Demon's fault.
He got absolutely burgered there with that shot. I mean, you say it's once in a lifetime, but yeah, it kind of is, and it's kind of just really spicy. Like, I feel like that's a good lineup. You're gonna remember that one, and Demons are like, I gotta definitely pay attention the next time I try and peek that.
Woo.
Hello, ladder moves. Wakey wakey.
Yeah, I saw what Cabbage was doing last round and thought, well, can't allow that to happen again to Demon, so I'm just gonna take things into my own hands. Dispatch with that player, the Jet no longer a possibility. With that being said, still a large advantage when it comes to the weaponry this round for Infamous 5. These attackers have rifles, whereas Aspire, you know, an SMG Sheriff, and we've already seen the magic that Marshall can do.
Marshall is witchcraft and wizardry. Magic potions, 7 elixirs when used correctly. Ooh. And now we're just slow and steady for Aspires. They're kind of leading the pack with an opening pick. Look at this presence towards B. There's only a lonesome Sova. They've really gambled and moved a lot of marbles to that A site here. I think they're starting to realize what's going on. At this point, though, Infamous 5, it's the time to collapse. If they're going to go ahead, get that Sova out of the way and proceed. Attacker lockdown. Here we go. The calls have been made. The rotates are hot. These guys need to gas it up, Vincent. No pumping breaks this time. Only W keys. 26 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. Let's get going. Nebula gonna lock everything out, and the fact that the lockdown goes through. See that Demon come through the smoke and find some success. Come over on the trade. Demon on another. He's found so much here in this area. Mount 1-3 is not good enough. This ladder moves finds another headshot while on the move, and that is a round that Infamous 5 they never want to see. We're going to see a Thrifty come up here in just a minute because, well, Aspire, they pulled this off with barely anything.
I don't know how happy I really am based on that attack side. Like, okay, I'm just going to say I'm pretty upset with the way that panned out for Infamous 5. They had so many members towards A, and they really, I think, dilly-dallied a little bit too long in B main, especially after that lockdown. Like, once you slap it, I get they want to kind of push people out of sight. Maybe they didn't know that so many members had gambled over to the A end of the spectrum, but I wish they went just a little bit faster. I think it would have been a whole different result had they gone on site, planted, and found some footing before the retake and the rotate came around from Aspire.
I agree that is the truth, but unfortunately, I just don't think Infamous 5 had any way of knowing that information.
Yeah,
you
I'm
know,
with you.
That's the real difficulty.
Breaks my heart.
Yeah, I mean, it is a heartbreaker. Regardless of all of that, some phenomenal shots hit by Aspire, and there's little you can do other than tip your hat and say good job. Here's that top divide, along with the null command, and ladder moves is still making moves, and he's continued to do just that here. Boathouse is his domain, and he's expanded it in towards the entire site. As Infamous 5, yes, it was a bit of a ruse. Unfortunately, a ruse that found nothing but death for the rest of their team.
Now, the question is here, you do have the utilities set up, and unfortunately for KJ, that is breakable. So if they can get on site and put one-on-one together, that'll be nice. Here they come, though, in a 5v3 retake. A lot of post-plant towards this long area. 2 bodies, 1 on short. Rui is going to have to be a pivotal member in this situation. Cosmic Divide goes, clearing it, swinging, ladder moves, knows what's up, getting Rui, and that just makes it that much easier to eliminate the last 2 of Infamous 5.
Yeah, and Well, you have this close plant utility already set up. How much of it's going to be useful?
Destroyed.
Nabaki not going to be good there for the burst, but... Oh, did he actually kill the diffuser? No, he doesn't. Oh, man. Basically, Infamous 5 just had to gamble that Nabaki got the diffuser there when shooting through that smoke. And to fairness, right? They could have really thought that Nabaki hit some phenomenal shots, but unfortunately, it does not come to fruition. And once again, I'm left thinking, Infamous 5 just not able to find these shots when it matters the most.
No, not so much, and it's kind of, I don't know. I'm just kind of drawn back a little bit here as we're looking at this major round, in my opinion, before match point comes around. We got to see the likes of Infamous 5 pull something out of their back pocket. It's got to be now or never, man.
Well, you know, to be fair, the best types of things to pull out the back of your pocket are some of these Bladestorm plays. We got one of those prepped and ready there from Cabot. However, some aggressive play there in middle. There's Cabot getting involved. Unfortunately, it's only 1-for-1. His teammate, is he on the flank? That's fantastic.
Teeman's quick on those movements, man. He's so mobile. Definitely reads the map and has the intellect and puts one-on-one together way before many others do. And it's lending himself to a lot of great flanks and picks as now they're going for it. Ladder moves in the one. Nabaki trades it. Ares is here, though, towards CT. A lot of pressure on B, and they're still going to go ahead for that plant. They telegraph that recon dart, without a doubt. We'll see here. Can they get it down uncontested? Doesn't look like it so far. Rui definitely keeping the gap nice and big. Back at it. Smiley, unfortunate for Nabaki. He's got both ends of the spectrum to worry about. And it's good enough to take Aspire to that match point.
Yeah, and you know, that key Thrifty round, I keep in my mind's eye going back to it. That is the round I think that lost Infamous 5 this game. And I'm saying lost, you know, I understand the game's not over yet. We're into a tack pause here from Infamous 5. This is obviously, you know, do or die. That being said, you know, that Thrifty round that Aspire were able to pick up, really impressive. And it really does tell the tale, I think, of the majority of this game, where Infamous 5 have some good ideas. They had, you know, I mean, as takes go, I mean, it was a pretty good setup. Unfortunately, man, the shots that Demon hit, it's just hard to anticipate.
No, it's a bamboozle, to say the least, and you can count on those cheeky flanks and pushes and that maneuvering around maps like Ascent, especially, to really catch you off guard. I mean, I take it back, not just only in Ascent, but again, being mobile and fluid and being able to read the room early on, it speaks volumes. That's what keeps things kind of cheeky. So yeah, match point. This is it for Infamous 5. Looking like a very eccentric setup off the rip, but again, the world is your oyster, as these rounds can definitely drag out. I have seen them been more successful when they're more decisive and get on a site quickly, especially on that A end. So we'll see if they kind of adapt to what's been working, or if they're going to try and pull something out of their back pockets here.
We will indeed see. Here we go. Potentially the ultimate round of the game, is obviously 12 is there for Aspire. Rui, that's some good shots being fired there through the nebula. Not going to hit their mark, but they certainly are in the right direction. Demon's really in a good spot here. He's got some backup, but as I say, that nebula in his way. Nabaki, do they have an idea of this? Surely they do. Great swing, though, from Demon. That's really strong. Looking for some more, but wrong direction there, buddy. God Sanity going to close that one out, so it's only a 1-for-1. Infamous 5 doing a good job of answering back immediately.
Happy to see it. Spike is still really far out, though. Most likely, Astra on the rotate's going to grab it. Nice job, Cabot's sharpshooting onto Icy, dashing into sight, and that's a good usage of that bit of kit. As they're now situated, the spike is coming, albeit FedEx is a bit late to the delivery here. Going to grab the door.
You know,
all's good though. It is. I don't blame them. Ain't nobody too upset about that. Trailblazer
Spike down.
definitely makes the better of
30 seconds.
Rui. Oh. But he does get traded here, Vincent. 2v2, lockdown. This is it. Do or die. What is on the agenda here? That spike now is fully planted.
That trade from ladder moves was crucial because it gives to the lockdown, and it creates just this one area to contend with, that long position. We already just saw the flash go over the top. It's 1-for-1. Oh my goodness, a 5 kill there from ladder moves. Low health for both. As the swing, the frag, the quad, and the game. Aspire taking things away here in this quarter-final matchup. And, you know, I gotta say, two things, quick and easy, Strive. Number one, Aspire really showing their prowess in this one. And number two, you know, Infamous 5, they showed a lot of really good ideas.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at this in the positive light. Infamous 5, definitely adaptable, moldable, showed up towards the second half of that, or second portion of that first half, and definitely made it known that they're not here to, you know, be the backseat drivers. They want to go ahead and drive this one right into victory. And at this point, question remains as they progress ahead into future weeks, what is the next version of Infamous 5 going to bring? I'm expecting amazing things, if anything, set the tempo tonight. So bravo to them. But again, Aspire Entertainment coming off a dub earlier on in Ascent, and they went ahead and rinsed and repeated one more time. Their showing was amazing, and the scoreboard definitely speaks volumes. Smiley on that initiator Sky definitely put in a heavy amount of weight there.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? Whenever you get down or get straight down to it, you know, we talked about the difference between the KO and the you know, and the Sky. Well, number one, Smiley put on a phenomenal performance. You just mentioned that, but the Sky utility, I think, really came to fruition. That's the difficulty, you know. And again, I'm not trying to, you know, apply blame here in any way. It's just the reality of the situation. You know, when you're looking back at the game and you see the outcome and you see the score lines there, even though there was some really impressive rounds, particularly on the attack, where I think that the push was won essentially because of that KO. How many rounds did we see won because of that Sky? And, well, the answer is more and significantly so. Any final thoughts here, Strive, before we throw to a quick break?
I don't think so. I think I'm more than content with the quarters. I think it set a great precedence moving forward into this series, and really shows that Aspire is not here to joke around. And again, you said it yourself, and I want to, you know, commend them again. Infamous 5, definitely really good ideas, good motivation, and good strength and energy moving ahead in this matchup. But before we send our viewers off to a break, Vincent, I think it's a wise idea to remind our viewers POV 71 is coming up next week. $1,052 on the line to celebrate 52 consecutive weeks, and that's spicy. So be sure to check out our socials if you guys are also interested in joining on that one. If you want to make sure your spot's secured and also support us and get your whole team priority seating and placement and all that fun stuff, the GLG Country Club membership is definitely still a thing. $10 covers your entire team, 3 months for the price of one, and it only helps you guys not only for this coming next week's event, but 2022 is sure to surprise you guys. We have a lot in store. So on that note, Vincent, you and I are going to take a quick break, come back to another matchup after this, and it's right around the bend. So to our viewers, take this time to get on the socials, support the talent, !talent in chat, producers, observers, and casters alike tonight, and we'll be back with you momentarily.
Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Nicely dodged.
Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2, making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abused Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remembers. Do it again! On the other side.
The Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And, oh no!
You can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5? It's Lunar. He takes out 3! Give it to Ode. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back in trading with these assault rifles, Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
That's not what you want right now.
Real pole cannon generator. Pole cannon generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it? He does. Wait for it. Pole can. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Pole can. Amazing job.
Whatever.
All right, well, Giggity, we are back and we are ready to go, Vincent. This is the semis. It's where it gets nice and spicy. And if y'all know the drill as well as we do here week in, week out, down below is the cheat sheet. Nightblood Gaming versus Monstars going on to the frigid land of Icebox here.
Yeah, you know, it is winter. It seems only fitting that as we move forward here this evening, we head over to Icebox at least one time this this POV. Nonetheless, Monstars, a team that I don't know a whole lot about, but I look over and I see a couple of players that I do recognize. Well, let's talk Nightblood Gaming. This is a team that's been around for a hot minute. McNutty, one of those players to watch out for.
Yes.
Alongside Roompa, if they're in, there's a pretty long list of players for both of these teams. So I'm not sure who's actually going to be in the game versus, it was set up as a sub. But if Roompa's in the game, look out for them, as well. But I see also on the other team, Rahante, as somebody that I've seen around quite a bit, but hasn't really necessarily been locked down anywhere. So I'm wondering if Monstars is just kind of a bit of a pug team. I'm not sure, but I'm really excited to see what they have to offer. And hey, they made the semifinals, which means that they definitely have something to what they've been doing.
Yeah, there's some mojo to back them up. And, NBG, like you said, not new to the block, GLG veterans, to say the least, and they fought their way towards the latter end of the brackets time in, time out. I'm expecting big things. Icebox, though, is going to be a nice mix-up for tonight, having seen the land of ascent. We're going to the frigid land where my beard lends itself the most to. It's intentionally why I grow it. It's just a hint to our viewers and our, not our viewers, but our teams. Go to the land of Icebox. Strive likes it. But getting into the agent selection here, see what the comms got for us as we're locking in pretty quickly. And you and I know, as well as many other casters and viewers, Viper is the staple when it comes to this map. Time in and time out.
100%. I am right there with you. Yeah, Viper plus Sage, that's really the duo that is must pick.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I'd argue Sova kind of in that same conversation, but I don't think we're going to get a Sage. This is interesting. Very, very different than what we would typically expect. I have seen McNutty play on this KO, and I've had some, I'll be honest, limited, it's been some limited success, but I've seen McNutty on other characters. He's got some good aim with him. But the other thing that I'm really interested in, we're seeing the KJ for both sides. This and on top of that, obviously no Sage. So I don't know about that, but no wall plants means that we're certainly going to be in for some interesting plants.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is Viper at its finest. Like, when that wall goes down, we often see in early rounds, it kind of pizza slices towards that B side, and it gives you good opportunity to enter and play on the post, whether, you're in the attack or defense, take your pick how you want to slice it. But as we get ahead, you pointed out McNutty, who is definitely a beast and a half and a face that I'm familiar. Reds as well. Roompa, yes, of course. But Stiga on that jet has shown up week in, week out for me as well. I'm looking to see what that duelist situation works out here. I do love the Reyna pick. I'll say it time in, time out, Vincent. Reyna definitely gives me warm, fuzzy feelings and is a monster, especially on this map. The verticality, the hidden corners, the in and outs of different containers and nests and such make Reyna very strong. So as we settle in, looks like the Sheriff buy is on the menu for that Rico, as the Devour offers you the half armor you could use so well to your advantage in the first round.
Yes, sir. Getting involved here. This is, of course, an attacker-sided map. And I think last time I watched Nightblood, I watched them on this map, and they were really good on this map in particular. Maybe I don't know. It's been a minute. I've been doing a lot of different games, so I could be a little bit mistaken on that. Regardless, we're underway in the attack, getting involved here at the A side of things. And it's looking like it's going to be fast and easy. Nobody actually fully committed to this site for the defense. Monstars just electing to let fall back, and there we go. There's White, the double shock dart to deny the plant. Now gotta get back on there and figure things out. It's getting a little scary. Finally, Nutty gonna pick the spike back up. He's put it down successfully, but he's taken out Rahante along with Akula. He's in for the retake. Monstars suddenly and quickly becoming big favorites here as they go towards the defuse. Akula on there, ready and Rahante do pick up both of those kills. That's flawless in victory. Monstars, where'd they come from?
Yeah, I mean, massive job, all things said. I'm grateful that they did get that spike plant. It does mean a lot, and the economy does add up in the grand scheme of things. you see, despite the round loss, having 2K plus is not an uncomfortable feeling. We'll see if they go ahead and play the counter buy. I'm not opposed to it, especially in this type of scenario, but you know, we talked about it in the agent select portion of this this matchup. Not seeing Sage gives me some weird feelings, you know? That wall plan has become a staple on Icebox, and now we're kind of translating that to more of a utility-based selection. I love the KJ, but again, what brings you more to the table? Is it really that Sage? It's TBD, as looks like the presence towards B is definitely spicy on this round. McNutty and gang going deep. Rico, cheeky angle, amazing pick for the one. Not choosing to dismiss. There it is right now, away from the joust and the battle. Devour this time, and it's Rez to come around and clean that mess up after a bit of a back and forth fiesta. Braun, the Marshall, definitely connects there on a great shot, and it's right back to a 3v2. Rejante seems to always be hot on this board now, and with World Roompa having a joust against 3, unfortunate scenario, but it's going to be good for Monster as they pull together a second round to their names.
Couple of kills is certainly nice to see your Nightblood, but yeah, really good stuff from Monstars in general. Braun in particular, that Marshall ringing out and ringing true. Rico doing a really good job of being that early line of defense as well. It's a bonus round for Monstars. If they don't really full purchase in, it's going to be the Sheriff here for ready. And a bunch of SMGs in the Marshall to follow up. So Nightblood with a really big advantage when it comes to the weaponry and riflery this round. Can they make that come to fruition, or we're going to see some craziness ensue?
Now Slow and Steady does it here, playing a bit of a, you know, simpler round on paper, but it's Rejante opening it up yet again. Amazing pick and falling away to safety. McNutty now going for the high ground. Prowlin, Braun is playing it long with the Marshall. Capin does get a bit of a connection, but it is not enough to take out McNutty as he's kind of posted up towards the good old yellow containers, but that spike is in a complete different area code here, Vincent, as it's now just starting to migrate towards B. KJ lurking. Braun, that's the second one you wanted to see, picking away at MBG here as they're down 2 members.
And, you know, I praised Nightblood. I said, you know, I've seen these guys before. They're a strong contender. And, I mean, all of those things are true. I stand by them. But what a read. That's nasty work. Oh, my goodness. Great callback there from Nightblood. But I was going to say, Monstars, you know, able to find such fantastic opening. Certainly something I do like to see here. Rez himself with the snake bite initially. But he does get the frag, or rather, Akula gets the frag on towards him. And it's back and forth. Here, Monster are still with the advantage, and they've been able to trade effectively out. But Roompa, he's got 49 health to his name, and there's not a whole lot that it will take to knock him down. There's that swing, and there it is. The SMG is back with a Rico now versus 3, and he's good for the one, but not much more. Monstars, another round that they're able to pick up, and that's the bonus.
This is troubling now for NBG there. I'm looking to see something change at this point, a bit of shift in momentum. It's Icebox is, I think, one of those learning type of maps, Vincent. It just takes a little bit of room to kind of spread your wings, figure out what's what, who's playing where, and what is the, you know, the adaptation situation. But again, with Viper and the setups that it offers, it's kind of tricky. You can see here, they're pretty steady on posting this wall up towards that A, which makes entry just that much more complicated and pushes you more towards, let's say, the B side of the map or mid, and from there you just kind of collapse and take advantage of that as the defensive side. So Spike now dropped way back towards spawn as 4 looking to push towards B, a bit of contest towards mid now. Stig and Co. looking pretty frosty towards long B area, and again, you do have the Viper and KJ in the neighborhood, so be careful. You guys know what's up at this site is now slow the Spike migrating. Question is, where's the rotate? As they're pretty much already quite deep, actually. Wall goes up, and this should be okay to plant.
Well, we'll see if there's any denial, and there's that first bit of denial utility. We see it. Stick. Fire things up. Really has a good idea that there's a player right there. And actually, it's Nutty who finds the frag where Hante going down, and some big damage done on towards the Viper as well. Nightblood, really good stuff here. They're playing a patient game, and I gotta give them credit for it. Ready? What's the operator? Looking for something to contend with. Is going to tag out there. It's finally now the opportunity for the plant. Cyclone puts it down. It's Rez for one, but Akula coming back with multiple frags of his own. It's going to be the Viper's Pit hold out there for Nightblood in the 3v3. Now, granted, Monstars has one of their own on that Viper's Pit, but how do you pull it back? Rico needing to make some moves here. Rez on the flank, and now it's all on Rico. The spike has been taking for a while, and there's 2 more to find.
Sugar and spice and everything nice for Rico here. Does have a lot of utility on the board, but the Decay is doing its job quite well, and he's just having to go in and out of this to try and make something happen coming out the bend. Great connection. This misses there, as well as the Devourer, but unfortunately, time is not there on Rico's side. Endgame is to try and get a pick before fading, and that doesn't happen as both Zyklon and Rico fade to that spike explosion. So on that note, the NBG squad are on the board at last. Took a hot minute here, Vincent, but there is some life in this team. And moving forward, let's see how they decide to work it. All things said and done, Icebox is a big map, and I want to touch on rotates, right? This map, it's not the quickest thing to migrate over from if you're going from A to B. So taking advantage of that, to me, I think is a critical factor. You know, get decisive, pick a site, get on there, and don't give them, 2 eternities to move 6 people over to that the site you're choosing to attack, at least for MBG side.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right in general, but I mean, to be fair, it was quite effective that last round. In that, wasn't really their goal, which is to win some opening duels. They did just that. Ultimately come away with the round due to utility. Either way, speaking of ultimate utility, here's a couple of them. Null Command going to be thrown out there to suppress any of the opposing players, along with the potential here for the lockdown. And I think that's to attempt to deny any sort of utility to destroy that lockdown. Spike plant is then locked down for the other side, but Hunter's Fury can deny it, and here it is. Hunter's Fury goes out, and gonna go through, shut down on the lockdown, as the Empress is now the only one to begin with here on re-entry. The entry good there for Braun. Stig is here for trading. 3 players for Monstars to work with as they pull forward room for swinging, but he's not good enough. Fortunately, Rez and Stig have both connected frags, and they've done it very well indeed. Rico, 1 versus 3, and I can't say that it's going to be possible as Rez puts him to bed. Is a triple kill there for him.
Job, and now comes the Monstars, I guess, go to the drawing board type activity. I'm kind of wishing a timeout would be called at this point here, Vincent, because you look at their economy, yeah, it's a bit rough, and it's going to take some time for it to grow. I mean, a round or 2 at best. They're going to go for the Sheriff buy. We do know that these guys can sharpshoot, and with the bigger guns, I'm just want Nightblood Gaming to work a slow and steady pick. Kind of take it easy this round. There's no reason to get too overzealous and walk into multiple crosshairs and get blasted, but you can see a very B-centric setup. They're kind of expecting it, and luckily for the side of NBG, they're choosing to go towards the letter A in this case and making some advances slowly. Hopefully they stick to their guts here, and rotates are pretty mobile, though. All things said and done, way too early maybe to call it here, and with the Owl drone in, it looks pretty empty, at least for the time being.
Yeah, nobody really going to get that early warning system. It's more of a late warning system is how the spike being planted. Find it out. Hunter's Fury, it's questionable whether or not we should use it in a round like this, but the spike is planted regardless of the Fury, and okay, maybe not, maybe I spoke too soon, as there is Rejante picks up another frag. Makes it a 5-on-4, and the Viper's Pit as well to apply pressure. Now, this can still be shot down through within. Those 2 snake bites come in to try and deny the defuse for now. But there's lots of time to work with, and as that time expires, more and more players are going down. Roompa, good, onto a cool. That means the one on good. Roompa on the triple in the quad as well. Zyklon getting involved, and Monstars, they're going to want that one back because they simply lined up far too effectively.
Gonna say, so the lineup, yeah, talk about it. Kind of like a good old game of bowling, all things said and done. They just got collapsed there, the solid 10-pounder down the alley. And with that, we're going to be rounding it off at a 3-3. Money looking pretty good as well, but this is going to force Monstars to dig pretty deep. At this point, I need to see a little bit more out of that Jet early on, I think, right? I'm seeing that Duelist presence is looking pretty darn good from the side of NBG, but the defensive Jet kind of struggling at this point. So let's see what comes to be as they're yet again going to their tried and tested A site. Contesting the recon, or the Owl drone does tag off that Sova. Counter recon coming through, and or Owl drone rather pings it. And at this point, it's kind of a stalemate as we're just going to take it easy, work a default here.
Would love to see Stig get involved here, but like you say, question marks do abound, especially with the tied game. But potential to very much push back against what Nightblood have been doing here. Kula, pushed up. Rez is gonna find it. It's a good little bait and switch, and I love it. Braun on the swing there with Rajante is gonna dispatch with Rez. Now it's ultimately a 1-for-1. Bladestorm available here for Nightblood. And in fact, Zyklon is finding one there on the flank for Rajante. That's brutal. But once again, it's Braun to tie things up here in the 3v3.
One enemy remaining.
Ready. Hot on the trigger there onto McNutty, and it's good to take NBG down to 1. Zyklon, 2 HP and a dream. Tough one. The Lear. Gonna keep him occupied for the time being. Swinging, and Rico is definitely expecting the Zyklon to be there. And with that, amazing job, Monstars on the board. Vincent, tell me, where's your head at here? And, the drivers for this equal match to me has been a really back and forth type scenario. You have the one on the spectrum where the Viper walls are kind of going one way and the other. I said in the pregame, I was kind of expecting more of that pizza slice B, I guess, exploiting, but it's not happening as much. That Viper playing A is definitely keep things spicy for me on this matchup.
Yeah, it's very different. I'm glad that you pointed it out because you're right. It's certainly not the norm. The other thing though, I think that Nightblood Gaming kind of lucky to have a couple of rounds like this. I'll get back to my point. Double up draft there for Stig to try and find an opening. Might still find one here. It is ready, looking to swing around. Ooh, it's gonna be dicey. As he touches the orb, ready, getting the heck out of there. They're gonna get punished. No, Rico able to dismiss. He's got the double. So Sig caught out here in the opposing side. The overheal is in effect as now the Lear comes out. But regardless, Nightblood down by a couple, now down by a few as Rico continues to find massive success there with a triple.
You can see there, and Stig kind of loitered. It was a bit of a bait to try and keep him busy. The moment he died and no one else showed up to the party, the defense like, wait a minute, there's something suspicious happening here, and they immediately start to rotate. Silva has now made presence at A, and unfortunately, McNutty and Zyklon are just going to have to try and work some sort of magic here in a 5 versus 2 scenario. And at this point, yeah, look at the, this is tough now. You've kind of pigeonholed yourself. They know you're not going B, and the time itself doesn't lend it too well to rotating around and getting that footing. You make a whole bunch of noise doing so. So I think at this point, looks like exit picks are on the menu here for us, Vincent.
Certainly does, but it gives us a good opportunity to, go back to that conversation we were just having, Strive. You were asking about what I was thinking with regard to this matchup thus far, and actually, I think I was saying Nightblood, I think, lucky to find 3 rounds at all at this point, because Monstars, realistically, they've only lost 1 real round. And that was that fantastic A execution that we saw. The other round was kind of a wild one where they picked up an eco, and it probably shouldn't have happened, but Monstars were in a weird bit of a rotate. They got caught out in the open. A lot of, unfortunate events kind of occurred, and that forced not only a save, but a double save. Which kind of got Nightblood into this thing. Since then, Monstars have once again looked dominant. That being a good round, a good example of it, where Rico just takes the push over towards B, and stuffs it straight in the dumpster. Says, nah, that's not something that's gonna work against me.
I'm with you. And if Rico keeps that kind of pressure up at long B, and that's the beauty of Reyna, right? You're in or you're out before you can blink your eyes. A pick and a dismiss, it's a spicy combination. So rounding it off, yeah, if they can keep B on lock, I'm expecting Monstars to definitely keep that pressure on proceeding ahead. Interesting, observation overall is just, I don't know how interesting it may be, but Braun went aggressive there trying to get the final 2 picks, and now he's actually down to 3,100 in gunless. So necessary push, maybe not the most, but the rounds that they've got to their name, it's only a 2-round gap. At this point, I mean, I'll say it time in, time out. When you get to higher level of play and you're really running by the wire, every dollar counts, right? Every buy, every force, everything adds up at the end. So luckily the team does have funds, but again, that's, 2,900 that you could have been saving for yourself.
I would argue, based on the money supply here for Nightblood, if you were to have found those additional picks, it would have been a big deal. But you're right, every dollar does count, and we'll see if it matters here in the long run. as the Viper a wall goes out here towards B. That's going to be an early warning indicator that a B site push might be incoming.
And at this point, Spike now recuperated. Rico, the tip of his gun shows any more. Oh, Rez saw it though. He actually falls away. I hope he put 1-on-1 together. Just the tip of that Phantom showed for a moment. Rico's good in position for a potential pick and dismiss. Let's see what comes of it now. Oh, 6 HP and a Dream Sting. Hot on it, my friends. Getting that opening. We go with the leading charge of KO. Kula, a tickle and a poke. Can't look up and down at the same time. Crosshairs can only go one way. It's McNutty on that Phantom opener. And it's NBG, alas, in a 5v3. What's Monstars going to do? Are they keen on the retake, or are they going to go for the save this round?
They are. I think they're at least poking their head in. A little bit difficult to 0 point. You're going to shut down one of them. There's that push coming forward, and already caught whilst floating. Never what you want to see. And now I think it's about
last player standing.
They're not going to do that. A bit of an interesting decision at the end for Monstars, but it's a flawless victory for Nightblood Gaming. So MBG back in winning straight. They're going to put themselves at 4 and deny the continuation of Monstars winning ways.
I'll say, I mean, there's something about that KO null command when it's activated on a, I guess, body advantage situation, right? If you're NBG, you're on site, you're in a 5v3, that null command's kind of like that cherry on top that says, you know what, you want to come in sight by all means, but you got no real utility to retake, especially when it's used on a utility heavy, remaining members on the retake. It works so well. So with, again, that presence towards A, I think NBG's found their comfort position, at least getting a bit of a aggressive post up, try to contest and see what the defense has got in store. A lot of Viper utility every which way. Braun is set up behind a cheeky one-way for the cross, and at this point, with the pizza slice setup of the Viper walls and a deep shock dart that connects onto absolutely nothing, the attackers kind of stale. And it's actually, all things said and done, Monsters has actually invested a good amount of utility on holding this off. You saw the 2 snake bites come out from Viper. Braun opens it onto Rez, and this is not the way you want to go. An uncontested pick, not the spiciest on the menu.
The very aggressive flash. McNutty actually on the swing. Flash doesn't go at least to that player, but it is still him to get the frag. 4v4 now. Viper Spit's a possibility for Nightblood should they want to use it. Same for the Hunter's Fury and the Emperor's on the other side. Monstars technically still with the advantage.
Welcome to my
Here's the pit. It's come down over at A. Push is good, and McNutty has one.
30 seconds left.
See that Akula has fought back, and well, Cyclone wants to put down this fight. The problem is, there's gotta be space. And well, Stig certainly does buy that for the time being. Let's look for the entry here on the Empress. It's Akula though instead.
Still on the board. I mean, it may not have to be used this round, as Rajante says. Yeah, no worries there. No need to use anything beyond your mouse one and your hand, and yeah, follow up with the number 2. That's Roompa falling. So flawless job for the most part from Monstars. Stepping up here is Rajante, looking great. I'm gonna take the 6-4. Walk away with that like bandits, and at this point now, NBG back to the drawing board. Maybe 8 isn't the tried and tested recipe. This is the thing with Icebox too. It's kind of red flags all across the board because there's only one real primary entryway into B. I mean, that's down long B or B main area per se. If you don't spot anything early on or spotting it, just kind of keeping an eye out, it's immediate red flags because the chance of a guy running up mid and going underneath tube is less likely. I'm not going to say it's not possible, but again, when you have presence or lack of presence at B, it's immediate red flags. The rotates come out, and it kind of lets you preemptively expect that A push, I'd say.
I think that honestly, the fast mid to B plays are really strong and a little bit underutilized right now.
I agree completely, Vincent.
So I'd love to see something fast and loose towards that B side, not utilizing this B long corridor. That being said, we are into another round, 6-4, and it's going to be a pretty big commitment here. 0 point. We heard going out. I don't know if you caught anything. Plant certainly is. Hunter's Fury, and relatively late. Not sure about that one. And it's really not got a lot to do, as the opposing Hunter's Fury does similarly little.
It looks like Akula, though, doing far from a little, going in mega for 2 openers. Zyklon coming around the back end of Maze. Great job onto Braun now. 2v3 scenario. Make that just 1 now. Monsters falling ready. We got in the tank here. Do we have some exit picks? If not, no sir, says Rez. And you know what? I've also noticed in this matchup, you pointed out, Vincent, underutilized, agree, but Tube has been kind of quiet. You know, you don't have the Sage to block it off, and you know, that's a plus. You know, I'd consider them wanting to exploit that more, and if not going through Tube, even somehow finding some sort of positioning on the top of Tube to find a cheeky way into kitchen or something spicy like that. So that mid area in itself feels slightly underutilized, but alas, 6-5, we got another round to go before we switch it up, and it gives us ideally another whole maybe even 12 rounds in the next one here if we can get it to a tie to maybe exploit mid a little bit better, at least when Monstars gets on that attack.
Yeah, we actually, just to piggyback on your point right there, we just saw the, you know, potential there with the bot setup. Well, that's pretty easy to deny, but think of denial. It's Nightblood denying everything. 2 frags denied, and there is one fight back involved. Nutty on the trade. This is looking fantastic for Monstars, but I'm saying that things are maybe falling apart just a little bit since it's 2v3 and Nightblood have control.
Ready here. X-ray off. Yes, please. Nice transfer for the 2. Roompa does end up connecting on the response, but it's good to take him back to a 1v1. Braun is hunching. Did get a gun off this. 7 bullets. Roompa stomping around. Shock Dart goes. Does he have the better angle? It kind of did, but it's Roompa hot on the mouse 1 trigger with that Phantom. So, you know what? Talk about spice and everything in between. We end up basically on an even half, my friend. A really good matchup, all things considered. Let's see now, as we swap it off, what is this swap going to bring us? What's on the menu? As we get a bit of a look at Reddy's post up here with the transfer for the second. Good, though. As Papa Roompa.
Really too bad Braun couldn't close that out because, man, you gotta say, it was well done in order to kind of fight that back with that double kill over towards Long.
Yep.
Nonetheless, yeah, 6-6, as you mentioned. You know, a situation where
isolate them and
yes,
kill them.
it is a little bit abnormal, as you would normally expect the attackers to have a bit of a lead, but I don't think that these 2 teams are showing us the best they have just yet. We got another half to play. We're underway. Nightblood here defending. Roompa shots being fired correctly. He's upgraded to the Sheriff, and while that's always scary, it can also be deadly. And it already has been. 5 versus 4 here. Now the retake has to come in.
Now, with a spike planted post, the Viper Wall present here, Roompa down to 23 hit points. It's good opportunity for Monstars. Nice dome connection. Rico falling. Still has a Devour available. Now more. Yes, and should be activating Zyklon with the classic. Indeed, stunning plays, and Reddy is the man of the hour to close that one off and bring home the final pick, and it's good for the 7-6. Bravo. You know, in the end, the whole scenario with that Reyna and that post up in Hell area just worked out so well. Rico, minty as can be, and this is the question now. What's NBG going to do to put a halt to this? I hope they don't fall susceptible to just getting, you know, stomped over with the bigger guns. If they can get a bit more aggressive and push up, even mid control offers you a lot of intel. Maybe you don't use it on the attack, but on the defense, creeping up somewhere through Tube, it's an option. It's an option.
Well, we will see what options, you know, Monstars is like, or rather Nightblood Gaming, excuse me, I like to go with. Fortunately, we had a bit of a tech hiccup here. Player crashed out of the server, so we're gonna get them back in and ready to go. All that's happening. Good to see my beautiful face alongside of Stripes, and you know, I think that when it comes down to it, Nightblood they've been on the back foot the majority of this game. When it comes down to these aim duels, Monstars, they're picking up some of them, but I think that Nightblood Gaming have had some good ideas. And if they can continue to put some of those good ideas to fruition, they have a great chance.
I'm with you. I mean, maybe I don't necessarily 100% align with the back foot portion, considering how the 6-6 came out. I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, they've had a bit of a hiccup here, a tickle there. If you round off the overall situation, like you said, ideas, yeah, they're there. but the contest overall tells me that NVG is not here to back down from any kind of challenge, right?
No.
Time in, time out, they showed up in that first half, and it gives me hope knowing that we've swapped out even on Icebox, you know, a map that I'm not used to seeing too many even matchups, at least in the cast that I've done. So I want to find some comfort and grace knowing that the rounds to follow are going to be really a true joust of skill.
You got a good point about Nightblood's resurgence there in the back half of the first. Either way, we're back in game and we're rolling. Here's Monstars looking to put together a fantastic little anti-eco round that leaves them with lots of bonus weapons potentially. And as that's happening, look at this. Only off the back of a singular player and one wall. This is a full rotation off the B side. Monstars are loving this as they have everything they could ever want, need, or desire.
With the situation now, NBG is going to have to lace up those Jordans because they got a huge amount of bodies on that A site. Braun is now keeping Zyklon busy, which is value add as he's only got a light gun, gets a great pick. Here's a lot rotating, puts himself in a bit of a pickle as he gets picked off on the long, and Reddy is going to get McNutty there to at least keep him busy. Rajante somehow connecting on a beautiful turret frag on Roompa. 4v2, a lit jet. Looking pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered, I'd say. Much like postcard in the mail that I got coming towards you, Vincent. A little Merry Christmas gift. Hopefully, if Monstars can close it out. Stig picking bodies, though.
I mean, he's low health. That's the big problem. No real chance here. It was a question mark. But a couple of kills. You know, once again, it's not perfect on the anti-eco, but it's pretty darn good. Monstars in that controlled phase here with that round. Now, they picked up the bonus last time, Stripe. Are they going to be able to maybe pick it up again?
I mean, at this point, yeah, the bonus was the sauce, and this is the gun buy. So we're going to see what NBG can do here. It's a critical round. Dare I say this is one of the most critical rounds in this matchup because this is going to set tempo. And for me, once you hit that double digit, it's kind of an awkward tipping point. So let's see what these guys got. Zyklon. Oh yeah, they're definitely meeting our expectations right off the rip. They're onto Rico.
Certainly is. Can he find more? The answer is absolutely not. Stig is quickly dispatched with him. So Monstars down by one here, courtesy of those trades going that way. What more can be found? There's a lockdown here for the offense, should they want to utilize that. But the real question is where? You know, that's a little bit of a tough task. And, you know, beyond that, got to get into the question of, you know, Monstars, where do you go? They should be grouped up, but look how split they are.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean,
You should run.
split with 44 seconds. It's a pickle. The attacker lockdown goes in on A, and that's actually basically a flare sent in this guy saying, hey, guess what? I'm over here. Meanwhile, Reddy is like, yeah, well, shocker. we're going the complete opposite end, so it's good to get the bait, pull them off. Is it worth the ultimate, though, Vincent? I ask you that question.
You know, at this point, if you can win the round, absolutely. But, and that's an equalizer. So maybe. I mean, I think that's a good one.
Rajante, though. Oh, McNutty! Absolutely bamboozles and foils that plan.
Leads.
Late storm. Oh, but that's KO at its finest now. Roompa, shock dart, ready. Oh my god. McNutty, I think assuming we saw Korean Jet go off, may have single-handedly sealed that round up with that suppression. Bravo.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that was a fantastic use of the 0 point. That's exactly the sort of late round type of thing that you want to see from your KO. And I mean, that's honestly one of the reasons that we've really not seen a ton of KO is that those types of late round scenarios just have not been super useful and haven't really come to fruition for this character. But McNutty pulling it back, pulling it off. And like you said, one of the most influential rounds this game to pull Nightblood Gaming back and keep them in it.
Now, influence, as we're seeing in an 8-7, is just can we just buy influences and just hopefully it's enough to get us one round, like WTB influence, because NBG on this point is looking pretty good. Just a 1-round gap. We're just prowling for an opening pick here and there. A lot of mid control. This not a lot, but I'm gonna say having mid control from Monstars makes me feel comfortable. Like I'm happy they're watching it with KJ posted up there.
I'm certainly a down. And at the top of that, Rez, though, answering for the opening frag, does take some damage. Here we go on the null command. As I say, that's actually a 0 point, not a null command. Just a big one. Big Nutty with the trade. The fragment doing damage as well. Monstars tagged and bagged, but here's Ready on the trade towards Rez, who gets that one frag before falling to Akula. It's a 2-on-2, limited utility for each side. Oh, and Ready is certainly prepared, and Akula is in a tough spot to check.
I'm super grateful Reddy got that pick on that Viper, because on a post-plant scenario, Akula on the final for Roompa. Had Viper survived, we might have had a whole different round. I mean, don't dismiss those snake bites. They're strong, and when played correctly, can really bamboozle you and send you for a bit of a roller coaster. So, all things wrapped up, 9-7, Reddy looking good now, waking up, and on the board, 13-9. This whole team on the attacker end, quite evenly distributed. Like, let's talk about that. It really just goes to show that as the overall contribution factor, the team is there for each other, and they're back in the scoreboard nicely. So let's see as we proceed ahead. It looks like this recipe has been kind of finding comfort for Monstars, but again, it's just more opportunity for NBG to start learning these secrets that have been kind of foiling their plans 2 rounds at least in a row here.
I want to go back to a point you made earlier. It's about this player right here, Stig. Really struggled to get in this game. 6 frags to his name here, and as a duelist, that is just not good enough. Here we go. Again, he's the first frag. It's traded, but it's not going to be good enough, as it's a 2-for-1 deal. And as you and I both know, that math sure as heck don't add up if you are paying the 2. Nightblood Gaming pretty much down bad here in this round. As Monstars, all they got to do is group up and convert the 4v3.
2-for-1 is pretty much only useful if you're on the 2 side of it. But like you said, with the leading numbers, just makes it that much easier to collapse onto his side. And it looks like with the B-centric setup from these defenders, A's looking good. The Lear is going to open up the at least the map itself, or the site, followed by a recon. Keeps Roompa occupied as he can't necessarily peek his face around the Bennett screens. And with more, Rajante bamboozled in the back of the head, connecting for the vertical flick shot. Rico takes damage, but it's not enough for the pick now. But still, we're going to fall back and play the post here in the 3v3. So what was looking good in the beginning is now kind of spiced up a bit.
Lockdown and null command are online. There's that null command. Is it going to be enough to deny the Hunter's Fury? Right now it is. Braun hitting Roompa there. Good for the 1. But Rez here for the trade. Now Braun has to pull it back. Now that Hunter's Fury still not an option yet, but he's on the flank and he's got the shots fired. Gonna get the heck away. Oh, nicely done there, Braun.
Nice.
Is it enough? No, it's not. What
My goodness.
Fantastic half. I didn't realize he got the half.
That didn't register in my head either, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, part of me is like, even if he got the half, like, Braun went full-blown, like, gymnastics there, running up the ropes, falling down the ropes, shake and bake. He even made the noise and didn't even care to press shift or do something to go for the frag from above. And with that, I mean, dude, you look at the current situation, it's looking pretty darn good, and I'm sure they're feeling good about that clutch. That speaks volumes to their performance, and I'm sure Braun must be feeling pretty cheesed about that one. It was poised to be an amazing clutch.
Yeah, he clearly just thought that it was already over, but you gotta play till the end. There's Stick getting involved, double kill with the Blade Storm. That's what we wanted to see.
Love those knives. I mean, from an ultimate perspective, what it does for you at a $0 investment, essentially, just from getting picks and orbs, like, yeah, bravo. And with that NBG, love it. And dude, it feels like every bit that Monstars dishes out, NBG gives it right back to them with Rez on the 2-piece. Rajante gets it. Roompa comes around the bend and Rez can't get it. I was going to say, like, yeah, every bit of pain and hurt that Monstar slaps on MBG, it's MBG's like, no. Like we're here to fight, man. Please, like if you can't you know, take it, don't dish it.
I mean, you're absolutely right. You can't take the heat. Get up, you know. Easy does it here at Monstars. They are up against a bit of a wall. You know, they've had some good stuff, but these last 2 rounds in a row, Nightblood Gaming have overcome, and now it's the last gun round for Monstars. And I say last because if they don't win this round, their money is going to be in a bit of a pickle. The big good news for Monstars, though, is that look at this ult economy. It's very much in their favor, and I love this as a counter to Nightblood's Viper's Pit. You either have to get out or get locked out.
It's a fiasco now. Basically uncontested entry, doors wide open. Make yourself a mocha. Have a seat. Join us in the Pit of Doom as they've found a lot of footing. Rajante, ooh, is the Aldrome going to spot him? Partially, as his gun does most of the pinging of his presence. And now, as the rotates come, Rajante pinned in a sight, dropping some utility here and there, and the team now just shows up to back him up. Hunter's Fury, Roompa, gotta aim at a hair to the left! And may not get anything. Oh, he doesn't off that Hunter's Fury. That's a big problem on a retake, and a lot of money, or rather not money, but alt points invested in that one.
Yeah, and oh, here's a cool. How many can you find? It's a good timing. Can deny the lockdown, though he doesn't need to. The Hunter's Fury is going to do that for him. Rante in the back here. Rico as well. Is it even going to be necessary for Akula to find this? Well, in case you needed it. Akula was there. Could have maybe done more if it was better timed, but nonetheless, it's 10-9.
This is it, man. And for me, can we? I don't want to be that guy to, you know, bring in the nitty gritty and kind of give the predictions, because that's not who I am. But given how close this matchup has been and what we're really getting down to, if you could pick the one X factor that's going to differentiate either Monstars or NBG from each other, what is that for you? Like, what has been the driving catalyst for these rounds for these two teams?
There's no doubt for me on the Monstars side. It's been the consistency with which they found opening picks.
True. So I'm with you on that.
So if Stig can find an opening pick back the other way early here with this operator, that could be a way to shut them down. But here we go again. Akula on towards Rez. Opening pick.
I wish I kept my little notepad and papers, you know, to correlate opening pick versus round one. I think for the most part, it has been in that fashion. But now Zyklon holding steady, going to at least keep the plant a little bit delayed there with the snake bite. Pit goes down, though, for the attackers, and that's going to give them good footing. I have mixed feelings about this pit on B site. It works and it doesn't work. It limits you in terms of vision, especially when the numbers are so high like this with 4 people. It doesn't give you the chance to kind of clear out some bodies, but we'll see what happens. As long as they don't peek and get too greedy, we're going to be okay for the attackers.
You know, it's all about how many players you have set up inside there. It's all about that timing, where you're playing at. We'll see how it goes, like you say. And I think it's already over. That spike has been planted for so long, and it took so long for Monstars to really prep their retake. The Nightblood Gaming are going to get away with it just by putting the pit down. And Strive, here's where I push back on you just a little bit on your point. Whenever you get into a position that's so damn good, like we just saw from Nightblood Gaming, you can win the round, or sorry, from Monstars, you can win the round just by having the utility in place, like that Viper's Pit. And that's why it's important to put it down early and often.
You know, I feel you on that, because in itself, the pit is kind of like, you know, a beacon of, or not beacon, but, you know, like a flame wall. It makes you doubt your choice. Like, you're like, darn, I'm really tight. My finances aren't great. Do I go for this, or do I just play it more passive? So on that front, yeah, again, everything kind of has its own pluses and minuses, but in that case, I feel you, man. I can 100% relate to your point. But you know, with that pit now gone and not available for at least another 6 or 7 alt points, what is the X factor, or in terms of ultimates, to kind of keep them preoccupied? We're just 2 rounds away from the dubski for Monstars. Stig, you said it, Vincent. I am so happy he got that opener for us.
It's beautiful. That's exactly what Nightblood need. You know, MBG, they're down pretty bad here, 11-9. That's not a scoreline you want to be, but Roompa could find something here. Gonna turn it up, but he can't find it. Not the connection. And so a double kill going the other way. Monsters may just be pulling this one off. If they hit towards 11, I'm not sure that the comeback is in the cards. That being said, we're gonna get the retake here incoming. The big problem, though, there's no ultimates. There's no X factor that you were kind of alluding to. And oh, you gotta check your corners here, Rez. Ready is really putting Monstars over the edge. Stig now 1v4. You need the ace to pull this one back and just save the gun, mate.
Yeah, this is not the time to be playing hero. And at this point, that dollar, whatever you can take away with you is going to be value add. Dashing away, getting collapsed. Braun and Akula end up going for the pinchy. And it's a good one, man. Monstars peel away. This could be it. My heart's aching. The announcers told you loud and clear, match point. And I want to see the finances once that scoreboard comes up. All is okay at this point for Monstars, but on the opposing end, NBG just completely hemorrhage in terms of money. Not the best way to close off this matchup if it gets to that point.
Well, I mean, we are at that point, though.
Well, I mean yes, but you know what I mean? Because even now they've bought some, like, depending how many bodies they drop, there's just no more cushion. You know what I mean? I'm with you. We're there, but it's just unfortunate how we've dwindled down so far into the money pot. You know?
Well, the good news for them is if they win here, they should have enough to buy back. You know, unless something crazy happens, they only got one player survive. But man, Rajante, that's pretty much all you can ask for in a situation where you're swinging two individuals at the same time. And he finds one frag, and Rip, on the other hand, finding one as well there with the Marshall. Even tagged with that shock dart, not gonna matter. And you know, like I said, we're here, but Nightblood still have chances, and they've definitely put themselves into a winning position. Null CMD available.
Poison's off.
And that could potentially deny this B hit. You can see that the player on the map there is kind of leading towards the B side. So if they hear it early enough, pop that null command and deny everything.
That's going to be almost, for me, again, that differentiating ult. You saw how well it worked there, nullifying that Bladestorm, you know, maybe 4, 5, 6 rounds back. And now as they're making their way onto B, you know, 4v3, NBG's in the right position. They got to start moving soon, though. Spike now planted. The timer is ticking. Zyklon caught in a 1v1. It's Rez for the single. Ready responds back to a 2v2. And Vincent, this is not the best situation for McNutty. Pop flash and the swing. Got a joust, and it's not enough as Reddy takes it all the way to the finish line. Attackers take it. Monstars bring home the dub.
And it's Monstars headed to the grand finals here. Nightblood, you know, the difficulties here for Nightblood were a few fold. Number one, those opening picks absolutely were a factor. That round in particular, man, I cannot believe that it was Nightblood's way, but I think the Nightblood got some early favorable rounds. And that's part of the reason this was such a close game. Otherwise, I gotta hand it to Monstars. They outplayed Nightblood pretty extensively, especially considering the differential in those opening frags. And this round. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough one for Braum. 0.11 seconds. That's just brutal. This was the aggressive push from Stig that worked out amazingly on the double Bladestorm. And, you know, it goes to show you there was light in this tunnel as Stig woke up, and with that follow-up on Rico. I want to talk about the round that just passed out for a second. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Vincent, that was Zyklon who was in a 1v1 type peak scenario, fighting from kitchen area for a long pick. Was that necessary? And could that, you know, survival of Zyklon been completely different had he not fallen and waited for his team to rotate around?
You know, that's a good question. I don't want to you know, answer directly, but I will say, you know, maybe not. I think you make a fair point. You know, what other thing I want to add to this, and again, not to throw anyone under the bus here, but you know, when you're on the jet, when you're playing the duelist, when that's supposed to be your opening pick creator, you know, Stig, he left quite a bit to be desired. I'll kind of leave it at that. But from an opening pick perspective, Braun, Jante, Reddy, Akula, all of them had opening frags here and there, and Stig did have a couple. But the consistency with which the whole team kind of stepped up was what was impressive from Monstars.
Yeah, I'm with you. Consistency, and the overall, I guess, it's like it's like a layered cake, right? The first layer is only good as the top layer. Like you take a bite of the whole thing in one shot, and that's what Monstars I think was. As a unified team, they were really well meshed together, and I think you saw towards the tail of that matchup, it just was small things that compounded and led us to the victory. So rounding it off, I mean, bravo to these guys. They're going to push ahead, and they're going off to the grands in a best of one.
That they are. And, well, we don't know quite who they're going to be taking on in that match. But unfortunately, though, Strive, I think it's your time to say goodbye, which I'm very sad about, my friend. But I think we got Ravish coming in as well, so it should be a great time on the finals.
Absolutely.
Folks, don't go too far. We'll be getting that grand final set up and coming to you as fast as possible. We'll be right back. Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Nicely dodged.
Drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Kukli good for 2, making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abused Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Destin and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remembers. Do it again! On the A side.
The Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And oh no!
Can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5? It's Lunar. He takes out 3! Give it to! Give it to him! Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back in trading with these assault rifles, Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last gonna trade it back. Kaplan with the 3rd through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
That's not what you want right now.
Real pole cannon generator. Pole cannon generator. Hold on a second here. Does he get it? He does. Wait for pole cannon. 4K. Do we get the ace? Yes, we do for the closeout. Pole cannon. Amazing job.
Whatever.
Well, and after this break, we have returned with a new face joining us once again, or the Ravishing Ravish, alongside myself, Vincent. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here with you, man.
Yes, sir. I am as well. Thank you very much for having me on. I'd say I'm excited, accelerated, and bursting at the seams to be here beside you, Vincent. It's gonna be a great time. Thank you.
That's very descriptive. I love it. You know what else I love? Two teams we got here are Ravishing Monstars, who we saw in our semifinal matchup, coming up against Curry and Friends, a group that, whilst I don't have a full list of rostered players in front of me, I know at least 2 or 3 of these guys. We've seen them a couple times before here at the Pit of Valor, haven't we?
Yes, sir, exactly. Like you mentioned, man, it's gonna be an absolutely, dare I say, banger time. I know it's a taboo word among casters, but I do tend to contend that this will be a genuinely good place to be, considering we're getting a little bit cold out here in Icebox, my friends. So let's put on the winter jackets and look at some of these compositions, see who's dressed for this frigid weather ahead.
Well, Sage plus Viper. That's check mark number 1 on my list. Already gone through from the Korean friend side. Though I see no Sage for Monstars, and well, I watched Icebox in the semifinals with this team. They didn't go with the Sage. They actually went with the KJ along with that Sova. So I'm imagining Braun going to lock the Sova as well. So it should be an interesting differential with the lack of the wall plant available for Monstars.
I actually love Killjoy on this map. I think both her and Sova, especially considering if they're on conflicting sides, they can definitely counteract each other very well. Most importantly, the interaction between using the hard facility or the lockdown. That is always something we got to look out for, though. But considering there is the Sova and the Killjoy on one side, but on the other end, only the Sage, like you were mentioning, it should be the Sova picked up. So dueling Heartless Fury, definitely an option. And the Sova definitely has to be essential. We're going to lock this down and make the composition a whole, considering they do have the Viper, but this double duelist is what makes things a little bit more interessante, considering they're matching it on the other end. So this Sage can definitely make or break everything we've seen today for the attacking side.
I'm with you. Yeah. And well, can Crayon be that difference maker? We'll have to see. The lockdown. I think you're right about the lockdown being good here. The question is clearly, can Rajante, be as effective, I guess, as Crayon on that attacker side? Because I think that attacker side is clearly where you lose out a little bit on the Sage. But I like that, some teams are experimenting. I've gotten to the point where I'm like, dude, this map's meta is so like boring because we've seen it for like 6 months in a row. And the fact that people are trying new things, it definitely gives me a fuzzy feeling in my heart.
Oh, you know what? I think more often than not with Icebox 2, it's definitely it's coming to a similar point where you know what the setups are going to be, especially alongside the Viper. You know where the walls are, and you know where the more often than not, the teams are going to, try to attack and move in from. It's a lot like how I found Ascent was stuck as for quite some time.
Yeah.
And where I think, Breeze is a little bit, but I will hold my transgressions as we head on to A. Oh my god, 2 already down.
That was okay, Braun. That's cheating. Don't shoot him through the smoke or through the toxic screen like that. Ridiculousness ensuing here as it's Curry and Co left alive here. 2 versus 5, and AGB is gonna try and fight once back. Curry does the same. So maybe possibilities. No, never mind. Braun is ridiculous and has 4 frags on the Pistols. Monstars already in the driver's seat.
I thought you said ABG, which was something real different, but it's just those acronyms flipped around a little bit. I wonder if AGB is an ABG. What? I wait and find out. But on the other end, dude, I forgot Rahante was actually on this roster on Monstars. Dude, Rahante's a monster.
I know he is. He's fantastic, dude. I was talking about him during the semifinal. Just is kind of like, I don't know any of the rest of this team, but I know Rohante and I know he's good. And that's kind of where we started. Here's where we're ending here. Rico with an opening duel, and he's won that one.
I'm sad that I'm sad the ABG is down. Can't get any more bottles of club, sadly. I'm not saying that. I was not with that, but look at them just edging closer, closer down through green though. So Rico's ready for the peak as well, with both lists being put out right away. Reddy's manages to make their way all the way down to peak, then onto green. So three people since he's locked down. Popping in between the boxes, shit dies. Rico aggresses in front of them. There we go. One after one as they all fall. Pandas also left alive, and he dies just like that.
Quick and easy there from OnStar. It says, you know, that's what you want to see out of an anti-eco round, you know. A kill, sure, maybe 2 for the opposition, but ultimately you deny the plant, you deny everything else, and it's a quick 1-2 punch straight in the mouth. OnStar's looking good. I love it.
I'm sorry, what? Straight in the what, man? Do you want to try that one more time?
Straight in the mouth.
All right. Anyways, looking forward to Curry, your friends, though. Losing the first 2 passes, although not the most ideal situations, but sure, it's one they can easily recover from, considering they're inch the way over onto B side yet again. They're up against the Viper wall. It's laid down by them, so at least they give them cover, but all the Killjoy util not going to really favor them. So make the way around yellow. You see there's a lot. Concentration still all towards A. And even with the Viper as well, just chilling down by mid, watching for any sort of flanks. Ready? And so I've already rotated over. And they might have definitely sensed the presence that is incumbent on the site.
Well, certainly sensing something. Well, those senses, they're tingling for a reason as the nanoswarm gets popped to deny any sort of plant. But I love how fast here the Korean friends have kind of fallen back. They just cut all of the sound. Unfortunately, the push-up from the Viper on the opposing site has really given all the information away, and this is really just a matter of time. Now here comes the secondary push. 35 seconds to work with. Rohante right around the edge of this toxic screen wall going up. Rohante over the top to deny it one player, but the spike still falls down. And Rico here now looking for the retake. Curry gonna return fire. There was the shock darts, and Akula on the flank has attempted to apply pressure, but it's 4 versus 3 at the moment. Curry and friends really starting to get pinched out here. Braun with a double as AGV does what he can. Now versus 2 is Curry. He's found one. Beautiful work here. Now has to do it once again with the low HP. Rohante, he can't be favored. And Curry has an off angle. The off angle's good. The clutch is there. And that's Curry and friends getting on the board.
Curry decides to just pick his team up by the britches and say, let's go on a little ride, my friend. Although my pants are feeling itchy, don't you worry. I got Vaseline on me. So this gonna be A-okay.
I'm glad to know it's okay, you know?
I imagine so, but as you...
Fantastic metaphor you put up for us.
Thank you, sir. But looking forward from here, right, is Curry, although on the back of the 4K, I can't imagine he does every single round to try to save the push that they currently had. They did manage to get the actual spike down, and the round will favor beautifully for them. But considering the Hunter's Fury that was used to clear out the side a little bit, I was surprised previously when they took B that there was no actual mid presence. They just pushed in as 5 down green, which even now, there's 2 stacked mid as they look over to A, and the Empress is popped by Rico to try to just stop the push. He gets immediately popped, though. That's unfortunate.
That's a nice little taparoo by Ivan. Monster is still not down and out yet. They've still got 4 players left alive, and Kula gonna even the odds as Curry does fall. So the quad killer from last round no longer a factor. No ults to work with here as it's round number 3. The wall down, and the shock darts have come out. Here's Rohante on the entry, trying to deny. No, Pandas is the only one to deny, and it's denying Ready. Shots fired, though. Pandas falling. Braun trying to put together some fantastic work, but Akula comes in from the flank and evens the score to a 2 versus 2. Before Crayon can come back for more. Akula is far too far away. despite Ivan being at 1 HP from the decay, is going to connect the final frag for the triple kill.
Post plants so far seem to be Curry and Friends' obviously specialty, considering just how well they did in the past two. Now, this was of course done on, of course, full econ as well, which is more than we can say right now about Monstar. Sadly, had to opt for a save. Should be fine for now after losing that next two. Although unfortunate they lost on was actually their bonus, right? This is the precarious situation that they sadly put themselves into by losing all the Spectres and such. So what I'm looking at for Monstars right now is that y'all gonna be able to stop these pushes early on if you cannot contend against that 5v5. Taking out Panda to start off is one way to do it.
Certainly a strong start, considering especially the lack of weaponry like you were discussing. The Resurrection is online. Crayon's going to put that forward, and Panda's good for it. Res good, but the Hunter's Fury maybe better. Here we go. Does some tags, but not any frags. Ready on the flank. It's good for the one, but AGB is going to connect not only on that, but Akula, who is getting a little bit fancy with the footwork there in mid. AGB connects on one more, and that's the triple. In the meantime, there was one kill with the Sheriff, but now it's a Sheriff versus the world. I gotta say, in this small town, Sheriff getting in charge.
I mean, you're on an anti-ego, right? I think the most I can expect is, and personally, I think what's really worth your money is if you actually get at least two. I'm all for that. I think you've done more than enough work. If you get three, I think you could definitely celebrate. With Monsters right now, moving it through mid, Brahante has a free gun for themselves. He could just use this to save it and try to use that to move over to the next round. Or he decides, you know what, nobody else should have guns. And now he doesn't either.
Yeah, you know, sometimes that's what happens when you try to enforceably remove something from your opposition. You get shot in the face. Oh, man. Unfortunate.
You know what? I think unfortunate is the right way to say it, considering he went for a bold and brazen play, but unfortunately it did not pay off in his favor, considering at every single angle covered. True. A tried situation, but for now though, Carney your friends pick things back up, and of course it'll be up against full eco, a monster as well. So full buys across the board, and the lockdown on their end as well. They could easily use this, try to go in for a potential disengage, as this site seems to be taken quite fast by Curry and friends, as already halfway into A.
Fast indeed. Ready, pulling out the Blade Storm. Is here to defend. Can he find? Kind of playing around this cloud burst. There goes the lockdown. The wall comes out to allow to cover the plant, and that does well. Ready goes down to Curry on the long range duel, so those blades no longer a factor. As the lockdown in place, dispatches with two. It's a quick trade left, right, and center. Monstar is left all alone. It's Rahante who's got to pull it back. He sees the first and the second. I even know who finds that magical moment to connect with the headshot. And Curry and friends, they continue to dominate.
This post play, like we kept saying, is definitely their overall specialty. And although they lose a couple in the lockdown, it doesn't necessarily matter because the main targets who wanted to survive, they managed to get out. You ziplined away, enjoying a quaint spike view, and they will move back in just as easily. Like you mentioned, up against two, there's only so many places you can swing. Now, Monstars are stuck in what's called the ping pong economy, my friend. They only buy up every other round. And as they continue to transgress, Monstars will unfortunately continue to suffer unless they win two in a row, or at least one without losing many.
Certainly is going to be necessary. Rico's in a bit of a tough spot here. Lear goes out, but doesn't really help buy anything. Unfortunately, it was time that Rico needed, and he found it here ready. Is ready for everything in the double kill. Curry and friends quickly dispatched there on entry. Monstars looking solid here. And you said they're going to have to survive with plenty of players left. Well, it's a 5v2. Ravishing, this is exactly the type of thing they were looking for.
And if they could you just nail down Curry and friends here, I think things are definitely looking up for them. Sending AGB along with Curry right outside. They still have the spike with them, so they could try to go for a plant, but they can't necessarily fake anything here either. I imagine they know they're right outside with them.
30 seconds.
They're all just waiting for them to move in. Monstars have to do nothing at all. I just wait at the back of sight, but a pick like that should be quite nice. And Curry get put on ice.
Thrifty is around here for Monstars as well, so that's exactly what they needed, right back into things. So 4 rounds in a row they go down, but now they can start to fight back. They've got the money, they've got the rifles, those Vandals in hand, and I'll be interested to see what their setup looks like, because Monstars have a really interesting idea. Right now you see that Viper is over at B, but they have a setup here at A that they like to run that could be interesting. As I'm saying that, B, there's 3 players committed early. This is looking like it might be a B aggression.
Considering their forwards moving all the way down mid, they find one as well. They take out the utility down in kitchen as Pandas looks to rush right in as the Empress available as well, which not pop for him either, but along with the Blade Storm, they know they're right there on site. Braun is stuck in a really awkward position that they peek out against them. They immediately died. Nice little quick swing up on top of the jet. The nail down ready. Unfortunate there, none of them could just escape, and even the wall bang on Agula, he peeked his head out for a moment. That moment was all it took. Monstars getting dissected as they try to hold a singular position, but they're not even allowed to survive.
Brutal. Monstars, worst case scenario, you win a round and it's good, and then you instantly get ripped apart in the follow-up. It's really tough on your mental, really tough when it comes to trying to, string those rounds together, obviously. And the only good news for Monstars is that, well, because they had all 5 players survive in that big round, they have some money to buy in here, and they're going to be able to pull off full weaponry with the exception of Reddy, who's down to a Marshall, but can still obviously be deadly.
Dude, the Marshall slaps. As long as you can just, get headshots, it's crazy. It actually goes pretty shoddy. But I'm just saying semantics because I can do neither of those things. What I can do, though, is probably land at least 1 shot with the body with an op. But that's about all I can do. But the thing is, that's all you need to do. With Ivan right now, I'm exerting a lot of pressure moving on towards A. If they can take the player that's chilling up by full vents there, or even right down by neutral, they could immediately use that to move it onto the site. But there are 4 people strong here on A.
How long will it take here for Curry and friends to make their entry? Well, Ivan taking that shot means that it's time for them to get going. Braun on the swing. Oh my gosh, Rico just got away with murder. Curry finally does trade, but so many missed shots from Ivan. 3 versus 5 here as Curry and friends down for the count, but looking to re-enter. Now even 1 less player. They still have the potential for the rest on Crayon. Do we utilize that here or not? Well, no chance. Braun taking him out. It's Curry versus 4, but he's already got a double. He can ace it. 31 HP to work with.
That's more than enough, right? He's gotten 4Ks before. I'm sure he can get a lot more. But the question is that it's not like a crossfire. It's more of just simply a fire that they have is covering one back of another. So we'll need it. Cool, it spots the first, and it'll be an easy trade from there. With that Curry and friends move themselves up to a nice little round pick. It's although make things competitive and even between the two as it goes back and forth between Monstars and Curry.
Yeah, this grand final shaping up to be an awful close affair.
Shocker.
At least here in the first. But, Curry and friends, they've been a bit hit or miss the last couple rounds. Right? They look so phenomenal that prior round. And then this round, they committed to A so early and they get absolutely taken out by it. Here you go. Hunter's Fury on the entry. It's maybe a bit premature as it finds very little.
Sadly. But, those usually can be quite impactful if you really find a couple of tags. But For now, though, as they get the spike down, now it is up to Kurt, now it's up to Monstars. See how they respond. We've been talking a lot about Monstars trying to respond, you know, in between these both spots, in between them. See the beautiful recam shot set up by our observers. Thank you. On that Rahante just tears down everybody. Batters to save the round. Picks it back through yellow. Tries to dismiss. Fire from in from Marcel, but he gets spotted himself. Try to find a possibly high ground battle, but they're just refusing. They can just take this. Try to rough click him down. He doesn't have enough time, and Braun wins that for the back and forth peaks.
Bit chaotic, all things considered. It's usually what happens, though, when that massive amount of ultimates gets involved. We saw the Empress, the Viper's Pit, the Empress from Pandas, as well as that Hunter's Fury that Curry threw in at the very beginning of the round. And honestly, relatively limited success from all but the Empresses. So, either way, back to the drawing board once again for Curry and friends. It's Monstars who picked up 2 in a row at this point. They retied the game 5-all. And it's, I mean, Braun out ahead here at 13-5. Oh, and here's what I want to see. I asked why we hadn't been seeing mid-aggression in the last Icebox game. Here we go. Missed shots, though, might be making this not so great as Curry and friends find absolutely nothing on the entry from Ivan.
And the res actually is well going to do a fair bit of trying to delay that, though, to get the value out of it. Akula instead of really takes out the resi, and the res earn from there. That 3K will shut down that mid push. And this is why you don't see much mid aggression come out from either side, because things like this tend to happen because they've been double stacking mid for a couple of rounds now too. So it makes sense that Monstars were essentially just ready for this push every single time. So Curry and friends, I imagine will go back to just pushing it out to these sides, trying to get the spike down and holding from there.
You know what I wanted to see there, Ravishing? I really wanted to see like a fast mid to B play. I think it's really hard to deal with if you get aggressive there. And obviously with the Blade Storm, he could have gone over the top as well with the double up drop, but they just didn't go that direction. Ultimately got shut down, like you said, that double mid set up perfectly. Well done. We're back underway. Another gun round. And this is shaping up to potentially be a tied up half at 6-5 at the ready. The Monstars, they win this one. They could pick up a 7th. Rico with the opening pick, and there's Rajante as well as Akula. Things are falling apart here for Curry and friends.
I love the way you said that. You thought you made it sound like you were like a video game announcer. Thought I'd say like, you have 10 seconds left to collect your prize.
No problem. I'm here to make you happy.
I mean, that was nice, but Monstars collects their prizes. They managed to go to 7-5 as well. Like you mentioned, they finally a 2-round lead the first time I believe we've actually seen them in the lead almost the entire time with how back and forth these rounds have been. Curry and friends were in control for a fair amount of time, but not with this. Monstars 2-round lead, and then with Pesos next to go, we've seen how they dominated on those. So perhaps they continue to do so and perhaps extend their lead even further. Take things home.
Yeah, you know, Monstars, here's the thing, right? They've come out and kind of surprised everybody this POV. Certainly me. I obviously we just talked about how Rahante, is a well-known individual, but the rest of these guys, Braun in particular has been one of those guys where he was playing out of his mind over in the semis and has continued to play very well here in the finals. So absolutely on the lookout here for some of those players to watch out for here in the future.
We were mentioning a lot about him, like you were saying at the beginning, talking about what a promising prospect he is, all the talent that he offers, there's things like that. Him beside his teammates can go ahead and bring up these fantastic plays. Tear apart the site. One after another go down. We were talking about them pistols, saying just how good they was. And they continue to be able to do so. Looking at a flawless round. I'm sorry, I cursed that. That's my fault.
Yeah, you need to take full responsibility for that one. It's okay. We've all been there, the old caster's curse. Either way, they win the round, so I'm sure that Monstar is not too aggrieved as they're sitting 8-5. That being said, that does beg the question where to go from here. And Monstar is obviously going to be looking at an anti-eco in the following. But Curry and friends, look at this. They're not investing anything at all. Nothing. Shorty? No shorty. Full classic round.
Yeah,
A rarity.
You're not even shields, like nothing at all. Barely just probably just getting some of the util, and that's necessarily about it. As we see, oh my god, the fake setup. Akula was backing away, but Rico was ready there on the crossfire, and suddenly, with 3 go down the corner, then mid, they peek the corner, and Akula running, gunning, gets one.
What? Curry! That's Curry find anything there. He should have been dead to rights, but he found 2 frags. And honestly, 5 classics, I think 2 frags is a damn good round for that.
You know, bro, like I always say, man, on your anti-eco, that's pretty much an anti-eco. Like, just if you can get 2, you done your job. That's fine. At least 2 with 2 gone, you've hurt them just enough for it to make the tiniest difference.
Oh yeah.
So with this, full buys across the board right now for all this team. But considering for Curry and friends, this is a must-win round. Y'all got to do this, which, by the way, already is probably shaping up to try to get getting the attacking operator next round. So watch out for that.
I think Monstars are doing what I was hoping to see from Curry and friends that round a little bit ago. This is mid to B split sort of dealio. Curry set up in a fantastic spot. There's the frag. Looking for a little bit more, but cannot find it. Rico has just beheaded Curry with ease. Akula on this flank position, and see you later, Crayon. We won't be needing your services anymore. Monstars now ahead big, but Ivan has fought things back. 1-2 frags for him as he looks for more, but the spike is down in position. Now recovered and being planted here by Rashante, but it's going to be a tough one.
Lockdown available for them if they wanted to just try to commit for this, but considering they know where 1 is, a Panic and Spider coming in from green, you can easily try to play this a little bit safer too. Was it cool as watching the angle? There we go. Gets it straight to Ivan. Comes out on top of that. Suddenly it's 1v2. Rahante has to kind of bide his option, move his time, but he gets spotted. Rahante plays one so safely, but they know exactly where it's planted. They can just go up on it. They can go up against him, try to take him down. He's not ready for it, but he wins it. Ivan gone. Now look for the lockdown pandas. That's where I'm trying to get it, but he doesn't have enough time. He's gonna be locked. The spike will explode in front of him, and he delays for just long enough for Rahante with a hero play.
Man, this is why this guy is just, you know, this is why both of us said his name immediately. Like we see the roster, we're like, oh, that guy, right? It's those plays, you know. That's a smart play. It's a play that is only being made by a veteran type player like Rahante is. You know, and on top of that, played the 2v1 perfectly, knew that he had to kill the player flanking first, and in fact committed to the fight. Normally you would think that committing to that fight is a mistake, but he was just trying to buy enough time to where the player couldn't push forward onto them and make a move. Really, really intelligent.
Just long enough. We're saying the lockdown could be used. They want to commit to this as well, but just coming out on top of one really crucial trade too is really kind of cemented that. And we mentioned Curry and friends right now have to go for the save, but the one already going down. One after another, Curry and friends left in such an awkward position to get down 2. They've done their job. They're on the save. It's 3v1 though for now. Spike's not down as of yet. As Reddy gets it, plant money's there as we see. Spike moving through mid.
Hey, HB could find something. Nice shot. Just 1. Pretty good damage though.
Yeah, lose the gun for it, unfortunately, but hey, that's okay. I mean, as long as you know you're managing to get these trades, and I'm sure you found that at least is worthwhile though. But for now, for Monsters, because almost all of them keep dying one after one run after an X, their econ isn't too great, honestly. They're just barely surviving on a simple whim. They'll be fine. Ivan, though, on the other hand, as an operator.
Well, hoping to thrive with that weapon. But, you know, you said just barely surviving. You're right about that. But, you know, if they just survive for 2 more rounds the same way they've been doing, that's a grand final victory. So, Ready? Threaten the needle. And Cryon does fall. The Hunter's Fury is in return here. Curry trying to thread something thin here. Hunter's Fury on the return fire, but this time Braun, he's a little bit more successful. He's found a frag and he's bagged him as well. Ivan, one with the operator before the pit goes out here at A for the retake.
One enemy remaining.
There's one more up, gone, and suddenly with Curry, last one left alive. It's 11 to 5. We're gonna make it 12. Get spotted up right outside spawn. He's into and with the actual Viper's pit gone too. They're shooting at the dart. He is able to spot the position of at least one of the players. He's not looking. Rico gone, but he's in the middle of the reload. Curry trying to get out, possibly get the kill. He's just delaying. LeBron is playing with him.
No way.
Easy as
Curry.
that.
He nearly 1v5'd. I mean, that was crazy.
Match point.
I mean, I can't believe he nearly pulled that up and off. That being said, Braun, he's been so strong all game. Does indeed close that one out. It's no one else you'd want in that Sova v Sova. Monstars, they're at match point. Grand final point, by the way. And unfortunately, Curry and friends are sitting at a 7-round deficit.
But a long way up, and they'll have to do with scraps in terms of actual gun for the subs. But Ivan could be a big difference maker. Although Op not in his hand this time. He's waiting for it. He peeks around. Oh my God! He tried to go for the knife. Sad disrespect, but you know what? He gets paid out in full for it too. The Rota going down. It's too huge. It's going down for Monstars. Fighting a 3v5. The Crayon already spawning one. Curry and friends are in prime position to delay this game even longer.
Yes, sorry. Potential here, though. Ready, looking for something. Oh, five Braun. No, he's interrupted beforehand, but actually a nice follow-up as well. So Braun going to dispatch with Ivan, and AGB falling back. And is nice timing here on the repeat here to disrupt the push. Well, that is spammable. I didn't even realize that. I knew the tube was spammable. I just didn't know that wall had it.
30 seconds.
I didn't either. You know, you learn something new every day. I'm pretty impressed. So now I can at least just try to get out some chip damage as I hear people just run through tube and kitchen. It's a 5v2. Monstars know that if they try to save you, it wouldn't be too bad, but they try going for the plant. You get spotted as they look through mid.
10 seconds left.
But they are going to have a huge target on their backs as they're surrounded.
Oh boy. AGB, I love the patience here.
Last player standing.
Well, now it's all in Braun. Ooh,
Nope.
Here's Cryon at the last possible moment. Can't quite connect the shot though. Curry and friends, they do indeed survive for another round here, Ravishing.
And honestly, considering how the round started off, I imagine them doing so. Considering with two people going down right away, and they're kind of dilly-dallying around the points, not necessarily moving as one. And the unfortunate knife incident that happened here, it just does really cement that, hey, that's going to mean that the round is just over, my friend. Considering we were saying before that the recon, not exactly in the best of places, they will mean that they will have to, you know, try to save up as much as possible. I see a couple light shields though, but it should have full for now. But if they lose this, it's done so. It's going to be a full save.
Get out of my way.
But there are knives up and ready right now for Monstars.
Yeah, we'll see where this Blade Storm can go. Great dash. Ivan not actually taking the opportunity to dispatch with the Blade Storm. Might come to hurt them in the long run. As I say that, though, it's big whiffs from Ready. Lockdown, engaged. Plant coming toward these players shortly. Somebody gonna get detained up the back of it. Cryon, though, trying to find some successful shots, but he's missed them all, and it's Kula, who's found a forward position before getting dispatched by Pandas. The 2 versus 3. Nice shock dart, nice nano swarm. Tonight, any sort of ideas, and Rajante is on the flank. He's doing damage. Now they know where all 3 players are, but they've got to hurry up. Pandas, oh my goodness, what's gone down? Why has Braun just picked all of that out? And Jorjante can't hit the shot. Braun is just running and shooting. What's happened?
I don't know how you got 3 people there. Honestly, it was a really weird position for Monstars with the way they were kind of set up around the entire point. They weren't like set up for trades at all. It was as though they just planted the spike and said, all right, cool. Everybody hold your angle. If you win, you win. If you don't, sucks. And then that was it. And they all lost. Every single one of them lost their fight. And Slayer Rohat is like, guys, what happened? Where's everyone? Guys? And then he dies too. It doesn't matter. They lose that round. Like I said, if they lost this one, that means that it'll be a full save. And although I see 1 hero rifle from Monster, so the card is full committing here nonetheless. All it's either meanwhile on side of Curry and friends. They're set up beautifully to be able to continue to get the 8th as well with both the res and along with the Viper's Pit here too.
Oh, ooh. I thought that was Ivan. That timing on the frag looked good, but apparently no cigar. The Pandas certainly putting down fantastical frags. All right, never mind. It's flawless for Curry and friends. They're certainly closing that gap. Now, what was once a 7-round deficit is now simply 4, and Monstars, they gotta stop playing around here. They're gonna mess around, and this might get serious.
I mean, they know the lead they have is so they're deciding, yeah, we'll just do whatever we can. It's all about over. But Monstars, maybe perhaps it's a round that decided to take these little more seriously. Braun is one way for the Hardest Fury. So they could make a possible or play down by B, as that exactly where they look to be pushing. Viper immediately gives it the space, but puts on the Viper Pit. So it might be a tough option as they try to move in. The Ivan, the peeking by 2, but the Kula gone. Already starting things off strong.
I like that commitment there by already finding Cryon out on the edge of the pit. Now, that being said, technically equalized, yes, but this pit is still a bit of a problem here at B. Now, you can see the Reyna cutting up the rotations. How many can Pandas get in this position?
Spike down, attacker spawn.
I mean, that's 1. So, just get poked down as able to move in all the way back in through A, though. So they know and are very well aware of the rotation. And with Ronti getting picked off outside B, thought they could possibly sneak in and maybe get one little cheeky pick. They're now yet again left with just 2 people and make that one as Rico gets fired. My man finds his leg. And this off right now is a little bit dangerous. Ivan is exerting so much pressure.
Yeah, I've been kind of putting the team on the back and saying, don't worry. I got you.
Enemy remaining.
It's neither. It prays we have lost Vincent, unfortunately, but that is okay. But for now, we'll just continue to say that, Curry and friends, like they're making a really solid comeback, 4 rounds in a row. And with this op is continuing to be a absolute monstrosity on their end. But this is a little slower mid push they could possibly use to try to move in, but Spike goes down right away with Braun being picked off. This op is just so good, man. It just did nothing to shut it down or stop it at all. But Rico, it's a really nice pick. Perhaps he'll try to get one more off of this too. He's really stuck in a really awkward position. Res being forced out as well. Should have saved Pandas with a cooler going down. Curry and friends. You just have all the advantages here. And Monstars are yet again left in an extremely awkward position where it's trying to do as much as they can for as long as they can.
Am I back? Hello?
Oh, hey, you're back. What's up?
Okay. I don't know what went down. Weird. Nonetheless, I actually didn't miss a darn thing. I could see and hear you the whole time. So, things are getting serious. Is what basically my my in-depth analysis comes down to. from Korean friends. You know, Monstars, they're about to mess around and make this go to overtime. They thought they could get fancy. They thought they could make, you know, some interesting things, but they aren't doing nothing.
And this timeout should definitely be something that should, you know, put a little more fear in the God, put a little more fear of God back in the Monstars. Considering, you know, about 5 rounds in a row, they've unfortunately just lost like a very executable post plans for themselves.
Yeah,
a little bit unfortunate. It's you know, this now we'll see what kind of game plan they come up with because they're just getting caught out necessarily and then dying.
You're right. They are, and you know, beyond that, they have been dealing with a pretty massive ult disadvantage. The good news is here they finally kind of flipped that on its head, and they're the ones with the massive ult advantage. So maybe that's the key for them to overcome here. They're going to be walking in with 3 out of 5 of their ults, and then the last 2 are just 1 orb away from being online. So there we are. First one being pulled. It's ready. Who is ready to put some blades into craniums?
You should run.
Close calls between them. As there we go. Immediate lockdown being put out to try to clear out the B site. But from this though, they should put away. They should pull all the resources over. According to friends, make it straight 5v5. But AGB going down right away. Then we go. These are nice. Ready to size to shake things up a little bit more. That's some acupuncture. With the physiotherapy list for themselves. Upon this, looks to move in, finds one. But now the question is about holding on and holding off the entire site. Spike is now ticking, and Korean friends have to see how they can hold off them one after another. They move in. There we go. Swarm grenade out though, but they actually get it to half, which is actually pretty huge. Just hold him off for one more second. I haven't getting more, but he falls to the turret. Bitch, they get in the. Is he getting it? They're not stopping it. They just.
Last player standing.
Okay. All right.
Well, here we go again. Korean friends, I love that they've never given up here. They've been running this down from a 7-round deficit, and they've now made it to the most important round. One more, and we head to overtime. Korean friends. And the best part about last round is that, well, Monstars used 4 ults, and they still didn't win.
Just a lot of commitment right from the subs, but yeah, they just couldn't hold out the angles one. But like, it's not even that. It's even as though they're always getting caught off by surprise by Korean friends, like moving in on just off angles. Well, not even off angles, but just like moving in up against them, and then suddenly like, oh, there's a jet here. Yeah. Now what do we do?
Oh, there's Ivan. Big entry frag. He's got a double, give him more. Band is involved. We're headed to overtime. I can feel it. Braun 1v5. 1 and 2, but he's looking the wrong direction. And Curry and friends, they are in it with a chance.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Just 7 rounds in a row. Like they literally had to win 7 rounds in a row. They did that. That's crazy. I genuinely cannot believe that they're able to actually just go in and pull this off, but I'm impressed. Korean friends definitely deserve to be at overtime, and now it's up to Monstars.
Well,
right? It's although they get like a little bit of reset, but what now?
You know, I'm impressed with Korean friends. I'm also a bit disappointed with Monstars. And the reason I say that is because they clearly weren't taking some of those earlier rounds very seriously. And you know, that's the danger that you run into whenever you make those types of those early rounds, and you kind of kid around a little bit. But here we are underway with a big round here, overtime. Remember, win by 2. First player to 14 at this point would be the winner.
Monstars on the defense that didn't do bad. You know, they were decently even against Curdy and friends, but it all just depended on, you know, because they were able to find the early information and possibly a nice little opening pick. As you see the parallels being put down through mid, It's a slow walk in through A. Two defenders, Siren and Killjoy still in range of all of util. That means right now, Curry and friends have a couple of choices to make as to whether or not they want to use the wall to try to move in. Do they wait for Monstars to perhaps speak them by getting impatient?
I don't know that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I doubt it.
As well, that's a lot of information gained, actually, for both sides. AGB on the entry. It's going to be Rico to deny that. That was over in mid. Now, Curry has taken out a cool hit as the entry comes through. It's 2 versus 3, and Monstars are down.
Despite taking away, they have the op watching already with a beautiful peek to get Ivan, while paying him back for all those op shots that he took to the face. Now Rico is already making in. This up being known to the site. Gets one more. Killjoy Util not gonna matter. Ready with the 3K. Closes out for Monstars, and now they just have to recreate this on the attack.
All it is 1 round, but you know, they've needed 1 round for basically the majority of this game. The last eight rounds before that. And, you know, in addition, we saw Reddy really not having the most of impacts here for the majority of this game, but he seems to have popped up and popped off here right when it most counts.
I don't know you can take the camera to build events.
Apparently.
It's like I'm playing like a Batman game. Because you do vent.
I'm playing
like
Among
climbing
Us.
a lot. Stop it right now. No, just, you know what? Like, dude, I could have said it, but I didn't.
I would.
All right.
I committed.
Be better, Vincent. Be better.
Oh man. 13-12 here. Oh, missed shot from Ivan. That's a rare one. Haven't seen too many of those. And drawn on the entry. Monstars prep to maybe pull this back. Candace on the frag. Overheal is a possibility, and Curry has dispatched with another, but as I say that, the trade's back the other way. But just kidding, Curry and friends have done it again. 1v2.
He just keeps shutting down every single one of these pushes, but the wall drops. You see the upside the other, and he wins a trade. So up to Cool is ready for AGB. Shuts it down yet again. We're going to double overtime.
We're in for one right now here, Ravishing. I have no idea how many overtimes we're going to be, but I feel like it's going to be a hot minute. Or maybe we'll be over relatively shortly. I'm not 100% sure, but my gut is telling me that these two teams, they certainly don't want to give this up. They don't want to allow their opponents to win. 30-16 is Braun. That is a fantastic scoreline. Ivan 26-21 there for Curry and friends on the top, and you know you gotta say it has been a pretty fantastic day for both of them. They're leading the scoreboards of their respective teams.
Really impressive stuff from there, and they just keep doing it every single time on the attack. It just seems as though that one after the other, they keep finding like more and more picks.
Oh, speaking of which, Jante doing beautiful work there, looking for even more. Can't quite thread that needle. He's done it now, and once again, it's a 1v3 for AGB.
With a lockdown too, they don't even necessarily need him, man. Monstars on the defense have been absolutely immaculate, but just not able to find the results on both ends. So, honestly, maybe both teams are just defense decided, bro. I think that's just it.
Possible.
Switching sides.
That being said, things did indeed come down to a 1v1 on the last match point. Can we see anything different here? Monstars recovering the advantage, but we've seen Curry and friends here time and time again. And at this point, an advantage to Monstars, that's just kind of any other round on this map of Icebox.
Slow playing it. There's no presence being shown either mid. The B side looking to be the target between the two. As the wall goes down as well, they cut him off, but Ivan is such a menace on the op and managed to find even one immediately. Monstars have to be thinking, maybe we go to quarter of quadruplity. Look at that.
Wouldn't it be triple at this point? Am I crazy?
You know what? That's my fault. I should have never turned to count.
Yeah, listen, as a caster, that's dangerous. I can agree. But I think I can count that it's a 4 versus 5. Monstars down by that 1, and this rotation's a bit unfortunate. And I say unfortunate because Monstars have read it beautifully, and they've just walked straight into a wide open site.
You get one more though. The spike being down as well. Rahati gets one. There we go. Finally has space to try to pop off, but as soon as I say that, Ivan finds him in the corner, so he can't be allowed to do anything more. Curdy and friends, they just play slow. They find another, and already is stuck in a corner. Listen, it keeps happening.
We go again. Oh man, triple overtime. Here we come.
Switching sides.
And you're right. I mean,
Overtime.
these defensive rounds just seemingly unstoppable. Monstars, what can they do?
You can start off by winning 2 rounds in a row. That'd be really cool.
I mean, they
look really solid.
They hadn't been able to do that since, you know, it was 12-5.
That's kind of mean, man. Why would you say that?
I mean, you know, it is what it is. That's reality.
But to be fair, you know, they did win every other round they were on OT, right? So that's not bad.
No, they've stayed alive. You got to give credit for that. But at the same time, when you can't close in regulation 7 rounds in a row, and then you head to OT and you can't close in OT, well, you know, sometimes I got to say, you have trouble closing.
I think just on attack, neither team wants to win. I think both teams want to win the defense. And so they decide that they put all their efforts into it.
They get tired. They need to reset. I understand now. My bad.
There you go. See, you finally understand. Wait, that was actually such a sick dart.
Yeah.
He was kind of guessing. He probably spotted him there, but at least with AGB getting spotted out here, that means that the crosses are no longer a possibility. He has to we're trying to going out to the site. Now, Curry and friends, playing as 5 as we see him peeking through mid. You get spotted up by the alarm bot, but he plays it sneaky. He goes into the 2 guys all the way back inside through kitchen. You shouldn't be spotted, so you can get this thing started as the spike gets planted.
Well, there we go. That 5-on-5 now in fruition. Retaking cage. Seems like somebody's somewhere to wear it. Yeah, HEB got to fall down. Rico involved. Gonna get the dismiss as well. Curry for 2, but it's not enough. Another defensive victory there for Monstars. His 3 survive and gonna get the defuse as well. 15-14. Here we go again.
Here we go. So we run it back one more time, but will the result be any different? Monster, we've seen they can do this, but it just seems that Curry and friends keep denying every opportunity. Hey, you want here? Here's what I want to see. I want to see y'all fast pull on. I want to see y'all fast push onto a site.
Yeah.
And I want to see some actual post plant positioning. I don't want to see you holding down singular angles just down, just down in some tight space, like you're chilling in a crawl space, bro. Set up a crossfire. Set up outside the spike. Or chill behind the wall or something. Don't be in just some off angle waiting to see somebody come in, take 1 for 1. No, we don't want all that. Play with your team. Rico dies. So does AVG. Wait, hey, this is doable. Monster, 4-2. I mean, 4-3. I mean, 2 duels left. The Sova's still alive. Curry's there. The partner's gone. That's big.
This might be it. This might be the time. We might be alive, and Ivan, he is alive and kicking. He's looking for more. Oh, Braun. That's massive. Curry is...
He's gone. It's Ivan.
Absolutely brutalized, and Ivan's picked up a rifle to try and 1v3. But this is a really hard angle to swing into.
He's spotted. That's 4 health. He's gone. He's done so. And triple overtime. Monstars. Match ticket 15 to 16 to 14, I should say. It took them a little bit. It took a lot of effort. And with a little bit of playing around, finally, they got serious. They pulled things together. And they let them know, hey, it's time. We want our prize money. We're trying to be first.
Well, yeah, I mean, they definitely took their time about it. I will say, you know, and you know, I mean, no disrespect about it, but like, hey, that's what happens when you get a little bit, you know, too loose in the grand finals. Korean friends come back, nearly beat you at your own game, and you struggle to close things out. Ultimately, Monstars do just that, and they take away that prize. Nonetheless, you got to give credit to Curry and friends. They played a dang good game, didn't they?
Man, they played it way close. Brought back 7 to 8 rounds in a row, made them sweat in OT, and already on the op was nasty. Again and again, shots like these where I was like, God damn, how you gonna do it? Ivan too, doing his thing on the op.
I mean, let's talk, Ivan. I mean, 30 kills, takes the cake there at the top of the leaderboard. Braun, I mean, listen, he got 32, and he's below. He's got to be feeling, you know, unhappy about that. Nonetheless, though, I gotta say, the individual showed up. Eventually, they closed out Monstars, and you know, I'll raise my hand and say, fair enough. Despite the fact that things got just a wee bit dicey.
I do also want to give a little shout out over the Pandas as well, too. You saw him bring out them doubles, just the cripples, over and over, again and again. He had some massive clutch plays out on the Reina. He went in, he did his job, although he can see massive trade as well. So shout out to him for being a solid entry, man. But yo, somebody had to win. It was Monstars. So big shout out to that team. Y'all doing your thing out there. I respect it. And of course, we do also respect and appreciate y'all watching and stick with us throughout the entire night, though. Vincent, what we got to thank after tonight?
Well, you know, like you said, everybody's showing up. Really appreciate all of that. And, well, listen, make sure if you're tuning in this week, tune in next week because we got more Pit of Valor action coming at you then. Pit of Valor number 71. It's not just $50. $1,052 is going to be our prize pool for that one. Sponsored by Librix Fulfillment. Appreciate that. And that's to celebrate 52 weeks in a row of Pit of Valor with GLG. Y'all know that we've been out here every single week working to put on a fantastic show, a fantastic event, and there's a whole lot of people in the background making that work. Of course, been ahead of it all, doing all of that coordination. It's been a lot, and we want to celebrate that with you because, well, you know, it's a milestone, and you know we couldn't have done it without you. So for that, make sure that you get signed up. And definitely going to want to be interested in that because, well, if you didn't know about the GLG Country Club membership, well, let me tell you just a little bit about it because you can, for $10 a month, make sure that you get involved with all our events. You're going to get priority seating. You're going to have a guaranteed spot in the likes of the Pit of Valor next week. And you definitely want to get involved with that. That's exclamation point GLGCC, I think, in chat, I think, for information on that one. Nonetheless, Ravishing, it's been a pleasure, my friend, to work with you on this one. We'll be back here. I don't know on this channel or not, but you can catch us for Friday. as well. We'll be checking things out with the community gaming stream. Nonetheless, thank you so much everyone for watching, and we'll see you here next time. Make sure you tune in next week for the Pit of Valor. Fortunately for Ois, Caloric has found success. Flash drive goes down. Well, nicely dodged. But
drops him quite low, and Madly gonna help him out. Quickly good for 2, making it a 3-on-2 for this retake. Still favoring out on Ghoul, but Abuse Noodle. A beautiful shot, a beautiful 2 shots.
Joms also now in a very aggressive spot, able to get that nice kill onto Denton and Axie one more time. No, gonna start peeking this other corner, knowing the last remembers. Do it again! On the
down
outside.
the Oblivion, and it's all down to poor Jib in this 1v4. And oh no!
You can't claim it. Here comes a 4th kill here. As there's only one more remaining, it's Lunar Jesus. Can he get all 5? It's Lunar. He takes out 3! Give it to Ode. Give it to him. Put the respect on this man's name. 3 letters isn't enough to describe his skill.
Back and trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but